Chapter 4038. No one expected a third party to join the fray at such a crucial moment. The monarch's friend? One spectator wondered. However, most knew that the monarch was also a friendless lone wolf. Who has the audacity to sneak attack me? The tree demon roared since victory was snatched from his grasp. He, it's your grandpa. A figure appeared among the clouds, Jian Sanxiang. Him again? Everyone found this surprising because Jian Sanxiang had no ties with Crimson Death Monarch, at least as far as they knew. How dare you attack me? The tree demon was livid, his eyes contained nothing but rage. Just don't like the way you look, that's all. Sanxiang smiled and shrugged. Brat, I'll cut you to pieces too. The tree demon roared and became engulfed in devilish flames. However, he couldn't attack because Sanxiang suddenly disappeared from sight. The guy probably escaped. On the other side, Crimson Death Monarch released another True Link attack, no longer holding back any vitality and energy. The black wyvern leaped up in the air and launched the cold freeze again towards the tree. However, the tree was ready this time. He snorted and used his mirror to create black halos serving as a defensive wall. The powerful ice managed to freeze the halos, but it became weakened as a result, unable to seal or harm the tree. Buzz. Rays suddenly lit up the sky afterward. Everyone looked up and saw a massive portal with countless arrows floating on the other side. This looked like an ocean ready to fire. Whoosh. The arrows launched downward in an unstoppable manner, piercing through space and time. This was enough to decimate an entire sect, but there was only one target, the tree demon. The tree demon bellowed in astonishment. Flames and branches gathered upward in order to stop the relentless barrage. Numerous branches and leaves were left with holes in them. Nonetheless, their sheer number made up a formidable defense. Black Wyvern Seal. Crimson Death Monarch didn't just stand there and watch. The tree demon faced powerful foes from both sides, realizing how grim it was getting. Boom! The True Link managed to fully piece through the halos and sent the tree demon flying. The latter smashed into the ground and created another pit. At the same time, the rain of arrows poured down the pit, wanting to annihilate the tree. The monarch took advantage of this situation and unleashed another seal, this time, with all of his might. Boom! Jian Sanxiang's arrows and the monarch's seal obliterated the area around the pit. Ah! The tree and the main body of the demon suffered grievous damage at first. A few seconds later, he was fully crushed by the combined effort. He never expected to meet his end like this. After all, the monarch was clearly weaker than him. If it wasn't for Jian Sanxiang's dirty attack, he would have killed the monarch already. He's finally dead. The spectators exchanged glances and heaved a sigh of relief. If they had to pick a side, they would have chosen the monarch because he was the lesser of two evils. In fact, he could be considered a good person when contrasted with the tree demon. His only faults were his brutality and overbearing nature. Yeah, it's over. Most saw the tree exploding and shared the same thought. When everyone thought that it was over, a poisonous root suddenly drilled out of the ground and rushed for Wuxia. Thousands of branches spiked out as well, resulting in a violent wave intending to devour Wuxia. No, he's still alive. One ancestor shouted. Jian Sanxiang and the monarch tried their best to stop it, but it was too late. The wooden wave turned into a monstrous jaw right before Wuxia. This is the end for him. A spectator bellowed. Clank. At this critical juncture, a heavenly sword descended out of nowhere with violent energy rays. It caught the root of guard and pulverized everything. Not a single branch escaped destruction regardless of its size. This root turned out to be the demon tree's poisonous source. With it gone, the only thing left was his true fate. Thus, he decided to run right away. His true fate soared for the horizon. Alas, the sword didn't let up. A hymn could be heard before the sword slashed forward. Ah! It cut the true fate down, so this spelled the end of the tree demon. A grey-robed old man stood not far from there. He wore a large cap low enough to hide his face. The only thing discernible was his old age. In reality, the hat was unnecessary. He already performed a shrouding technique to hide his true appearance. Only those strong enough would be able to see through it. He was the one who killed the tree demon. It appeared that he wished to keep his identity a secret for now. Thank you, fellow Taoists, I appreciate it. Crimson Death Monarch was ecstatic and cupped his fist towards Jian Sanxiang and the mysterious man. The old man didn't bother responding. As for Jian Sanxiang, he laughed and said, I wasn't helping you. Young Noble Li is my boss, so I'm just doing my part. Having said that, he disappeared from sight. Nonetheless, the monarch still bowed in that direction because Jian Sanxiang did indeed save him. He then walked closer and asked Li Chia, Young Noble Li, Dark Hand is dead now, so the job is mine? Chapter 4039. All eyes were on Li Chia due to his previous promise of a grand salary for the tree demon's killer, 1 billion golden sovereign refined jades. Of course, the monarch didn't finish the job by himself. Nonetheless, it seemed that Jian Sanxiang and the mysterious old man had no intention of claiming the contribution. He became the only one eligible for the reward. Nonetheless, he was definitely the main fighting force and certainly contributed to the demon's demise. I am a man of my word. From today henceforth, you shall be under my banner. The salary is as stated prior. Li Chia smiled. The crowd clamored after hearing the confirmation. 1 billion golden sovereign refined jades, reality still struck them hard. This should be the highest paid position in the world? One expert calmed down and asked. Most sects in Sword Continent couldn't produce this sum, but now, the monarch gets to have it each year. Most importantly, it wasn't a big deal for Li Chia. I don't think the first elder of Sword Emperor got this much. Another jealous soul said. Even the city lord of Nine Will pales in comparison each year. An older cultivator shook her head. The Lord of Nine Will Citadel certainly had enough authority and prestige in 8 desolaces. However, even this existence couldn't have such an insane salary. I'll be his horse and ox for this much money without uttering a single word of grievance. Someone wouldn't mind licking Li Chia's shoes for this sum. You need to be capable enough. An ancestor responded, everyone had the chance earlier, but only the monarch gave it a shot. He earned it by risking his life, so no need to be jealous. The others exchanged glances and found this logical. None dared to step up earlier. Some ancestors were certainly strong enough, but they had their own plans. In the end, the monarch became the victor. I'll quit being an ancestor right now for this job. Nonetheless, people were still envious. After all, they could work for their sect for a lifetime and still wouldn't earn this much. Jealousy was unavoidable. The monarch himself didn't expect Li Chia to say yes. In fact, he would have been more than happy with a one-time payment or even just a salary of 100 million. He was just a 6 Dao sovereign, so the salary was a monstrous sum. All of his wealth right now didn't come close to it. Thus, he just became rich overnight. My lord, from now on, my life is yours. I will do all of your biddings. He got on his knees and prostrated. Rise. Li Chia smiled. He then got up and came over to stand behind Li Chia while others watched with envy. Not long ago, Li Chia was just a nobody. Others viewed him with disdain and contempt. Not to mention a 6 Dao sovereign, even regular disciples had contempt for him. Everything had changed in one day. It seemed that being able to work for Li Chia was a true privilege. As the saying goes, everything has a price. 2 scenarios existed for a priceless treasure. One would be that it wasn't for sale. The other being that it wasn't worth a coin, completely undesirable. What do you want? Li Chia then stared at the old man in gray. The old man hasn't said a word ever since he got here. He helped out greatly and managed to save Li Chia from the tree demon. Thus, he should enjoy a reward similar to the monarch. He became the center of attention. Everyone wanted to hear his desired salary. I am incapable and do not dare to ask for anything. The old man bowed towards Li Chia. I am more than satisfied with daily meals as my payments during my service. Many became frozen after hearing the response. Everyone could see that he was extremely strong and Li Chia owed him his life. Thus, he could even ask for something grander than the monarch's salary. There was a high possibility of Li Chia agreeing. On the contrary, he chose to be illogically humble and ask for nothing. This was akin to throwing at least 1 billion jades away for nothing. Given his immense power, he would have no problems taking care of daily meals. Thus, he was viewed as crazy. May I ask for your name, sir? Lu Qi stared at him and asked. She couldn't see through him, so intuition told her that she was weaker than him. My memory has gotten worse with age. The old man slightly bowed and said, I do not recall my name, young noble. If you don't mind, you can call me Aji. Lu Qi couldn't pry any further since the old man was being as humble as can be. It would be awfully impolite. As for the crowd, they were still confused by his strange choice. 1. A is usually the prefix for servants' names. Chapter 40. Some actually thought that there was something wrong with the old man's head. Nonetheless, he didn't seem to be a madman. Why? He clearly had a chance for 1 billion. Refusing is one thing, but he's selling himself short too. One youth said. The guy offered to be Li Chia's servant for free. The ancestors thought that only one scenario was plausible, that this so-called Aji had other plans up his sleeves for wanting to stay near Li Chia. Perhaps he wanted to wait for the right moment to kidnap Li Chia and take all of his wealth? This could be the right answer. After all, he still kept his appearance and identity a secret. By sticking around, he could potentially take Li Chia's legacy one day and no one would have a damn clue about where to start finding him. It would become an unsolved mystery for future eras. I think he knows his real goal. Another ancestor murmured, since this was the only explanation for the old man's action. Thus, they became interested in Li Chia's choice. It would be unwise to take in the old man now, akin to sowing a seed of trouble. They believed that it would be best to refuse him. In fact, Lu Qi was confused as well about the old man. She had a good idea about the top characters in Sword Continent. However, she had no impression of this old man. I haven't heard of anyone named Aji in Sword Continent. Lu Qi said. The old man bowed in response. You're a transcending cultivator floating above the firmament. I am a nobody in comparison. Since we are from two different worlds, it makes sense that you haven't heard of me before. Lu Qi's eyes narrowed after hearing this. The old man obviously knew her true identity and background. Keep in mind that she still had her stealth technique on. Everyone else simply thought of her as Li Chia's maid. Thus, he came prepared or didn't mind her presence at all. What do you think, young noble? She asked Li Chia instead of making a decision herself. The choice was obvious for most. Alas, Li Chia was eccentric and unpredictable. So you wish to join me? Li Chia smiled. Yes, young noble, but if it is inconvenient, I do not dare to force the issue. The old man bowed. An ancestor wanted to shout, it's obviously inconvenient to have a potential backstabber around. However, he refrained from doing so since he didn't know the powerful cultivator's identity. Prudence was required in this case. What's inconvenient about it? Li Chia smiled. Because my identity is unknown and I might have nefarious intent. Being cautious is common sense. The old man said directly. True, but common sense doesn't apply to me. Li Chia clapped and said, very well, you may stay since I can afford to feed another person. Thank you, young noble, I will do my very best. The old man replied. The crowd naturally found Li Chia's choice surprising. Maybe this is why he became the richest man. One expert commented, he's so unconventional. True, he's different indeed. You might be right. An older cultivator who has been paying attention to Li Qie replied. Of course, the mass still thought that his success with the legacy was nothing more than luck. Only a few top masters knew that luck couldn't open the legacy. There was something else to it. Alas, this remained a mystery even for them. Okay, does anyone else have some cool abilities to show me? Money is not a problem as long as you can impress me. Li Qie shifted his focus towards the crowd. No one thought that he was being arrogant. This should be the style of the world's richest man. I am the sect master of Southgate Mountain. An old man stepped forward and bowed. We have more than 800 disciples and 300 miles of territory. We wish to work for you for an annual salary of 30 million. I am a member of aerial school, versed in flying techniques. I would like to join you as a follower. My requirement is not high. A woman with a great figure bowed and said. I am a demon monarch with 30,000 lesser demons under my banner. We are valiant and ready for battle. As for the yearly payments, a mighty demon landed from above and bowed. In just a short time, numerous cultivators stated their strong points and desired salary to Li Qie. It included powerful demons and ancestors hiding their true background along with some unknown juniors. Of course, their demand was quite high. Some asked for a salary dozens of times higher than the regular amount. These particular cultivators harbored zero nefarious intent. However, they viewed him as a fat sheep to be taken advantage of. Li Qie casually picked without following any logic. He refused some that had stated a fair price but eventually picked a few with unreasonable demands. All in all, no one could make an accurate prediction. It didn't take long before he recruited a large group. Those chosen were elated because their salary became far higher than before. Okay, you'll be in charge of them. After finishing, he told Crimson Death Monarch, Aji will be my consultant. Ask him if you have questions. I understand. The monarch bowed. Chapter 40-41. The monarch then brought the new recruits to another place for them to settle down. Young noble, are you starting a sect? Su Yun became curious because Li Qie had recruited people from all over the world. Most importantly, he had enough wealth to do so. In history, top masters have started sects along with weaker cultivators. The sects of the former would last for generations while the latter might go down after a few years or decades at best. This was a different scenario. The other progenitors relied on their strength while Li Qie relied solely on his wealth. He didn't need to pass down any merit law or techniques. Just the salary alone was attractive enough for big shots to join him. With the right administration, his sect could become stronger than many top ones in Sword Continent. I'm just killing time. Li Qie smiled at her, but if I were to start a sect, would you like to join? This sudden question surprised her. She was working for him but ultimately, she was still a disciple of the Su. She pondered for a bit before shaking her head. I appreciate what you have done for me but I am a member of the Su and always will be. The only exception is if they banish me. This was a tough choice for most. After all, she had personally experienced his generosity in the last few days. He gave her things that her clan couldn't possibly muster. They had no access to those invincible weapons. Thus, if he were to start a sect, she might receive incredible resources and gain high status due to her innate talents. 10 of her clans couldn't match this sum. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she would enjoy the same privileges as the behemoth's successors. Nonetheless, she still refused his tempting hypothetical because she wanted to stay in her clan in spite of its declined state. She would never abandon it for any reason. Interesting. Li Qie chuckled and nodded, dropping the issue. Archaic Style has finished the transfer process for Omniscient Dao Lord's territory. They led the way and showed Li Qie the area. This land was named Omniscient Home. The group found that this place was filled with beautiful nature, a verdant mountain range with waterfalls. It wasn't completely desolate either. Thousands and thousands of brick and tile buildings could be seen. The manager of Archaic Style finished the process by handing the account books to Li Qie. Young noble, This is the former home of omniscient Tao Lord. In the beginning, there were only 10 peaks or so. Once we entered the pact with the Tao Lord, we bought the surrounding areas. After many generations, there are 30 cities and more than 70,000 shops. The annual profit is recorded in these books, please take a look. This was a testament to archaic style's ability, managing to turn a small town into a large territory. The sealed pavilions of the Tao Lord are also available. According to the pact, the leftover merit laws can be given to the faithful ones. He handed an old jade over to Li Chia. The latter only took a quick glance without caring too much. Nonetheless, he still praised, archaic style's reputation is solid indeed, more trustworthy than any other sect. Unlike other powers who cared about expansion and passing down their arts, archaic style kept on doing business quietly for generations while maintaining a golden reputation. As a result, this reputation earned them continuous business from top sects and masters. The best example would be the preeminent legacy. The Tao Lord's monstrous wealth was coveted by all. Moreover, he left it to archaic style as well. If they desired it, they would have thousands of means to monopolize this wealth. However, on the contrary, they invested this wealth and multiplied it without taking more than the agreed share. Thank you, young noble. The shopkeeper bowed. Reputation is the most important thing for us ever since our establishment. Nothing short of a miracle. Li Chia nodded and waved his hand. All the shops and cities will still be under your jurisdiction. The terms shall be the same as before. The shopkeeper was surprised to hear this. This sum was enough to put many sects to shame, yet Li Chia still gave it to them without thinking twice. We appreciate your generosity, young noble. He bowed deeply and said. You deserve it, trust is priceless. Li Chia said. With this, we have finished the transfer process of omniscient Tao Lord's legacy. If you ever need anything from us in the future, just let us know. He solemnly said and bid farewell. Young noble, you're always so generous. Su Yun sighed and said. The interest and profit given to archaic style earlier were more than enough to revitalize her clan. They deserve it for maintaining their integrity after all these years. Li Chia nonchalantly said. Chapter 40-42, the group along with the new recruits came to Omniscient Home after the transfer process. The place became lively right away with new masters. This looked like the start of a new sect. Everything is available here. Li Chia smiled and told Crimson Death Monarch, Omniscient Tao Lord left behind top merit laws and secret arts from all over the world. Use them as rewards for notable contributions. My lord, should we really publicize these secrets? The monarch was startled. Cultivation manuals were heavily guarded in any sect, never available to outsiders. This was especially true for Tao Lord merit laws since they were considered nothing short of priceless. Sect members themselves didn't necessarily have access to top-level merit laws. However, Li Chia was ready to give omniscient Tao Lord secrets to the new recruits. This Tao Lord was famous for his knowledge and insight. His lifelong collection of merit laws should be magnificent. Anyone else would rather monopolize it instead of sharing. Most importantly, they all belonged to Li Chia in the first place. No one would have an issue with him keeping them for himself. Furthermore, the new recruits had no ties with Li Chia. Their motive was the handsome salary, nothing more. Crimson Death had traveled around the world but never experienced anything like this before. Manuals are dead, they are mere pieces of paper if there is no one to take advantage of them. Li Chia said, an invincible merit law still requires a capable user to show the world its might. The monarch and those nearby didn't expect this response from him. It was certainly a refreshing angle. Most of them were accomplished cultivators with prestigious backgrounds. They naturally understood how heavily guarded merit laws were. Thus, Li Chia's viewpoint was a stark contrast to anyone else. My lord, your magnanimity knows no bounds. Meeting you must be the luckiest event in my life. The monarch bowed deeply. Lead them well. Remember, Ask Aji for help when necessary. Li Qie ordered. He then turned towards the reticent Aji and said, feel free to look at the sequestered merit laws. As for handling's the reward, you and Crimson Death will be in charge. Your existence shall be a blessing for the world. You have my gratitude. Aji bowed as well. Li Qie chuckled and waved his hand. The group left as commanded. He then turned his attention towards Tai Jian and smiled. You and Aji are different. He's only a spectator while ambition fuels you. But that's fine, the stage is right here, progress is up to you. If you need money, I have money. If you need merit laws and treasures, they're right there. I have given you all the advantages. If you still can't amount to anything, that's your own fault. I understand, young noble. We will do our best to live up to your expectations. Tai Jian solemnly said. I have no expectations. It's just that I have too much money and no place to spend. Li Qie chuckled. He didn't demand anything of the group. Nonetheless, they shall avail themselves to his wealth and do their very best. This is your new home now, do as you please. Li Qie waved. Tai Jian bowed deeply before taking his leave. I don't think there's another master as generous as you, young noble. Lu Qi said after everyone was gone. Then you should think about switching master, no? You'll have all the food and clothes you want afterward. He smiled. Lu Qi smiled wryly and said, it is a blessing of 3 lifetimes to be able to serve you, young noble. However, my life belongs to my lord for what she had done for me. I will follow her till my last breath. She knew that he was special and not inferior to her lord. However, her loyalty remained unwavering. That's her fortune then. He smiled. Young noble, you have a lot of trust in Aji despite his mysteriousness. Su Yun started a new topic. Li Qie had many followers at this point, but the most mysterious was Aji. No one knew a thing about the old man. These followers all had their own goals and agendas. This didn't seem to be the case for Aji. Just 3 meals a day? Impossible. Tai Jian said something similar, but his group desired a lord capable of giving them a stage for expansion. This didn't apply to Aji. The man had no demand and simply wanted to follow Li Qie as if he was a lost soul. Why not? He doesn't look like a bad guy. Li Qie smiled. We can't see his character in such a short time and we know nothing about him. It'll be difficult to guard if he has treacherous intentions. She said. Li Qie even allowed the guy to look at the sealed merit laws of omniscient Tao Lord. This was something Yun couldn't understand. She was still afraid of potential complications by keeping him around. A smart man knows what he should and shouldn't do, and I have no complaints about his intelligence. Li Qie replied. This wasn't enough to dispel Yun's doubt. She remained cautious of the old man. Lu Qi didn't feel the same way. She was stronger and possessed more knowledge of the upper level. She wasn't afraid of the old man being able to harm Li Qie and only had curiosity regarding his identity and goal. Why would such a powerful cultivator choose to lay low and work for Li Qie? Of course, Li Qie didn't care. Aji could do whatever he wanted and leave whenever as well. The arrival of the group was akin to the starting of a new sect despite Li Qie never claiming so. Nonetheless, Omniscient Home was comparable to any power right now after the influx of recruits. Because of this, other sects and countries came to congratulate Li Qie, wanting to please the richest man in the world. Moreover, some tried to start business deals with Li Qie too. His generosity was well documented at this point. Young noble, a few declining powers want to sell their land to you. Su Yun had to do numerous meetings since Li Qie didn't want to see anyone. She then related to Li Qie. Chapter 40-43, Buy them all, why not? Li Qie smiled and agreed. I don't think we should because their territories are far away from us. We can't accept and administrate over them. For example, This estate in Dream Marsh is infested with bandits. We'll just be throwing money away. Ian became worried. Some came to sell Wuxia their properties and land at sky-high prices, aware that Wuxia had too much money. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to consider a few deals as scams. These properties were worthless and too far away from omniscient home. Even if he were to purchase them, he wouldn't be able to go and take over. Ian knew all of this since she had traveled extensively and was far from being a novice. She wanted to refuse right away but still waited to hear Wuxia's opinion. We'll be fine. Send people to take the purchased territories. If there are problems, then subdue them with force. Otherwise, what's the point of feeding all these cultivators? My meals aren't free. Wuxia smiled. Ian agreed with this. The new recruits so far could take on an entire country. Wuxia spent such a monstrous sum already, so they should work for it. I see, then I will carry out your command. Ian agreed to buy the distant territories and estates. Regardless of their conditions and circumstances, they would belong to Wuxia after the purchase. This was time for his new recruits to work. Moreover, it would increase his reach in Sword Continent as well. I'll tell Crimson Death to help you, Wuxia said before summoning the monarch. Train your group well because Ian will be going to take over some properties. Prepare well, we can't let the poor girl go all by herself for this sensitive task. The monarch understood Wuxia's intention right away. This wasn't a charity. Wuxia might be wanting to spend money, but it must also entertain him in some ways. I will do my best to assist Miss Su, my lord. The monarch bowed. Be clear with merits and contributions. Reward those deserving and vice versa. There are plenty of sealed merit laws, use them. Wuxia nodded. The monarch accepted the order and went to carry it out. Because of Wuxia's attitude, Su Yun no longer hesitated in buying unsavory or problematic territories. Nonetheless, she remained relatively picky regarding the purchases. She chose against buying the truly worthless territories even though Wuxia never limited her capital. Thus, the sellers found it impossible to pull a quick one on her. She was decisive and quick in this regard. Wuxia was quite happy with her and joked, "You should just stay here forever and be in charge of administration and transactions." She chuckled in response. She was currently working for Wuxia but would have to leave eventually to return to her clan. Too many came wanting an audience with Wuxia. Some wanted to join him, others wanted to sell their treasures, and more wished to befriend the richest man in the world due to his famous generosity. Wuxia didn't see any of them with the exception of one group. It was none other than Calm Bamboo Princess and the seniors from her sect who had been waiting a long time in the main chamber. Wuxia took his time before arriving. It wasn't that long since the preeminent legacy event. The princess looked the same and still wore a green dress. She brimmed with life force and a refreshing aura. Sitting next to her was an old man adorned in a regal robe. He was clearly a man of status despite having a wooden hairpin instead of a crest to hold his hair. He exuded an ancient aura akin to a pine tree growing on the precipice, unmoved by the winds and rain. His eyes contained a frightening flash despite his best effort to hide his power. This was a mighty heavenly sovereign. Other big shots were nearby, the seniors of the princess from Wooden Sword Holy Kingdom. The princess looked rather obedient this time around, no longer as prideful as arrogant as before. She bowed and introduced the group to Wuxia. "Young noble, please meet our king." The old man turned out to be the ruler of Wooden Sword with the title of Pine Leaf Sword Lord. He was also one of the 6 sect masters of Sword Continent. The 6 were members of the last generation and were quite influential. His kingdom only had one Dao Lord in the past. This didn't deter its prestige. It was founded by Wooden Sword Holy Devil. He was a Dao Lord but had defeated War God Dao Lord before. Keep in mind, this Dao Lord had carried out numerous expeditions against the Forbidden Zones, so he was no slouch. Unfortunately, their founder died in one of the zones later on. The next notable character of the kingdom was their single Dao Lord, Jade Bamboo. He was a jade bamboo demon, and after finishing his Tao, his first deed was recovering their founder's corpse from the Forbidden Zone. Before leaving 8 Desolaces, he took off one of his branches and penetrated the sword burial zone with it. This bought everyone else an opportunity spanning 3,000 years. Moving forward, the kingdom couldn't train another Tao Lord. Nonetheless, it remained as one of the top powers in the continent. Their current king being one of the 6 sect masters was a testament to their prestige. Pineleaf Sword Lord stood up and bowed towards Li Chia. Your reputation precedes you, young noble Li. There is no one else like you in history. He acted as humble as can be despite being a mighty king. Sounds about right. Li Chia smiled and shamelessly accepted the praise. A big shot in the back scowled after hearing this. Young noble, I am here to carry out my end of the bargain, the princess said. However, an ancestor from the kingdom stood up and interrupted her. That's too early to say, little one. We haven't decided yet. The princess wanted to speak but chose to move to the side instead. We're here to settle this dispute with you. The ancestor then turned towards Li Chia. Chapter 40-44. We are here to terminate the agreement. The ancestor uttered coldly. Oh. Li Chia smiled, unintimidated. The princess is young and naive, which is why she agreed to the bet despite not being able to represent herself on something so serious since she's a member of Wooden Sword. So you wish to renege? Li Chia didn't find this surprising. Mind your words now. A different ancestor was unhappy with Li Chia's choice of words. No, you should be minding your words. This is my territory, not Wooden Sword. Li Chia chuckled and gave him the side eye. The third scowled but managed to restrain his anger. The first to speak began again. We're not unreasonable, of course. If you agree to terminate the bet, we will compensate you handsomely. Compensate me? Do you not realize how utterly ridiculous this is? Li Chia burst out in laughter. His wanton laughter soured the ancestor's expression. This attitude could only be viewed as contempt for both themselves and their kingdom. This was unacceptable. Please fix your attitude. One ancestor uttered coldly, clearly unhappy. No, you're the ones that need to reflect on your stance. Your kingdom is indeed a bit famous on the continent, but take a look at yourselves then me. In my eyes, your kingdom is on the verge of declining, and as for you all? A bunch of impoverished old men daring to talk about compensating me with your meager coins? This is akin to beggars wanting to satisfy me, the richest man in the world. How is this not hilarious? Li Chia shook his head and retorted. The ancestor's expression became unsightly and glared at Li Chia. How are you going to compensate me? A few 100 million Tao Lord refined jades? Actually, that might be too much for you, and even in that case, do you think I would actually give a damn? I have billions and billions of Tao Lord refined jades. This is not taking into account the lower level jades. So in short, I don't think you have what it takes. Li Chia added. Li Chia boasted about his wealth just like a parvenu. Nonetheless, they had a hard time retorting since he was indeed the richest in the continent or perhaps all of 8 Desolaces. There were levels to having money as well. To be frank, once one got rich enough, everything they did became acceptable. Even their fart would start smelling good. Li Chia looked at the group, one by one, before smiling. One sliver of my wealth is enough to feed your entire kingdom for 3 generations. So what can you offer me? Tao Lord weapons? I have more than 10. Merit laws? Nah, I just inherited an entire library of Tao Lord merit laws. I'm about to give them to my servants. The ancestors were speechless while listening to him. We are indeed overestimating ourselves in terms of wealth. Pineleaf Sword Lord said, no one can match you in this regard, so there's nothing we can offer. He knew that Li Chia was telling the truth. That legacy simply had everything. Even the Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom couldn't compete with him. Your Majesty, you're lowering our morale, an ancestor whispered to their king. Pineleaf waved his hand and said, I'm merely telling the truth, we need to accept this. The first ancestor took a deep breath and told Li Chia, "Wealth is not everything in this world. Power trumps all. Time for force when diplomacy doesn't work." "Is this a threat?" Li Chia waited for him to finish. "That's not what I'm trying to do." The ancestor replied, "As the saying goes, wealth incites greed. Everyone desires your legacy, so if we both take a step back and team up, you'll gain safety and more room to grow. I'm not looking down on you, but the reality is that I don't even need to do it myself to subdue all of you right now." Li Chia chuckled. "You?" The ancestors became furious. They came prepared this time and brought several top ancestors from their kingdom. They thought that they would be able to face any opponent, even the richest man in the world. Thus, his contempt towards them was unacceptable. "We might not be on the same level as Sea Emperor, but not just anyone can prance in front of us." The first ancestor responded, "If young noble Li wishes to spar, so be it, don't act so tough now." Li Chia smiled and ordered, "Aji, teach them a lesson." A man in gray suddenly appeared next to Li Chia like a specter. He wasn't physically present before, but he heard Li Chia's call and rushed over in the next moment. Both the king and the ancestors became alarmed right away. The sitting ancestors all stood up because the newcomer was just too fast. They didn't see how he got there at all. Even someone as powerful as the king shuddered. Affirmative. Aji bowed towards Li Chia, then stared at the opponents. "Come all at once, don't waste my young noble's time." His nonchalant tone expressed his indifference towards the group. The latter had never been treated this way before. "I hope your identity warrants your arrogance." An ancestor strongly responded. "I don't remember my name anymore, but dealing with you bunch won't be a problem. If your poplar paragon is still alive, then he might be able to fight me," Aji said. His answer froze the entire group. Chapter 40-45. The members of Wooden Sword tried their best to hide their shock. Poplar Paragon would be a foreign title to regular cultivators. However, top experts in the continent all knew the Paragon, the #1 cultivator of Wooden Sword. Unfortunately, the Paragon stopped appearing for a long time now. Even the ancestors of Wooden Sword rarely knew anything about the Paragon's current situation. Only the core members had an idea. Outsiders assumed that the Paragon was dead due to withering vitality and lifespan. Others thought that the Paragon had been sealed and would only come out during an existential crisis for the kingdom. Regardless of the Paragon's current state, the group was shocked to see Aji mentioning the Paragon as a potential opponent. They naturally weren't a match for the Paragon, meaning that they weren't a match for Aji either. They cast glances of doubt at each other. The king then cupped his fist and said, "Senior, were you acquainted with our forefather?" "Too long ago, can't recall." Aji flatly responded, neither confirming nor denying. The group didn't know the answer, only that this old man was definitely stronger than them. The question was, why was he under Li Chia? Just money? They were stuck in a difficult situation. On one hand, they wanted to teach Li Chia a lesson. Alas, this didn't seem to be possible since they would need to defeat Aji first. The king spoke again, "Why not listen to what Ning Zhu has to say?" "Your Majesty, this is a matter of paramount importance. She shouldn't make a decision," the first ancestor hurriedly said. The king interrupted him right away, "Why can't she? This pertains to her life, so she gets to pick. The sect's authority shouldn't infringe on the members' freedom. Little one, what do you think?" He then kindly asked the princess. "Your Majesty, I was the one who caused this problem, so I shall bear it myself. I am willing to stay." A member of Wooden Sword does not renege a bet. She bowed deeply and said, "Well said, well said." The king nodded. "From now on, you are no longer a princess of Wooden Sword." She trembled after hearing this. "Your Majesty." The ancestors became anxious because she was a prized genius of the sect. "This is her decision." He waved his hand, "And she's right, members of Wooden Sword will not renege. This is her fate for losing. But, what do we do about Sea Emperor?" one ancestor asked. Breaking the engagement with Peace Ocean Sword King could have serious consequences, leading to potential war. Since she's going to be my maid, they can come to me if they have a problem with it. Li Qie smilingly interjected. The ancestor snorted, still annoyed with Li Qie. The king sighed and told the princess, "Little one, there is no turning back for you. You're no longer a princess and the sect will have to decide if you'll stay a regular disciple. I thank you for training me, master, and the sect for grooming me. The Holy Kingdom is my home, I will repay this debt one day." She prostrated on the ground, still trembling. Sigh. The king said, "Take good care of yourself now." He then cupped his fist towards Li Qie and added, "Young noble Li, please treat her well." "Of course I will treat my people well." Li Qie smiled. "We're leaving." The king nodded at the princess before ordering the ancestors. "Your Majesty." The ancestors panicked, but the king was already leaving. Most followed him with the exception of a few close to the princess. They talked to her for a bit before leaving to join the group. She bowed towards these ancestors as they were departing. Once they were gone, Li Qie told her, "Fetch water for your first task. Do your best now." He then returned to his room. The princess took a deep breath and tried to calm down. This choice wasn't easy for her today, abandoning her status as a princess and becoming a maid. She could have resisted for quite a while because she had her own kingdom on top of Sea Emperor as her backers. Alas, her final choice was made. If others were to know about this, they would think that she was crazy. Nonetheless, she thought that there was no point in regretting her action. Li Qie was laying down on his comfortable chair. The princess came into the room with a basin filled with water. He didn't open his eyes, seemingly asleep. She crouched down in front of him and took off his shoes, placing his feet into the basin and earnestly washing his feet. She had never done a chore before given her background, let alone washing the feet of a male stranger. Thus, she was slow and clumsy. "You're quite smart," Li Qie said, "but just know that one will get burned eventually when they play with fire." "I don't understand, young noble. I am merely carrying out my end of the bargain," she calmly answered, no longer possessing the same pride as before. "Really now? Who began spying on me even outside the city?" Li Qie chuckled. The princess didn't expect him to know this. She composed herself and said, "I just happened to be there at that time." Li Qie smiled and gently lifted her delicate chin. She looked up and met his gaze. She was gorgeous indeed, with sculpture-like features, especially her red, tantalizing lips. "Sure, that might have been a coincidence," Li Qie said. "I don't think our second meeting inside the city was." She didn't respond. He let go and leaned back down. "You're smart enough to know who can help you. Unfortunately, you're jumping into the pit by doing this." She continued washing his feet for a while before softly asking, "This place is a pit, young noble?" "That depends on what you want," Li Qie replied. "There are pros and cons in everything. It applies in this situation as well. I do not regret my choice. I am your follower now," she replied. "The descendant of Jade Bamboo Dao Lord is impressive. Your intelligence alone does not shame your prestigious and pure bloodline. Just know that being too smart can backfire sometimes," Li Qie said. She started trembling again because he knew her true background, something misunderstood by others. 1. Ning Zhu is calm bamboo. It's unclear whether this is a title or a name. It should be a title, but he's using it as a name instead of a real name here. Chapter 40-46. The kingdom never explicitly stated nor confirmed her background. Others assumed that she was a Jade Bamboo demon. They didn't know that she was the descendant of Jade Bamboo Dao Lord on top of possessing an exceedingly pure bloodline. After all, too many generations have passed and the direct branch was no longer there. Furthermore, bloodlines would also become thinner with time before disappearing altogether. Alas, there were exceptions to everything. One or two descendants later down the line might somehow possess a pure bloodline. This was an extremely rare occurrence, being born with a pure Dao Lord bloodline. In these special cases, the lucky child would have an exceedingly bright future far exceeding their peers. For Calm Bamboo Princess, she was able to become the successor of Wooden Sword and the direct disciple of the king due to her innate gifts. Only the core ancestors of the kingdom had access to this knowledge, but now, Wuxia easily figured it out. She took a deep breath and felt as if she was completely naked. All of her secrets were out in the open before him. "I am in awe of your vision, young noble," she said, looking as obedient as can be, as if she has become a different person. "Having a jade is a crime." Wuxia smiled. "Being born with a pure bloodline is the same as having a piece of jade since birth. That's why Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom picked you." Peace Ocean Sword King was the current ruler of the strongest lineage in Sword Continent. No need to elaborate any further regarding his prestige and authority. Numerous sects would be more than willing to become in-laws with Sea Emperor. However, the latter eventually chose Calm Bamboo Princess. There was obviously a reason: her pure Dao Lord bloodline. "Right, the engagement started during my youth." She nodded. "The conditions must have been quite favorable." Wooden Sword doesn't need resources." "What was the demand?" Wuxia smiled. Wooden Sword was powerful, but in this scenario, it was the one reaching up. Nonetheless, one could also say that the princess' future was bright either way. Thus, Wooden Sword should have more plans before picking this engagement. She opened her mouth but hesitated, only letting out a sigh. "Let me guess." He answered his own question: "They want a child." Wooden Sword should have fully supported the princess given her bloodline. Why did they want to send her away? "Right," she admitted with a nod. For Wooden Sword, this engagement would net them a powerful ally. Moreover, Peace Ocean Sword King was talented enough to have a good chance of becoming the next Dao Lord. Thus, the child of these two would be supreme. If such a child was given to Wooden Sword as its future successor, they might be able to have a Dao Lord as well. Furthermore, it would strongly bolster the ties between the two sections. The above factors made Wooden Sword agree to the engagement. "But you don't want to." Wuxia smiled and knew all of this. She looked up at him and said, "No one wants to be controlled and manipulated." As a disciple back then, she had no power or the right to oppose the marriage. This didn't change even after she became the successor. She naturally didn't want this deep in her heart. Becoming the future queen of Sea Emperor sounded prestigious and glorious. Alas, she knew that she was being used as a tool for reproduction. Unfortunately, resistance was futile. The majority of ancestors in Wooden Sword agreed to this engagement, so her hands were tied. "That's why you picked me." The audacity. Wuxia shook his head. "Someone as unfathomable as yourself should be capable and wise," the princess said. She had thought about various methods to escape this marriage despite being aware of the futility. Who would dare to offend Sea Emperor? After the engagement was formalized, not even Wooden Sword could change its mind. However, Wuxia's appearance gave her hope. His miraculous abilities made her think that he would be able to oppose Sea Emperor. This was the reason why she staged the next meetings and the bet. "I don't know about all of that, but is it wise for you to sell yourself to me as a maid?" Wuxia chuckled. She pondered for a moment before replying. Being the future queen of Sea Emperor might not be better or more prestigious than a maid. She ruminated on this issue plenty in the past after observing Wuxia before making the decision. On the surface, the answer was obvious. The queen was countless times nobler than a maid. However, she disagreed with this because she would become nothing more than a reproduction tool for sale. Therefore, taking this risk was necessary. She bet everything on Wuxia's abilities. "All I can say is that Wooden Sword is run by idiots, to give up a good seed like you." Wuxia laughed. "His Majesty treated me like a daughter and taught me everything." She shook her head. A few opposed the engagement. Her master was one of them, but unfortunately, he couldn't make the decision alone. Well, since you have chosen to join my side, do your best to serve me now. Li Qie ended it there. I never regret a decision once made. She solemnly said, then went back to her task of washing his feet. After she was finished, she left quietly instead of bothering him. There's potential here. Lu Qi appeared next to Li Qie like a specter. Indeed, very smart. Worthy of further grooming. Li Qie smiled. Chapter 40-47. Omniscient home remained lively with the horde coming to congratulate Li Qie. Of course, none of them got a glimpse of him and only saw Su Yun instead. There was one exception. Today, she came and asked him, young noble, the sect master of Armament Mountain wishes to have an audience for an important matter. You're making an exception today. What's the reason? Li Qie smiled since no one else in the last several days was introduced by Ian. Yes, young noble. She nodded and said, Master Shi was kind to me during my travels. I have no choice but to put on a thick skin and ask you to see her, but if you don't wish to see anyone, I'll tell her to leave. I can't refuse once you've asked. Let her come. He didn't mind. Thank you, young noble. She bowed, aware that he was being considerate and doing her a favor. A while later, she brought another woman into the chamber. The latter's presence lit up the room right away. She wore a purple dress unaccompanied by other ornaments. Nonetheless, the craftsmanship alone made its value apparent. She was a true beauty with curves in all the right places. The slightest movement from her would captivate any audience. Despite her sexy figure, her face was one of authoritative elegance instead of seduction, starry eyes, crescent eyebrows, and a shape of perfect proportions. Two contrasting styles manifested in her, nobility and sensuality. I am Shi Shue, a member of Armament Mountain. It's a pleasure to meet you, young noble Li. She bowed deeply towards him and introduced herself. She was no ordinary disciple but was the sect master of War Mountain. Another status of her was being one of the 6 kings in Sword Continent. She belonged in the same generation as Peace Ocean Sword King, only a little older. Her reputation matched his. Armament Mountain was created by Armament Dao Lord. It had 2 Dao Lords and was close to being as strong as sects such as Sword Temple and Nine Will Citadel. She purposely displayed humility by introducing herself as a member of Armament instead of the sect master. I'm sure it has to be an important matter to bring you here, Sect Master Shi. Li Qie invited her to sit down. Yes, young noble. The truth is that I'm here to ask for help, hoping that you'll be able to solve a problem plaguing us. She got straight to the point. I don't have much outside of money. If money can solve it, then I will help you out of consideration for Ian. As for anything else, I'm afraid I can't guarantee anything. He responded. I wouldn't be here to bother you if money can solve it. I'm also aware that money is a trivial issue for the world's richest man. She glanced at Ian before smiling wryly and shaking her head. I do enjoy hearing praises. He nodded. Go on. Something happened in our sect and we are powerless. Please come to our mountain and help us. She said. I see, if it's something dangerous such as the place being haunted, I don't think I can help. He replied. How do you know, young noble? She thought that Li Qie knew what was going on despite her vague description. Just a guess. You wouldn't be here asking an outsider for help if it were an internal conflict. If it was an external enemy, you wouldn't be as calm. It has to be something strange and bizarre for you to think of me. Li Qie said. You're right, young noble. Looks like I have found the right person. You will definitely be able to help. She commented. Hold it. Don't you know that the only thing I know how to do right now is to spend and spend some more? He shook his head. You're joking, young noble. You are unmatched in the current generation and are comparable to omniscient Dao Lord. Your benevolence knows no bounds and everything you do is nothing short of a miracle. You're going to make me conceited with all these praises. I might just have to say yes. He smiled, but then again, a new rich like me can't do anything unrelated to money. You found the wrong person. You're the only one who opened the preeminent legacy. If you're incapable, then everyone else is worthless. She solemnly said. Pretty and know just what to say. But don't you think I was just lucky? He asked. No, countless have tested their luck in history, but you're the only one successful after a single attempt. This level of luck doesn't exist. She answered. You're making it really difficult for me to refuse. He said. So you'll help? She became excited. Fine, since you're sensible, beautiful, and smart, I'll take a trip to Armament Mountain. It's not a big deal, just know that my price is very, very high. I don't give out free lunches. He smiled. Well, she hesitated after hearing this. Although her sect was definitely first-rate in both power and wealth, it would be silly to talk about wealth in front of Wuxia. He might find a sum normally considered large to others as insulting. However, they wouldn't be able to afford a sky-high price. Sects had a limit to their wealth, unlike Wuxia. May I ask what you want, young noble? She said, hoping that he would go easy on them. He stroked his chin. There aren't that many things in armament that I'm interested in. Maybe just that peak. Peak. She shuddered after hearing this and blurted out, You're talking about the peak left behind by our progenitor? What else can it be? He chuckled. Armament Dao Lord was known as a master of weapons. However, other weapons paled before the sword in this land. The Dao Lord went against the grain and didn't cultivate the sword Dao, becoming the master of all weapons. Strangely enough, the only weapon he refused to train was the sword. According to the rumor, he once took back a peak from one of the 7 forbidden zones, sword burial. It was then used as an armory. His fascinating deeds earned him great fame. Some even listed him among the top 10 Dao Lords. Chapter 40-48, The peak remained in Armament Mountain for generations. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it served as a foundation for armament. Historians went as far as stating that the prosperity of armament was predicated on its possession of this peak. Thus, it was more important than anything. I'm afraid I can't agree to your request. Most importantly, neither I nor anyone else in armament can make this decision. She shook her head. Armament could not use this peak as a transaction regardless of the circumstances. Even their second Dao Lord, God Ape Dao Lord, lacked the authority. To do so was the same as betraying the sect or disrespecting the progenitor, punishable by death. Then there's nothing I can do. Your mountain doesn't have anything else that interests me. He smiled. She didn't know how to respond despite planning meticulously before meeting him. The issue for her was that Wuxia was special. Their sect could deal with anyone else's demand, but his wealth was on another level. They were nothing more than a destitute group compared to him. Persuasion became difficult and she couldn't come up with another treasure or condition to tempt him. Young noble, why not let the sect master talk about the situation there first? Su Iyun decided to help out. Since Iyun is helping you out, go for it. He smiled. Something strange is happening, it's like we're haunted. Ingxue took a deep breath and said. Haunted? Iyun didn't expect to hear this at all. Others would find this hilarious because cultivators went against the laws of nature. Ghosts in the mortal sense simply didn't exist. At the very best, they were mere spirits with grudges or obsessions. This belief was especially true for the more powerful cultivators. They weren't intimidated in the slightest. In this case, one of the 6 kings was having this type of problem. Normally, cemeteries or the wilderness would be the perfect places for ghost stories. On the other hand, Armament Mountain was filled with powerful disciples, not to mention their ancestors. Ghosts must be tired of living for causing trouble there. Alas, Ingxue had no reason to lie to them. It's true. Ingxue smiled wryly, it's only happening recently. We have people disappearing every night, Could it be an enemy? Killing then destroying the corpses, Ian suggested, but then again, she herself found this implausible. Armament Mountain had impressive defensive lines and barriers. If someone could sneak there and kill the disciples without being spotted, they would be powerful enough to not need to do so in the first place. No. Yingxue elaborated, those who disappeared would come back on the next day. Even ancestors have experienced this. No one has died yet. How bizarre. Ian remarked. Yes, they said that they instantly lost all senses and woke up completely naked in the morning. Yingxue smiled wryly. They got robbed. This was Ian's first thought after hearing about their condition. Alas, this didn't make any sense either. Once again, someone strong enough to do this in armament could do so in the open instead. They would look down on such an act. I'm not sure. Yingxue pondered for a bit before adding, one of our ancestors experienced this as well. Before losing his senses, he said it felt as if something swallowed him. He couldn't resist at all before losing consciousness. A monster then? Ian said, but this felt more like a ghost encounter rather than a monster encounter. No one ever saw the ambusher's appearance. Yingxue shook her head. This problem was kept a secret, but the entire mountain clamored over it. They searched the entire sect but didn't find a single clue. Ancestors calculated the various possibilities to no avail. In fact, they heightened their defensive barriers to the peak level. Disciples and elders patrolled the boundary, but it kept on happening. This creeped everyone out. Even in the case of a powerful enemy, they would be able to see and know them. This would be less frightening than facing the unknown. Thus, they could only consider the place as being haunted, something ridiculous in the cultivation world. This was the reason why Yingxue had to ask Li Qie for help. Is it a mischievous game? Doesn't quite seem like it. Ian wondered. Who would be doing it then? Yingxue smiled wryly. No one has been hurt yet, so the ancestors had thought about this possibility. However, which top master in Sword Continent would have the time to play around with them? What do you think, young noble? Ian asked Li Qie. Chapter 40-49, Armament Mountain, 1 Sect, 2 Dao Lords. It was created by Armament Dao Lord and revitalized later by God Ape Dao Lord. The Dao of the Sword dominated this continent. 90% of sects here focused on this Dao. The rest had a hard time keeping up. Armament Mountain was an exception. It maintained regional supremacy while focusing on other weapons, saber, hammer, spear. It had used every other weapon before to great effect with one exception, the sword. Armament Dao Lord stood out even among his peers due to his versatility. There was no way the sword Dao was too difficult for him. Most believed that given his talents, he would have dominated the continent with this Dao as well. Thus, the actual story perplexed future generations. This issue has been discussed over and over again, resulting in numerous explanations and theories. One stated that he was bullied by a swordsman during his youth. Thus, he had a grudge against the sword. Another talked about him having a fiancée taken away by a sword genius. Therefore, he swore to oppose the sword Dao, wanting to defeat it. A third explained that due to his incredible talents, he had a unique pursuit. Since the sword Dao was already on top during his generation, he didn't wish to follow the previous sages. Thus, he chose the other weapons in order to become a unique cultivator. He never confirmed any of these theories before, so it became an eternal mystery. Moreover, some were ridiculous anyway. Though his sect only had 2 Dao Lords, it might not be weaker than those with 3 or more Dao Lords either. From a distance, Armament Mountain looked as if there were hundreds of peaks crowding together. All of them had a different formation. One was tall and perilous, just like a spear pointing at the sky. Another was thick and heavy, resembling a hammer. One more was a precipice in the shape of a saber. This was quite a sight to behold. When observing deeper inside the sect, there was one particular peak shrouded by clouds and mists. It wasn't that large compared to some of its friends. However, it occasionally flashed brightly just like a treasure grove. It was the size of a tiny boat amidst an ocean of clouds. However, it surpassed everything else and became the core of the sect. The most majestic and divine peak here still seemed inferior in comparison. The others seemed to be crowding in this place just to prostrate and offer their respect to this one. It served as the foundation of Armament Mountain, the one taken back from a forbidden zone. Li Qie followed Shering Xue back to her sect. He didn't bring anyone except Calm Bamboo Princess. Once they got close enough, they started observing the sect. Armament Mountain is as magnificent as ever. The princess became sentimental. The only difference now was that she was a maid instead of a princess. It has been several years since your last visit, Your Highness. Yingxue nodded. Please call me Ningzhu instead. I'm no longer a princess of wooden sword and do not dare to use this title any longer. Ningzhu said. Yingxue's eyes shifted between Ningzhu and Li Qie. She had heard of the bet between these two before. Outsiders would consider a princess becoming a maid a fall from grace. She didn't agree, but it would be improper to comment on it. That peak isn't bad. Li Qie's focus was on the tiny peak. It's brought back by our progenitor from the Sword Burial Forbidden Zone. It is the very foundation of Armament Mountain, that's why none of us can use it in a transaction. Yingxue chuckled awkwardly while trying to spell it out for Li Qie. He smiled and knew her intention, choosing not to force the issue. He only gave it a brief glance before staring at something else. Next to the sect was a field. It looked rather plain compared to the majestic peaks nearby. What is that place? Does it also belong to your sect? He asked. Yes, young noble. It belongs to the Tang before and is also under our jurisdiction. She looked over and answered. She was curious about his interest in the plain. Her sect didn't pay attention to it despite the close vicinity due to its desolate and barren nature. Armament Mountain administered a large territory, but not all the lands belonged to them. For example, this plain still belonged to the Tang. The Tang had a legendary character once. It's just that they have declined with few members left. She added. She wasn't too certain because due to the Tang's current state, they had no connection with a big shot like her. The Tang wanted to sell all of their land and properties to Armament Mountain. However, her sect had no interest in this deal. This was the only reason why she remembered them. I see. He smiled. She remained curious but didn't ask him for elaboration. The trio then started heading for Armament Mountain again. They met many disciples on the outskirts who instantly greeted their sect master. Sect master. Their trip was interrupted by an anxious old man who ran up to them. What's the matter, elder son? Yingxue slightly frowned after seeing his abnormal expression. A little problem. The elder glanced at Li Qie and Yun before whispering to Yingxue. Yingxue's expression became serious after hearing this. Something must have happened in the sect. She pondered for a bit before telling Li Qie, I'm afraid there are internal matters I have to take care of, young noble. Please rest in our courtyard for now and I'll take you on a tour of the sect once I'm finished. 1. I'll use Ningzhu instead of Calm Bamboo from now on. Chapter 40-50. Shering Xue initially invited Li Qie to look at their problem. Alas, unexpected development forced her to put this on hold. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Go ahead and take care of your business, I'll be looking around in the meantime. Come find me when you're done. She felt bad about it but there was no time to linger around. She bowed deeply and apologized. Please forgive me for the lack of reception. Armament Mountain will make it up to you later. Go. He waved his hand since he wasn't in a rush to solve anything. She then followed the elder. The two looked to be in a hurry. They're under attack? Ningzhu wondered after seeing this. After all the trouble Shering Xue went through to invite Li Qie, she should have prepared an official welcoming party for him. Ultimately, she needed to please him for his support. But now, they haven't even made it to the sect and she chose to leave him behind. It must have been something important to warrant such an improper departure. Ning Zhu thought that the only explanation was that enemies were invading. However, the place looked peaceful with no sign of warfare at all. Plus, how many sects would dare to attack Armament Mountain? What else could it be then? Li Qie glanced at the peaks for a moment before speaking. She probably can't guarantee her own safety, that's why she left me here. What? Ning Zhu couldn't believe it and started speculating. Something is happening internally? She was no stranger to political games and power struggles. However, Shering Xue always had full support as the sect master of armament. What was going on? It wouldn't be easy to replace one of the 6 kings. Nonetheless, her hasty departure was an ominous sign, a testament to the precariousness of the situation. Ning Zhu thought about certain rumors pertaining to Armament Mountain. As the Princess of Wooden Sword, she had access to many rumors and mysteries. Who is forcing her? She didn't want to overly dwell on this issue since it was none of her business. Let's just take a look around since we're here anyway. Li Qie smiled, not caring about armament's development. Ning Zhu stopped pondering and gave chase. She quietly asked, "Young noble, what do you think is behind all of this?" She couldn't ask him when Shering Xue was around. She was curious after hearing about it along the way. "You tell me since you're so smart." He stared at her. "I'm only a foolish maid, unable to grasp the situation," to which she responded. "Stop, there are only the 2 of us here, no need to play dumb." He waved his hand. "You're too kind, young noble." She bowed slightly before speaking her mind. "It doesn't seem dangerous, but this is a sign of a future problem. It'll turn into a disaster soon enough. Given the circumstances, I don't think it has anything to do with the outside world. The source might be Armament Mountain itself. Certain things are inevitable. You reap what you sow," he responded. "What do you mean, young noble?" she asked. He didn't answer and moved on ahead. "Reap what you sow?" She repeated and carefully digested this information. She then glanced back at the mountain range, seemingly realizing something. Once she stopped ruminating, Li Qie was far away, so she had to catch up. He didn't go to Armament nor look for any disciple from there. His destination was the plain belonging to the Tang. The massive plain looked pristine and desolate. Unfortunately, it was also barren. It was flat enough to seemingly give unrestricted vision to the other end. There were no rivers and lakes. The grass was yellow and dried up due to a lack of water. All of this resulted in a depressing atmosphere. One thing of note on this flat plain were mud piles scattered everywhere. They seemed to have accumulated across the years and had grass growing on top. Li Qie stopped in front of one and took a look. Ning Zhu became curious. What was special about this dirt pile? "Clean it up a bit," he ordered. She immediately began removing the grass and dirt without any hesitation, despite this being her first experience with such a dirty task. After she finished, she realized that there was something beneath, a little thing resembling a fort. However, as she looked closer, it wasn't one since it didn't have a gate. She also noted that although it looked like black rocks on the surface, they were actually thick Dao runes assembled together. What is this? The only thing she was certain of was that someone made this. Due to her curiosity, she began cleaning another dirt pile not far from there without receiving Li Qie's command. Another tiny fort appeared, looking identical outside of some minor details. She then looked across the plains and took note of their position. They were inconspicuous, just like rocks. No one else would take a second look. However, she then realized that there was an order to their placement. Unfortunately, she couldn't come up with a pattern in such a short time. "What are they?" she asked Li Qie. He smiled and stared at the plain. "Those in the past have spent great effort on this." Chapter 40-51. Ning Zhu followed Li Qie as he scouted the entire plain. They eventually came across broken walls and bricks as well. These pieces have been here for who knows how many years. She could tell that there used to be a metropolis here due to the high quality and luxurious tiles. Furthermore, they also found statues everywhere underground. Only some had minor parts exposed. It must have been an incredible city. As time passed, it fell into a decline and lost its population. Everything else crumbled from a lack of upkeep. The plains of the Tang. I have heard about how rich this clan used to be before. Ning Zhu commented, then glanced at Li Qia. Armament Mountain wasn't a thing back then. The forefather of the Tang was renowned because of his miraculous success. Yes, quite rich, Tang Ben. Li Qia smiled. You've heard stories about him, young noble? Ning Zhu found this surprising. She only knew a little bit about the legends of the Tang. This was her first time in the plain despite having visited Armament Mountain before. After all, the Tang had fallen, so there was no need for her to visit. Just coincidentally heard a few things about them. For example, their moneyfall method is wonderful. Yes, young noble, I've also read about this method from an ancient scroll before. Ning Zhu replied. The forefather of the Tang had mediocre cultivation but plenty of money. His moneyfall method was unique and incredible. It wasn't an unstoppable merit law or anything, just a way to use money. This method channeled the chaos energy and laws inside refined jades. When these jades fell to the ground, they would erupt with an immense force capable of pushing back mighty enemies. Thus, Tang Ben defeated famous cultivators with his crafty invention. In fact, some in the present day believe that the classifications of refined jades were established by him. He was a mysterious character. No one knew where he came from, only that he was extremely rich from the very start. During his clan's prosperous era, this plain served as the largest financial center in Sword Continent. Unfortunately, there were no capable successors after his departure. The clan fell into ruins along with the plain. It eventually became a tributary to the newly risen Armament Mountain. Ning Zhu found this character interesting because there were many similarities between him and Li Qia. Both had meager cultivation yet plenty of money. The difference was that Li Qia's source of wealth was known by all. This wasn't the case for Tang Ben. Nonetheless, she thought that this might be the reason why Li Qia chose to visit the plain first instead of Armament Mountain. You think I'm a descendant of the Tang? Li Qia noticed her gaze and smiled. Not necessarily, but I'm sure your future will just be as glorious as their golden age. She shook her head in response. I myself don't know what I will accomplish in the future, so don't be so confident in me. He said. I trust in you along with my vision and intuition. You're not one of us, you're a dragon soaring above the firmament. This is only a temporary stay for you. She said earnestly with no hint of flattery. I've told you before, being too smart can cause trouble. He smiled. I understand and will keep this in mind. She bowed. Seems like you know how to deal with me. He said. Of course not, a little girl such as myself can't hope to control your greatness. Everything is happening according to your plan, I am merely a follower that hopes to ride your coattails. She humbly articulated. He only smiled in response. They eventually reached the center of the plain. There existed an old building, one of the few standing structures of the great city. The surrounding was filled with bricks covered in dirt and weed. This building clearly belonged to a rich family. It had dozens of individual houses, enough to house several hundred servants. Now, it looked on the verge of collapsing. Most surprisingly, there were still people living here, not cultivators, only servants. Great Immortal, what is the reason for your arrival? They hurriedly bowed towards Li Qia and Zhu Ning. In their eyes, cultivators were immortals capable of traversing the world freely. Moreover, Ning Zhu's appearance and aura matched one perfectly. You own this building? Li Qia looked around and saw no one else. Great Immortal, it belongs to our master, a member of the Tang. Our branch has inherited everything here. The oldest servant respectfully responded. Do you wish to buy this place, Immortal? Another clever one asked. Oh, it's for sale? Li Chia appeared amused and interested. Yes, our master has been trying to sell it. The oldest servant replied. To be exact, the descendants of the Tang attempted to sell for a long time now, not just this place but the entire plain. They wanted to sell to Armament Mountain the most. In their mind, this sect could afford the asking price. On the other hand, Armament Mountain thought that this plain was not valuable, especially not for that high price. Where is your master? The young noble will buy your plain. The princess said. Fairy, the master is at Armament City on business right now. If you wish to buy, please go find the master there. One servant answered. The rest became anxious because, despite the low salary, they were still allowed to live here. The new master, on the contrary, might kick them out the door. Chapter 40-52, Let's take a look in the city then. Li Chia smiled after finding out the situation from the servants. Ning Zhu followed Li Chia while the servants felt unrest about their future. They didn't dare to say a thing when the two were still around. Cultivators were immortals in their eyes. They were nothing more than insects that could be crushed at any moment. Just a whim of these beings could change all of their fate. They heaved a sigh of relief when the two finally left and quietly talked among themselves. As Li Chia and Ning Zhu stood not far from the gate, the ground suddenly quaked violently with no end in sight. Ning Zhu was surprised. Li Chia immediately gazed at the core peak of Armament Mountain. It was trembling hard enough to affect the entire sect and more. Rumble. There seemed to be something in there wanting to break out. Its peak exuded waves of light, not overly blinding but enough to cause spatial ripples. The light waves harmonized perfectly with each quake, as seamless as a master calligrapher writing a Tao chapter. The quaking was tolerable but still alerted all the members of Armament Mountain. The disciples, elders, and ancestors paid full attention. The tiny peak had enough pull to affect everything about it, perhaps even all of Sword Continent. People got the illusion that it was the foundation of the continent. What's happening with the ancestral peak? Even an elderly ancestor became startled. Nothing like this had ever happened before. A friend of his felt the same way. The slumbering ancestor buried deep underground also woke up and took a deep breath. This peak has always been calm and peaceful. This was completely unprecedented. How ominous. One of them let their imagination run wild. For the regular disciples, they were panic-stricken, unaware of what was going on. Boom! The light waves came together above. The pressure alone nearly crushed the sky vault, resulting in a portal materialization. However, the radiant scene didn't last long. The light eventually dispersed and disappeared from sight. The quaking stopped as well. Everything returned to normal while people exchanged glances of confusion. One thing was for certain, this was no illusion or dream. It's over? One disciple didn't expect the abrupt ending. The majority thought that something monumental was about to happen, not a return to normalcy. Alas, the ancestors and elders didn't think so. They initiated a conference to talk about the possibilities and potential countermeasures. Could this be a reaction from the recent problem? One ancestor worriedly said. The kidnapping of disciples recently has been plaguing these ancestors even though no one had died yet. The material losses weren't substantial either. Thus, they connected the two recent events together. Maybe the ancestors are warning us about the future? One of them boldly guessed. The group thought that this was also possible. After all, the peak was brought here by their Tao Lord for the sake of protection. It could be warning them about an incoming disaster. Maybe it has nothing to do with our sect and is coming from the Forbidden Zone. An erudite elder said. What do you mean? A different ancestor asked. Don't forget that our ancestral peak originated from the Sword Burial Zone, so in a sense, they're from the same vein. Sword Burial has been missing for a long time now. Its reappearance might be soon. The elder analyzed. They didn't know how their progenitor obtained this peak nor the exact location, only that it came from Sword Burial. But nothing happened during its last appearance. There was no harmonization. An elder said. This went on for a while and no one drew a definite conclusion. We need to talk to the sect master. An elder suggested. Some of them looked around. One ancestor eventually replied, it's not the right time. Wait until the sect master's matter is done first before bringing this up. No one answered. A few thought that it wouldn't be easy for the sect master to deal with her problems. What's going on? Ning Zhu saw the disturbance at the ancestral peak and became startled. She knew that this was historically unprecedented despite not being a member of Armament Mountain. As I've said, it's only a matter of time. Li Qie smilingly stared at the peak. This doesn't look good for armament. She replied after considering the recent troubling events here, young noble, do you think this is connected to the kidnapping? You're mixing the crux of the issue. He said. You're saying that the true problem lies in the ancestral peak, young noble? She said. Yes, but be patient because the fun is just beginning. Just wait and see. He said. She was certain that this so-called fun wasn't going to be fun for anyone. Do you wish to help the sect master? She brought up a different matter. We'll see if she can deal with her own problems first. He responded indifferently before turning towards the plain of the Tang. Plus, there's something more interesting here anyway. Armament Mountain can wait. She also gazed in the same direction. Though the tiny fortresses were strange and old, she didn't understand why Li Qie was so interested in this area. Let's go to the city, we have to buy it. He smiled and moved on. Chapter 4053. If the actual sect of armament was the vantage point, then Armament City would be to the left and the Tang's plain would be to the right. They were strikingly different, desolate versus prosperous. The city had verdant hills, beautiful peaks with waterfalls occupied by animals and birds. Buildings scattered on the rolling terrains, from the base to the peak. Streets paved the peaks, then bridges connected them together. From a distance, it looked rather lively and populated, a combination of a large city yet still maintaining a touch of nature. It truly put the plain of the Tang to shame. It belonged to Armament Mountain, unlike the Tang's plain. Its importance might be second only to the actual sect. In other words, it was part of the main branch while the plain played the part of a bastard. Cultivators from all over the continent came here for business or just sightseeing. Humans and demons made up the majority of the diverse locals and visitors. Why were there so many demons here? This was due to the second Tao Lord of Armament, God Ape Tao Lord. He used to be an ape that gained enlightenment through the Tao. He then joined Armament Mountain to learn more about cultivation. After becoming a Tao Lord, he didn't forget his roots and frequently had Tao lectures for other demons. Random animals and vegetation were also enlightened by him and turned into demons. During his generation, the demon population in Armament reached around 50% or so. This trend persisted to the present day, albeit not on the same level. Li Qie and Ning Zhu's arrival in the city attracted ample attention. Of course, people paid attention to Ning Zhu. Li Qie's ordinary appearance was inconspicuous. On the other hand, Ning Zhu was gorgeous, but most importantly, her aura always made her stand out like a crane among a flock of chickens. It was impossible for her to keep a low profile. After all, everyone enjoyed staring at beautiful things. Some recognized her and came forward. Among them was a youth who was ecstatic to see her. He ran over and loudly greeted, "Your Highness." He wore a white robe that was tightly wrapped, revealing his powerful muscles. He was quite spirited, not in an arrogant and haughty manner but simply brimming with power like a wild leopard. An old-looking saber was hanging by his waist. Its shine seemed to be a sign of love. Its master must have been diligent in polishing and keeping it clean. This saber user was full of youthful energy, akin to the rising sun at dawn. His joy after seeing Ning Zhu was written on his face. "It's been 3 years since our last meeting, Your Highness. It is an honor to see you again," he said. "Young noble Lu, long time no see." Your cultivation has improved again. She nodded. You're too kind. He couldn't avert his eyes from her, looking completely infatuated. He tried his best to stay calm and praised her without holding back. You're still as pretty as a fairy, so unforgettable. Thank you, young noble Lu. She calmly answered while still following Wuxia. Why are you here, Your Highness? Is it because of the commotion at the ancestral peak? I've heard that many experts have arrived because it has something to do with sword burial. It might appear near here in this generation. He then looked around first, looking mysterious, and lowered his voice. Many geniuses have come too. They want to be the first to get to the zone if it actually shows up. He wanted to divulge everything possible to her, wanting to both curry favor and show off his knowledge. Your Highness, are you here alone? If you're interested in sword burial, how about we go together? Teaming up will make things easier since it'll be very competitive. Everyone wants the divine sword. He added. I appreciate your invitation. She nodded politely and said, but I am here on business with the young noble. She then walked closer and stood behind Wuxia. The youth finally noticed Wuxia after hearing this. In fact, ever since he got here, his eyes didn't move an inch from Ningzhu. Plus, even if he had seen Wuxia, he wouldn't have thought that these two were together. This gentleman is, the youth found it surprising. Why was this junior accompanying the princess? This is young noble Li. She introduced briefly, young noble, he is one of the 4 weapon heroes, Blade Rain young noble Lu Yushang. Wuxia smiled and nodded at the youth. The 4 weapon heroes were famous alongside the 10 sword prodigies. They just used different weapons instead of swords. 10-4, this was another sign of the sword supremacy in this continent. Lu Yushang was well liked by the young generation, especially those from weaker sects or vagabonds. The latter viewed him as an idol. The reason was very simple, he was one of the few geniuses with no background to speak of. For example, Princess Ningzhu, Pendant Sword Lady, Star Shooter Prince. They were all from prestigious clans and sections. He came from a weak sect near Wooden Sword that no one had heard of before. People would only talk about him, not his sect. However, he was gifted enough to learn a top saber art, enough to let him roam freely around the world. This was the reason why those with humble beginnings thought so highly of him. Due to their locations, Lu Yushang had met the princess long ago. He fell in love at first sight, unable to control himself whenever they met. You're that Wuxia? He immediately asked. Everyone knew about this legendary guy, the luckiest in the world. That's my name. Wuxia smiled. Yushang had no interest in Wuxia. He stared at the princess and hesitated. Your Highness, he had heard of the bet before but didn't pay it any attention. How could a parvenu compare to the princess of Wooden Sword? Chapter 40-54. Lu Yushang thought that Wooden Sword was more than enough to take care of Wuxia. This was before mentioning their other ally, Sea Emperor. Thus, this bet should have been inconsequential and Wuxia should have been smart enough to never bring it up. No one expected the princess to lose on top of carrying out the bet. Though he felt great sadness and even jealousy due to her engagement with Peace Ocean Sword King, he knew that he couldn't compare to the king in any aspect. The two were indeed a perfect match. It was impossible to criticize the engagement. This wasn't the case here. Wuxia was a nobody that got rich overnight. He had no power to speak of, no background and no talent, only dirty money. The guy was not suitable for the princess, let alone making her his maid. This was truly insulting. Yushang couldn't accept this reality after seeing the duo together. Your Highness, there were thousands of methods to take care of this bet, you didn't have to do this to yourself. He took a deep breath and said. He viewed her as a damsel in distress and wanted nothing more than to be the hero in this story. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I am doing perfectly fine. She nodded and said. Your Highness, you are a jewel of nobility who doesn't deserve to suffer by being with this commoner. If you require help, I will do anything to get you out of this. He hurriedly responded, seemingly willing to go as far as killing Li Qie to save her. Then who is a good match for the princess? Li Qie didn't become angry and asked. Yushang despised Li Qie for putting the princess through this and did everything he could to refrain from unsheathing his weapon. He glared at Li Qie and said, "She is a phoenix among men, an immortal from above. You're definitely not worthy since you have nothing beyond dirty money." He spoke directly and harshly, not afraid of offending Li Qie. The latter clapped while laughing. "You're perfectly right. I love to hear that I have nothing outside of dirty money since it's so true. I'm just so busy with all of this money, how am I going to spend all of it?" Yushang didn't expect this and thought that Li Qie would have become angry. This would give him an opportunity to teach Li Qie a lesson and potentially take the princess away. This was his first time seeing such a strange man. Who would enjoy being insulted like this? Ning Zhu couldn't help but chuckle after seeing Li Qie's playful laughter. Yushang was captivated by her beautiful smile. He focused up and glared at Li Qie. "It's good that you're aware. Now, you should know what to do. Keep on troubling the princess is unwise, it might be the cause of your death, don't preach now." Li Qie waved his hand. "My dirty money can take your dog life whenever. I just need to give a 300 million reward and your head would be in front of my door the next day. It's that simple." Yushang turned red from rage. Normally, the newly rich really had nothing but money. The issue here was that Li Qie's wealth was on the highest level, resulting in immense influence and authority. He admitted that given that sum, someone would really kill him for Li Qie. After all, his sect was weak, so the big shots would have no qualms in killing him. He felt humiliated by being inferior to dirty money. "The path of cultivation was not easy for you. Return from whence you came and keep on doing your best," Li Qie said. However, Yushang viewed the piece of advice as utter contempt. "You think too highly of yourself. I, Lu Yushang, will not be beaten by your dirty money." He gripped the hilt of his saber and uttered coldly. Alas, he was clearly lacking confidence and conviction due to the grim reality of the situation. "Young noble Lu, I appreciate your intent." Ning Zhu bowed towards him then said, "But you don't need to worry about me, I am content." Having said that, she left with Li Qie. Yushang was left behind, his complexion and expression kept on changing. This feeling resembled a man seeing his lover follow a useless yet wealthy young master. Words couldn't describe the intolerable pain inflicted upon him. He stood there for a long time, as white as can be. After they got farther away, Ning Zhu bowed and apologized. "I'm sorry for causing trouble, young noble. It's not your fault, it's not a big deal either." Li Qie smiled. He never cared about this matter and it wasn't her fault anyway. The two of them entered the auction house responsible for the Tang's plane. The servant had explained it to them prior. In fact, everything belonging to the Tang was listed for sale here. They didn't have much outside of a few buildings and the plane. It was simpler to sell as a complete package. The descendants of the Tang have left the plane long ago. Even the current master and his family chose to live in Armament City instead. They weren't trying to get rich, only to gain a little money for their descendants. This happened quite often in every sect. When a sect or clan declined, they would no longer be able to protect and grow their inherited businesses and territories. They would then sell it to others instead. In this region, Armament Mountain was the usual buyer. Unfortunately, Armament Mountain thought that the Tang was asking too much for a desolate and barren plain. The Tang didn't feel the same way. It would be disrespectful to sell their ancestral land for a meager sum. Thus, they chose to sell it via consignment. It has been unsuccessful thus far due to the lackluster nature of the plain. 10 million? Is it worth it? Ning Zhu murmured after seeing the asking price. She had personally seen the state of the plain and thought that it was too expensive. Chapter 40-55. This was expensive for sects, let alone an individual. Not everyone was as rich as Li Qie and could spend millions and millions like a few bucks. This would be acceptable if the item was worth it. This was not the case for the Tang's plane. Fellow Taoists, are you interested in our clan's properties? An old man ran over while Li Qia and Ning Zhu were looking at the listing. I am the 586th clan master of the Tang. Do you wish to buy the complete package or just parts of it? He smiled enthusiastically. His gray outfit was well fitted and tidied but not luxurious in the slightest. This must be due to his clan's current state. He had heard the report from the servants and immediately ran over to the auction house, hence his heavy breathing. This was understandable since this listing has been around for years. People rarely inquired about it either, so he didn't want to miss this chance. Yes, our young noble is indeed interested in your estate. Ning Zhu began negotiating in Li Qia's stead. However, your infertile plane is not worth 10 million even with everything else attached. It's negotiable. The clan master put on a bright smile and said, we can take our time coming to a fair price for everyone. Plus, the entire package is not bad at all, we'll even give you a dozen servants or so. Of course, mortal servants were worthless in the eyes of cultivators. They were as significant as insects. The clan master had no deep attachment to the servants in their ancestral home. The clan had moved to the city for several generations now, so gifting them away wasn't a big deal. Clan master, you already know the right price. Ning Zhu said. She wasn't a princess that has been pampered since youth. Thus, her tough experiences during her impressionable days and her intelligence made her quite capable. Sir and madam, if you are earnest in this purchase, I'll acquiesce and lower the price by 2 million. Just 8 million then, how about it? The clan master asked. He spoke as if he was giving them a good deal. In reality, he had offered everything to Armament Mountain for 5 million previously and was ignored. Li Qia had a smile on his face while Ning Zhu shook her head. If you really want it, then we'll do 5 million, that's as low as we can go. We're only selling it due to our clan's anemic state. I don't even know how I'll face our members after doing this. The clan master put on a bitter expression as if he was forced to have a fire sale. It would be gone already if 5 million was a realistic price. Our young noble is willing to do 1 million. Ning Zhu smiled. 1 million? The clan master shouted and stretched it out like a rooster in the morning. Is this a joke? Our plane stretches for thousands of miles and you want to pay just 1 million for it? Impossible, no, impossible. He shook his head repeatedly afterward. How about 2 million from Starshooter country? A cold and prideful voice interjected. A youth parted the crowd and approached the group. His expression showed how much disdain he had for those beneath him. He was none other than Starshooter Prince. Back in Hallowed City, he had tasted numerous setbacks in Li Qia's hand. This was especially true during the last exchange where he was sent flying by Jian Sanxiang, suffering serious injuries and broken teeth. How could he swallow this anger? Impossible. He looked at the two before cupping his fist towards the princess. Long time no see, Princess Ning Zhu. His attitude changed tremendously compared to last time. Previously, he referred to her as Your Highness, even though they were in the same group of 10 prodigies. After all, she was going to be the future queen of Sea Emperor. Now, the engagement was terminated and she became Li Qia's maid. He no longer needed to show reverence. Long time no see. Ning Zhu wasn't angry to see this and simply nodded. Clan Master Tang, our country is interested in your land. We'll pay you right now. The prince ignored the two and focused on the transaction. It was obvious to those nearby that he wanted to trouble Li Qia. You're that legendary magnate, Li Qia. The clan master's eyes lit up after realizing Li Qia's identity and didn't hear a thing the prince said. He had heard of the rumors before regarding Li Qia's generosity. He had thought about searching for Li Qia to give him an offer. It turned out that Li Qia found him first. Yes, that's our young noble. Ning Zhu replied. Starshooter Prince didn't appreciate being ignored. He clearly offered a higher bid, yet the clan master dared to treat him like this? Clan master, We will offer 2.5 million, what do you think? He took a deep breath. He didn't shout but still added energy into his words. They resonated like bells and echoed in the listener's ears. You should drop the idea of competing against our young noble for this land. Ning Zhu said flatly with no intention of insulting the prince. This would only result in embarrassment for him, so she tried to get him to stop. Alas, he found it annoying and uttered coldly, Princess, you no longer have anything to do with Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom, so buzz off, keep your mouth shut. She only chuckled in response and didn't say anything else. A pleb like you should think twice before comparing wealth with me. Go find some shade and cool off, because if I start, you won't even dare to bid again. Li Qie lazily stretched and glanced at him dismissively. The prince couldn't handle being called a pleb due to his prestigious status and talent. He was a big shot wherever he went in Sword Continent. How unreasonable. A friend of the prince shouted. Then bid then, don't think you're the only one with money. The furious prince barked back. I bid 100 million. Li Qie raised one finger and said, still want to play? Chapter 40-57, the prince felt stifled by the ridiculous bid. 100 million, everyone gasped and exchanged glances. Everyone knew that 10 million was an illogical price already, hence its availability until now. The clan master himself knew that his terrible plane wouldn't sell for 10 million, let alone 100 million. Does he really want to buy that crappy plane? A spectator had no idea of Li Qie's wealth. Don't you know he's the richest in the world? He has billions of Dao Lord refined jades. This amount is nothing to him, akin to a grain of sand in the desert. Someone else smiled wryly. The clan master was trembling with excitement. He didn't care about his image and loudly asked, 100 million, really? This was the same as having a pie fall down from the sky and knocking him unconscious. He started seeing stars from this crazy development. That depends. He might go even higher. Li Qie smiled. The clan master calmed down and asked Starshooter Prince, Your Highness, young noble Li bid 100 million. Do you wish to continue? The prince was livid and unlike the clan master, he trembled with rage while feeling suffocated. He simply wanted to cause trouble for Li Qie and the princess without thinking it through. There was no chance of retaliation. Anyone else might be going overboard and wouldn't be able to produce 100 million. The problem was Li Qie had no problem in doing so. It was him who had difficulties. A few million was fine with him. He could grit his teeth and afford it since he was still the Prince of Starshooter. As for 100 million, if he risked everything in order to vent and buy this crappy plane, the royal ancestors would be the first to punish him. Sigh, don't try to be a hero when you're broke. Li Qie smiled and said, Take a look in the mirror first and realize how poor you and your country are. Stop wasting my time. You, the prince nearly vomited blood from anger but couldn't come up with a retort. As for the observers, they thought that Li Qie was being too arrogant. Unfortunately, he had enough money to smash people to death. No one could do a thing to take him down a notch. Young noble Li, is your bid still effective? The clan master stopped paying attention to the prince and asked Li Qie. Normally, he would try to curry favor with the prestigious prince. This was no longer the case since a sky-high bid was waiting for him. It was best to make Li Qie happy first. I'm a man of my words. Li Qie smiled, It's just 100 million, if anyone else wants to play, let's do it. You're right, young noble. Your words are worth more than gold and jade. The clan master was more than willing to be Li Qie's grandson at this point. Nothing was more tempting than money. Gentlemen, would anyone else want to bid? He still hoped that someone would want to play against Li Qie. However, he was disappointed since only silence answered him. No one wanted to take a risk of Li Qie suddenly quitting because this plane was worthless. Most importantly, the majority didn't have this much money in the first place. Young noble Li, since no one else is bidding, the estates of the Tang belong to you. From now on, it is the Li's plane. I will go prepare the transfer paperwork right now. His smile was as bright as a blooming flower. This was akin to a dream manifesting into reality for him, hence his unrestrained jubilation. How can a territory in Armament Mountain be sold to an outsider? However, a youthful voice interrupted his celebration. This newcomer had an ape head while everything else was normal. He wore a golden armor made out of silk and had 8 arms, looking majestic and gallant like a hardened warrior. Each of his steps carried great momentum. 8-armed prince. Someone shouted after seeing him. The Prince of Armament Mountain. Other youths were in awe to see him. Thus, the members of the tributaries came to greet him. That's a main branch's member. One of them commented from a distance. A senior nodded in response, yes, he's from God Ape Kingdom, which is definitely part of the main branch. He's a descendant of God Ape Dao Lord too, that bloodline is prestigious. I think he'll become the next successor since he has many elders and ancestors supporting him. Another expert from the sect gossiped. Currently, God Ape Kingdom was the leader of the demon branch in Armament Mountain. It had immense influence and authority there. On the other hand, the current sect master was from another main branch belonging to Armament Dao Lord. The former enjoyed great support from the seniors. Thus, the consensus was that he would become the next successor. He cultivates God Ape Dao Lord's invincible merit law, 8 treasures splitting the heaven. It's understandable for him to inherit the sect. One more cultivator commented. This merit law was one of the top techniques in Armament Mountain, so he would be a worthy successor. Your Highness. The clan master of the Tang calmed down and bowed towards the prince. Sect Master Tang, this transaction is not allowed because the Tang's plane is under the jurisdiction of Armament Mountain. The prince said seriously. Your Highness, my impression is that there is no such law in Armament Mountain. If it does exist, please show me which ancestral teaching it is from. The clan master was unwilling to give up. The prince's expression soured after hearing this. This clan master dared to go against him? Of course, the clan master didn't care at this point. No one else would buy his plane at such a ridiculous price. He would die trying to get this deal finished, let alone offending the prince. Moreover, he wasn't violating any rule either. They might have been under the jurisdiction of Armament Mountain, but this didn't mean that they were actual members. At the very worst, they would just move to another place and start over again with their newly acquired wealth. They had no deep attachment to Armament Mountain anyway. Hallowed City was one potential destination. There's no law, but it pertains to public safety. You alone can't make this decision. The prince retorted. Chapter 4058, the clan master's expression soured in a similar manner. As the saying goes, stopping someone from making money is akin to killing their parents. Plus, to be perfectly frank, the prince couldn't decide for them either. It had to be the sect master of armament. Meanwhile, the spectators started talking about this development. I don't think such a law exists either. Someone from another sect said. Armament Mountain had 10 million miles or so of territories under their jurisdiction. This consisted of thousands and thousands of sects, both strong and weak. This didn't mean that these sects belonged to Armament Mountain. To a certain extent, they were allies with less status. Armament Mountain didn't directly interfere with their affairs. They were free to do whatever they wanted with their properties. Thus, the prince was being unreasonable in this case. I think there's more to it. An expert murmured. If you think selling to an outsider can be a security threat, there's one way to solve this. Armament Mountain just needs to pay the agreed sum. We have no problem with that, Your Highness. The clan master retorted. Under other circumstances, he might act subservient and pitiful towards this prince. This wasn't the case right now. There was substantial wealth to be had, enough for them to live extremely well for generations. The prince naturally couldn't muster 100 million to buy the plane. Even if he could, he wouldn't do so anyway. They had offered the plane to the sect for a much smaller amount, yet the sect still refused. To do so now might make him look crazy to others. However, he didn't like the clan master's attitude. The Tang had fallen and this clan master was no different than a worm in his eyes. These tributaries normally treated Armament Mountain with respect. After all, Armament Mountain protected them and gave them peace. As for him, he was part of the main branch and wielded considerable authority. Some even considered him the future successor. Many gave him gifts and treated him with the utmost respect. Now, this sect master dared to talk back to him in public? He scowled and said, "Clan master, this matter is serious and you need to think carefully about your action." The clan master had no intention of backing down. The succulent meal was ready to be served, so he was willing to do anything to keep the deal. "Your Highness, are you representing Armament Mountain or just yourself?" He said, "If you wish to represent Armament Mountain, then show me a resolution decided by the elders or a rule written in the ancestral scrolls. I will then follow their decision and stop selling the estate. However, if it's just your own decision, I appreciate that you're trying to keep Armament Mountain safe. However, the plane belongs to the Tang, not Armament Mountain. We can do whatever we please with it without needing to explain to anyone." The crowd thought that the response was logical and neither supercilious nor obsequious. "I agree, we should be able to have control over our properties," another expert said. After all, smaller sects didn't want Armament Mountain to mess with their things. This would be a terrible precedent. "Yes, as long as it doesn't violate any ancestral teachings," an elder spoke. This put the prince in a tough position. He was being humiliated in front of many sects despite being known as the future successor. Alas, there was nothing he could do to the clan master. He didn't have total authority in Armament Mountain yet. "Young noble, this is all the paperwork." The clan master didn't want to waste time. He had offended the prince already, so might as well end it. He would just need to move afterward. "After you pay, young noble, all the estates will belong to you along with the servants in the ancestral home," he added. "Good, I like decisive people." Li Chia smiled and paid right away. The clan master became happy again and said, "You deserve to be the richest man in the world, so generous too. I don't think anyone can compare to you or your wealth." He wasn't stingy with his praises after receiving the large sum from Li Chia. This was akin to winning the lottery. He wouldn't mind calling Li Chia daddy right now. "I hope you will find more success with business in the future and always be the richest." He continued on. Those nearby were envious and jealous of him. There was one exception, the prince. He glared at Li Chia and said, "I don't care which land you buy, it'll be under Armament Mountain's territory. Enough of your drivel." Li Chia interrupted him with a hand wave. "I will buy whatever the hell I want. A poor brat like you should know your places, don't speak unless spoken to." "You!" The prince turned red, livid. He wanted to warn Li Chia by bringing up Armament Mountain, not expecting to be insulted instead. Li Chia thought that he wasn't qualified to speak. He was the future successor of Armament Mountain, the prince of God Ape Kingdom, and one of the 4 weapon heroes. This made him tremble with rage. Chapter 4059, 8-Armed Prince took a deep breath to regain his composure. He successfully calmed down and glared at Li Chia. "Li, you're too arrogant. There is always a higher sky and a better man." "Nonsense. There is no sky higher than mine and no one richer either." Li Chia laughed. His haughtiness couldn't be contested since it was indeed the truth. Not to mention Sword Continent, perhaps no one in 8 Desolaces could compare to Li Chia in terms of wealth. Though this frustrated the crowd, Li Chia was indeed qualified to make this statement. "Spending is just a part of my life. In your eyes, it appears to be arrogance. The problem here is due to your wretched, penniless state, thinking that anyone with money is automatically arrogant. Child, stop feeling so insecure, try harder and become more open-minded. Just because someone is better and richer doesn't mean that they're arrogant. The latter part made Li Qie sound like a senior sincerely guiding a junior. However, he added with a contemptuous expression, "But in this case, I am indeed arrogant, that's just my style." "You got a problem?" The prince trembled with rage, feeling blood rising up his throat. The listeners were speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. They put themselves in his shoes and thought that they might act even more arrogant and buy whatever they wanted. Thus, he was actually making sense about how they were mistaking his normal life for haughtiness. "Li, your dirty money is not omnipotent." Starshooter Prince stepped forward to support Eight-Armed Prince, his ally with a common enemy. "This world is beyond your imagination, money is not enough to flatten everything. One day, you'll pay for all of this," he threatened with a menacing expression. "False, I can do whatever I want because of my money. At the very least, there's nothing you can do about it," Li Qie calmly stated. "I'll make you see how mistaken you are soon enough." Starshooter didn't hide his murderous intent. "Why wait for later when today will do?" Li Qie laughed and said, "You'll see how powerless you are before me right now." Having said that, he patted Ning Zhu's shoulder and ordered, "Teach him a lesson about the result of those who dare to offend me. Li, fight me if you dare instead of hiding behind a woman." Starshooter shouted. "A pleb like you is not qualified to challenge me, the world's richest. You think a Dao Lord would take a second glance at you when you challenge one?" Li Qie shook his head. "You!" Starshooter turned red with rage. The listeners found logic in Li Qie's harsh responses. A being with his wealth didn't need to do anything himself. A challenger like Starshooter was utterly insignificant, others would be more than willing to take care of this issue for him. The princess walked forward, looking calm yet aggressive. "Your Highness, let's get started." "Princess, you wish to be his hound?" the prince uttered coldly. Spectators found this fascinating and entertaining. Not long ago, Starshooter Prince was extremely respectful of the princess due to her engagement with Peace Ocean Sword King. Now, she was just Li Qie's maid. The shift in her status was matched by his attitude towards her. Nonetheless, she was also one of the 10 sword prodigies. Her background and power were comparable to him. Thus, he showed caution before the battle. "You need not worry about my personal life. Your Starshooter sword Dao is brilliant and I wish to learn from it." The princess remained calm. The spectators couldn't wait to see the fight. Who's stronger between these two prodigies? One expert brought this up. The 10 sword prodigies were the top sword cultivators of the current generation. However, there wasn't a clear ranking among them. Thus, this fight could give insight into their abilities and battle prowess. Starshooter Prince was not qualified to cultivate Sea Emperor's best sword Dao such as Abyss or Vast Sea. However, he cultivated the Starshooter sword Dao. This was still created by a Dao Lord, so it had plenty of potentials. Starshooter sword Dao versus wooden swords techniques, this is absolutely worth watching. Others clamored. "Which sword Dao does the princess know?" a curious youth asked. "I don't think it's Jade Bamboo Dao Lord's sword Dao but their progenitor, Wooden Sword Holy Devil's technique." Someone with a strong understanding of Ning Zhu answered. "So which will be stronger?" Excitement soared among the crowd. "Since you wish to fight, so be it." Starshooter Prince stepped forward. He was in a tough position and couldn't back down in public. After all, they had the same status, so he needed to save face by fighting. Clank. He unsheathed his sword, releasing resplendent light of the celestial affinity. Boom. He channeled his energy and opened his fate palaces. The sky became replaced by a boundless galaxy filled with stars, looking like diamonds embedded on a black flannel sheet. The starry lights were gorgeous, but within them was a murderous intent. Each strand could pierce through his opponents with ease. Chapter 4060. The starry rays were no different than swords. This meant that the entire area became a net of swords, capable of killing gods if they were inside. The spectators felt a permeating sword Dao in front of them. So this is the Starshooter Sword Dao. A spectator murmured. The prince has yet to attack, but the sword rays were ready to make a sieve out of his opponent. Cold air would infiltrate the soles of the feet before spreading upward, causing people to shudder. He was indeed impressive and worthy of being one of the 10. His power and talents were exceptional for his age. Would the princess technique be able to contend against this? A youth wondered. In their opinion, the art of wooden sword Holy Devil should be inferior to Starshooter Dao Lords. You probably don't know this. Wooden sword Holy Devil had beaten War God Dao Lord in the past. Someone from the last generation shook his head. This anecdote of the past stirred the listeners. War God Dao Lord's generation was long ago, so people only had a shallow understanding of him. He wasn't the strongest nor the most brilliant Dao Lord. He stood out for his love of battle, never giving up despite facing stronger enemies. The challenges would continue until his victory. Rumor has it that he originated from a fallen temple. He eventually obtained the heavenly sword named War God along with the matching sword Dao. Thus, he was definitely no slouch in battle. As for wooden sword Holy Devil, his origin was far more mysterious. He seemed to appear out of nowhere overnight and was already powerful. Cultivators tried so hard their whole lives and didn't get close to the Dao Lord's level. However, wooden sword Holy Devil shocked the world by defeating the Dao Lord after his debut. This miraculous tale lived on to the present even though he died in a forbidden zone. It was considered one of the most memorable battles in history. It also built a strong foundation for his kingdom afterward. Thus, those in the know were interested to see which sword Dao was stronger. Ning Zhu readied her sword and gently rotated her wrist so the tip nearly touched the ground. She didn't have rampant sword energy and an oppressive aura. It seemed rather ordinary compared to the prince's impressive display. "Your Highness, you may start," she said. The prince didn't appreciate this and uttered coldly, "Princess, do you think you can defeat me?" Though she didn't say anything, her attitude made it seem as if she was far stronger than him, that she didn't want to be a bully. The prince fully disagreed. "We'll see the outcome soon enough," she calmly replied. The crowd thought that she had changed. Previously, she has always been prideful to the point of being overbearing. They didn't think much of it before because she was qualified to act in this manner. Now, she became as serene as a well or as deep as an abyss. This was something unusual for those her age. The big shots in the crowd sensed something dangerous coming from her. "Let's see your sword art then." The prince became annoyed by her indifference. Buzz. He roared and buzzes could be heard. The crowd felt ripples appearing in the air along with a cold breeze. The stars up above were immediately replaced by sharp rays. Just one could pierce through anyone. The chilling energy coming from them began sealing the air. Ning Zhu became trapped in this ocean of swords. A single movement might activate the trap and it wouldn't end well for her. "Die." The prince pointed his sword forward and the sword rays went straight for her. The attack was truly magnificent. The spectators felt as if space had been pierced 1,000,000 times. They had the illusion that they were the victims of this attack. "What an attack of the sword Dao!" one youth shouted while trembling. Ning Zhu didn't bat an eye. Her sword let out a hymn and became resplendent with a green hue. It was as if she was holding a bamboo stick that exudes an incredible life force. She finally swung her sword. It lacked malice and murder, only an endless life force. Boom! The majestic power of life crushed the incoming sword rays into particles. Though they were sharp, swift, and numerous, they couldn't oppose the princess' destructive swing. Numbers didn't matter when it came to the sword Dao. Everyone gasped after seeing this. Ning Zhu lacked a domineering aura, yet her first attack was the embodiment of this word, far fiercer than the prince's celestial rays. The princess is far stronger. Many youths were in awe of her. "No, they haven't gone all out yet." An older expert shook his head and said calmly, "Your Highness, don't hold back now," Ning Zhu told her opponent. Chapter 4061. The prince despised that he appeared to be the underdog after the first exchange. His opponent looked calm and composed as if she could beat him in the next second. Fine, let's see what you can do then. He roared. Boom. His fate palaces released endless chaos energy and empowered his sword Dao, causing it to become even brighter. Space trembled as the stars in the sky seemingly awakened and formed wondrous constellations. A distant legend emerged, akin to a holy kingdom with gods as inhabitants. Clank. 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 The Starshooter sword Dao activated and forced other swords nearby to resonate with it. The portal to the Holy Kingdom opened and divine swords started flying outward. Their terrible energy assaulted the region with the same intensity as a primordial flood. This attack could easily destroy a mountain range. Go! He commanded for the divine swords to gather behind him. They lined up together to form a pair of sword wings. The sky was blotted out by the countless layers. The wings seemed capable of starting a cataclysm once unleashed. Abyss Creator. He roared and intimidated the crowd. Those who have heard of this technique before became frightened. One of them said, "Get back, this is an ultimate technique. A mighty ancestor from Starshooter used it to destroy a country once." Yes, a top variation of the Starshooter sword Dao. Another expert shivered. Even the big shots from the previous generation became serious after hearing the name of the technique. Ning Zhu's eyes narrowed and pinned her sword to the ground. Energies finally materialized in the area around her. A divine sword seemed to be protruding from the ground. Buzz. A supreme sword diagram appeared beneath her. It had a verdant glow, a sign of ample life force. It started giving birth to countless swords. Behind her was the image of a bamboo sword that kept on increasing in size. The prince didn't give her time to prepare her technique and immediately sent his technique towards her. The pair of wings swung down with enough force to sever an ocean or create numerous abysses. It's coming. Spectators have already gotten far away since they knew its power quite well. Ning Zhu had gathered enough vitality and energy so she remained undeterred. The bamboo sword behind her became radiant and served as a barrier, easily stopping the incoming onslaught. Fiery sparks splashed off the barrier, resulting in beautiful fireworks. What technique is this? People were in awe because she managed to stop something as impressive as Abyss Creator. Bamboo bulwark. A sect master familiar with wooden swords said, "I've seen Pine Leaf Sword Lord use it before, stopping numerous powerful enemies for 3 days and 3 nights. It seems that the princess has successfully learned and mastered it." Abyss Creator was relentless, but it couldn't break the sword barrier. Though she was on the defensive, this exchange displayed her mastery of the sword. "My turn." She shouted and leaped upward with incredible speed, seemingly traveling through time. Most spectators lost track of her, but in the next moment, she evaded Abyss Creator and appeared above the prince. "Over there." A keen-eyed spectator pointed in her direction. The prince was aghast and immediately stopped Abyss Creator, raising his sword defensively. "Try this." She unleashed a slash capable of dividing a galaxy. He got a terrible feeling about this incoming attack. Something dangerous was coming. He immediately recalled his sword wings to the front to block the slash. The layers completely surrounded him, forming an impregnable fortress. Moreover, a small figure rushed out from the sapphire embedded in his forehead. It had a pair of cicada-like wings and created a unique seal to empower the fortress. Chapter 4062. The seal took the form of a giant lock, improving the fortress multiple times over. It seemed that a divine race was empowering the prince. What is that? Many became startled by the sudden influx of power. This didn't seem to be a shortcut or a temporary forbidden technique with side effects. This power boost was righteous and orthodox, stemming from his source. There was no danger in using this technique. The power of the sky spirits. An elder said, that's their special power. Sky spirits were unique and shrouded in mystery. They seemed to be blessed by heaven itself. Starshooter Dao Lord had a pure bloodline of this race. As for the prince, he also came from this branch. So he has the bloodline of the Dao Lord too? One youth took a deep breath and said. No, don't conflate the issues. An expert shook his head. He only has the Sky Spirit bloodline. Starshooter Dao Lord already had a powerful bloodline. However, after becoming a Dao Lord, his bloodline became even stronger, something uniquely his. The prince naturally didn't have this bloodline. Nonetheless, the Sky Spirit one alone was beneficial enough. This is already so powerful. Imagine if he has both, someone from the last generation commented. If he actually had both bloodlines, he might be chosen as the successor of Sword Emperor instead of Peace Ocean Sword King. All in all, everyone felt that this defensive line should be enough to stop Ning Zhu's incoming slash. The prince himself believed so as well. Sword Breaker. As she was mid-swing, her lights suddenly came together and something seemed to be awakening. Everything happened so quickly and the spectators had no idea what was going on. Boom! The slash struck the fortress. However, the result was rather unexpected. Though the prince had a multifaceted approach, cracks still appeared on the fortress. Her slash seemed capable of severing the 5 elements and the karmic ties. This made it impossible for the defenses to keep up. With a loud blast, the seal of the Sky Spirit broke down and the divine swords were reduced to scattering pieces. The prince couldn't handle the blast and vomited blood while flying through the air like a meteor. He eventually smashed into the ground and left behind a large pit. His blood stained the walls, who knows if he was still alive down there. A hush descended over the crowd as they exchanged glances of disbelief. None expected the prince to lose so quickly, or in other words, for the princess to win so effortlessly. It's over already? The young ones from Sea Emperor couldn't believe it. It only took 3 moves for this to end. Of course, there was a belief that a battle could end after one decisive move. It's just that the lack of competitiveness was apparent. The princess was just far stronger. But how? One spectator clearly saw how strong the prince was. He lived up to his title and fame. The princess is just too strong. An expert said. Really? Others remained doubtful. Their first impression of her was her engagement to Peace Ocean Sword King. The fact that she was one of the 10 sword prodigies was usually put off till later. They also thought that she was a regular noble, prideful and haughty. There was a lack of her true power. Perhaps they didn't care to find out. I believe she is among the top 3. One sect master concluded after seeing the result. Who are the other 2 then? His juniors became curious right away. There were no rankings within the 10 prodigies, so this interested the crowd. Right, who are the top 3? What's the exact ranking? People kept on asking without caring about the prince's survival. If the princess is among the top 3. The other 2 spots, Fire and Ice Sword, Abyss Scion, or 100 Blade Noble? I would bet money on Abyss Scion and 100 Blade Noble. Someone from Sea Emperor responded. These 2 were also from this kingdom, just as gifted with incredible backgrounds as Starshooter Prince. The kingdom had 3 out of the 10 prodigies, a testament to its power. I agree with Abyss Scion. He cultivates one of the 9, Abyss. Who can stop him? One youth said. Then why aren't you bringing up Chen Sungsheng of Daoist Sword Ground? He has the war god Sword Dao. Someone else immediately disagreed. Right, Fire and Ice also has one of the 9, Dark Flame. A calm cultivator interjected. Youths argued with each other regarding the rankings, supporting different cultivators. No matter what, the consensus seemed to be that Princess Ning Zhu was among the top 3. Meanwhile, she didn't say a thing and stood there patiently. The big shots took note of her calm and composed nature. They thought that there was more to her being chosen as the future queen of Sea Emperor. There were plenty of fish in the sea, yet she alone was chosen for this position. This helped them understand the decision. 1. The word for dark can be profound. The ice part can mean that this cultivator is cold or emotionless instead of possessing the ice affinity. Some corrections might be necessary with more context. Chapter 4063. Ning Zhu defeated Starshooter Prince without resorting to external measures nor trickeries, only her actual power. No one could criticize her victory and only gained a better understanding of her power. She seemed to be among the top 3 and could actually contend against the high elders and ancestors from the previous generation. Thus, from today henceforth, people might be more prone to think about her power instead of her past engagement with the king or her status as a princess from Wooden Sword. Bam! Dirt splashed outward and spectators noticed Starshooter Prince climbing out of the pit. Being occupied with the princess and the ranking made everyone forget about the prince. Some thought that he was already dead. He looked ragged and bloodied with wounds all over. The slash didn't kill him but still smashed him onto the ground. This left him with both external and internal injuries. You've lost. Ning Zhu glanced at him. Not long ago, he looked awe-inspiring and flushed with success. Now, losing in this manner publicly dealt a considerable blow to his reputation. He would never be able to hold his head high in the presence of the princess. His arrogance and pride have been trampled upon and shattered. You have nothing. Starshooter Prince blurted without rhyme or reason due to his rage. You're nothing but a maid, and that's all you're worth. Not worthy of being a member of our Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom, shameless and foolish woman. The princess' expression darkened while the spectators exchanged glances. However, the prince's spiel stopped abruptly due to a figure appearing in front of him. Ugh! His eyes turned white as he kicked his legs back and forth. People saw someone seizing him by the throat and raising him up in the air. This uninvited third party was none other than Wuxia, who has been observing on the sideline. No one saw how he got there, only mere flashes before he subdued the prince. What are you doing? The strangled prince had trouble speaking clearly. Should I crush your neck right now or just let you run out of breath? Wuxia smiled and asked before adding more strength to his fingers. Crack. Just a bit more force and he would be able to end the prince. Don't be insane. The prince nearly pissed his pants, never having been so close to death before. He had such a bright future, but death would spell the end to all of that. Thus, survival trumped reputation and honor. Please, let me down, the frightened prince began begging for mercy. Fine, I'll spare your life. Wuxia showed a rare moment of compassion. He slowly put down the prince and the latter heaved a sigh of relief. However, he then grabbed the prince's ankle and raised him up again. What are you doing? The upside-down prince was horrified. Bam! 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 Wuxia smashed him against the ground repeatedly without showing any mercy. Crack! Blood and bits splashed everywhere while the youth screamed. The sounds of crushed bones horrified the listeners. They could feel his pain while watching the visceral and gruesome beating. Finally, Wuxia casually tossed him into a dirt pit nearby, just like a piece of trash. He was at his last gasp from being mangled. Spectators shuddered after seeing the gruesome assault. His defeat earlier was acceptable since duels and deaths were common in the cultivation world. However, it was rare to see a sadistic assault. Wuxia didn't hold back despite the prince having powerful backings. Their initial impression of him was that he was just a lucky parvenu. Thus, the ferocious display only added to their shock. They realized that he wasn't a fat sheep with money at all. He was a ferocious beast ready to bite. A mate of mine is 1,000 times nobler than a king. You all are nothing more than an insect, just me looking at you for a second is the blessing of 3 lifetimes. Wuxia told the crowd before leaving. Ning Zhu was stunned for a moment before calming down and catching up. Meanwhile, everyone stared at the half-death prince in disbelief. No one refuted Wuxia's arrogant comment. After leaving Armament City, Ning Zhu bowed towards Wuxia and emotionally said, thanks for standing up for me, young noble. There was a hint of truth to the prince's insult. She was indeed a maid right now. Gotta look at the master before beating a dog. He smiled, no one can bully my maid. Chapter 40-64. Once the duo returned to the plain, the servants had mixed feelings. They had been working for the Tang for generations now. Though the Tang had declined, it was still considered prestigious to mortals. Thus, they felt happy for the clan master to sell his estates for such a high price. Because of the profit, he left everything behind to Wuxia, including the servants. Therefore, they were also nervous about this new master and the uncertainties regarding their future. Since the Tang had moved to the city, they didn't have much to do in this ancestral plane. They hoped that this new master would find them useful and not kick them out. Sure enough, Wuxia had tasks for them to get done. He ordered them to dig out the dirt piles all over the plains. Of course, they turned out to be tiny fortresses instead. Moreover, he asked them to dig out some roads for the plain. As they removed the top layer, they found roads already existing underneath, consisting of unknown materials. When looking down from above, one would find that these roads appeared to be lines carved all over the plain. The mortals didn't notice anything special about the roads. Nonetheless, they were ecstatic because Wuxia didn't chase them away. This made them work even harder since they had a purpose now. This wasn't a small project, but Wuxia didn't interfere and left Ningzhu in charge. She didn't mind leading them and even working herself, completely forgetting about her noble roots. She, on the other hand, noticed a strange momentum flowing in this land. After removing the dirt from the fortresses and lines, their current residence seemed to be the center. The momentum spread across the entire plain. She thought that this place was an ancient diagram or formation, and that there must be something else going on here. She tried to comprehend the mysteries of the lines but didn't notice any pattern. It was complex enough to make her dizzy. Young noble, is this a formation? She asked Wuxia. Not a formation, just a hidden secret. Wuxia smiled. Who is it? The progenitor of the Tang? She brought up her first guess. Right, he left behind a few things here on purpose. He nodded. What are they? This interested her because Wuxia was invested in the plane. He had plenty of treasures and weapons already. What would be worth his time? They're not really treasures, just fate-related. Wuxia gazed at the plane and said. Fate? She didn't understand the answer but stopped prying because the answer would show itself soon enough. She returned to her task afterward. This was something she never had to do back in Wooden Sword, but she didn't mind. Alas, someone else came to complain in her stead. It was none other than someone who had a crush on her, Lu Yushang. He found out somehow and came to find her. When he saw her digging up the ground with the servants, he thought that Wuxia was mistreating her. Her Highness is a noble of Wooden Sword. This type of wretched labor is meant for servants or villagers. Why does she have to be subjected to this treatment? He found Wuxia and stated his grievance. I will not stand and allow you to do this. A man can't understand what makes a fish happy. Wuxia couldn't help but smile and shake his head after seeing this. You don't need to involve yourself in my business. Ningzhu didn't appreciate the sudden intrusion either. Your Highness, since he's mistreating you like this, he's absolutely offending Wooden Sword. We will not allow him to keep this up, Yushang responded. His small sect was located by the border of Wooden Sword. Due to its weakness, Wooden Sword didn't bother turning it into a tributary. Nonetheless, he and his sect still considered themselves as members of Wooden Sword. I am no longer a princess there. She shook her head. Of course, Yushang also came wanting to teach Wuxia a lesson. He became enraged after seeing the princess like this and wouldn't drop the issue. Li, you might be rich, but that doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Her Highness should be treated better or I'll be the first to take you down. Yushang shouted with indignation. This caused Ningzhu to frown since Wuxia wasn't actually mistreating her. The more Yu Shang went on, the more she found it intolerable. Are you going to do something about it? Li Qie smiled. Do you dare to fight me? Yu Shang challenged. Fight you? Yes, money is not an indication of your actual ability. Use your own strength and fight me to prove your worth. Yu Shang loudly shouted. No, having money proves my worth. Li Qie responded, do you think your merit laws are your innate abilities? No, in the eyes of mortals, you were just lucky enough to learn immortal laws. That's not your actual ability, so would a mortal challenge you to a duel and ask you to destroy your cultivation for a fair fight? Well, Yu Shang had no response. Plus, why should I bother with you? I am the richest in the world while you're just a poor brat. It's not worth my time, you have nothing that I want. Li Qie added. I'm not a poor brat. He turned red after hearing this. He did come from a humble background, but in recent years, he made a name for himself and gathered considerable resources. He was far richer than his peers who were born with a golden spoon. Thus, he didn't accept the insult from Li Qie. 1. Uncommon idiom 2. She used polite and formal tone with him before, this is informal now. Chapter 40-65. Tell me about your current wealth then. Li Qie smiled while staring at the youth. Lu Yushang opened his mouth but found that speaking would only result in further humiliation. He stood out among his peers and regular cultivators. However, he didn't come close to being able to touch Li Qie. Even if he had 1 or 200 million refined jades, this was not even considered a spare change for Li Qie. The latter could casually give someone this amount without thinking twice. Thus, even if he was satisfied with his wealth accumulation so far, it was meaningless to respond. As a proud genius, he looked down and even found Li Qie wretched. In his opinion, the guy was only lucky. Unfortunately, once wealth reached a certain level, it could trump everything else. That's why it wasn't unreasonable for Li Qie to call him a poor brat. Nonetheless, he felt as if Li Qie had just slapped him with a stack of money. It certainly didn't feel good. Cultivators don't compete with money, that's vulgar. He said with indignation. Well, I'm a vulgar person who loves money and jades. Li Qie smirked as if he loved to show off his wealth. Yu Shang turned red right away. Stop lying to yourself. Cultivators certainly don't compete with money, but don't think you're above it. Nothing escapes money, the gold and silver of mortals become refined jades for cultivators as well. Li Qie shook his head. Yu Shang couldn't refute this statement since it was indeed the case. Cultivators wielded incredible powers and abilities. However, their treasures and cultivation resources were still purchased with money. So you won't compete then? Yu Shang changed the topic. What makes you qualified to challenge me? Li Qie smiled. Here's how it will go, we'll spar for 10 moves. If I win, the bet between you and the princess will end. If you win, Yu Shang gritted his teeth before finishing, aware that he had nothing to make it worthwhile. He eventually made up his mind and shouted, if I lose, I'll stay and become your servant. How courageous and chivalrous. Li Qie shook his head. Unfortunately, you're only doing what you want without caring for her opinion. Your Highness, Yu Shang turned towards Ningzhu. To which she responded, I truly appreciate your kindness, young noble, although I do not deserve it. As for my own business, I can make decisions myself. I am willing to stay with my young noble, so please, don't interfere. She explicitly stated her stance, not needing anyone to save her. Yu Shang had an awkward expression. He saw the princess working with the servants earlier and assumed that she wouldn't want to stick around any longer. However, this didn't seem to be the case. Fortunately for him, their conversation was interrupted by a series of footsteps. They sounded both chaotic yet orderly. Both youths gazed in the direction of the sound and a dozen unknown cultivators surrounding Li Qie. They wore different uniforms, clearly not from the same sect. What was important to note were their empty eyes. Their movements resembled that of puppets. Clank. They immediately unsheathed their weapons, showing off their aggressive intention. What's going on? Lu Yushang asked. Slaves of the vampiric dyad. Ning Zhu's expression darkened. The vampiric dyad? Yushang became serious as well. Die. The servants lunged for Li Qia. Humph. Ning Zhu unsheathed her sword and unleashed a torrent of green sword rays against the attackers. Ah! Several died right away. Her decisiveness and brutality in battle rivaled her intelligence and beauty. Nice technique. Yushang praised after seeing the wide radius of the attack. Kikik, not nice at all, how dare you kill our slaves? A nefarious voice sounded. Poof. A rain of blood descended and two figures appeared not far from Li Qia. A stench of blood permeated the air. They wore black robes while bloody mists engulfed them. Their hair stood up straight just like two horns. Their eyes were green and creepy, akin to those of poisonous creatures. As they spoke, for long, sharp fangs could be seen. The dyad, Lu Yushang, became startled. Young noble, they are blood suckers. Ning Zhu returned to Li Qia's side, on guard. Kiki, little juniors, at least you know your stuff. The two appeared to be identical twins. Their notoriety was comparable to Crimson Death Monarch. However, they were far crueler and evil, similar to the dead Dark Hand Devil. They belonged to the side branch of the blood race and cultivated an evil art requiring blood sucking. Worst of all, their victims would become their slaves afterward. Ning Zhu and Yushang found their presence surprising because this territory was under Armament Mountain's jurisdiction. Big shots of the evil path rarely came here because they might be under attack right away. Kikik, you're that brat who got the preeminent legacy? One of them spoke. Chapter 4066, should be me if there isn't a second legacy. Li Qia smiled. Ha ha ha, good, we didn't find the wrong person then. The two exchanged glances, then one of them laughed. Kikik, brat, do you pick life or death? The other smiled sinisterly. Elaborate. Li Qia calmly responded. Death comes easily, we just need to bite your neck. Kikik, of course, you won't die that easily and will become a moving corpse, our puppet. The second revealed his sharp fangs. Lu Yushang shuddered since he had heard about these two before. Some believe that it was better to die in battle than be bitten by them. Their evil technique drained their victims dry on top of turning them into a puppet. The dozen cultivators earlier were the perfect examples. If you want to live, then hand over everything you have. We'll be merciful and spare your dog life. The first smiled. How boring, the same old song again. What's the point of becoming the richest when you look like that? Have you looked in the mirror recently? Li Qia shook his head. The two exchanged glances. Their eyes flashed fiercely, clearly infuriated. Ha ha ha, brat, because of your foolish comment just now, we'll have you taste a fate worse than death. You'll be a corpse for an eternity. One of them threatened with a murderous glint. No need to rush it. The other smiled cruelly. We need to torture him first, let's just take our time. Brat, today is not your lucky day. The two exchanged glances and walked forward, wanting to surround Li Qia. Young noble, please get inside first. Ning Zhu raised her sword defensively and blocked the duo. Little girl, you're not bad but still no match for us. Out of consideration for Pine Leaf Sword Lord, we will not bully you today. Leave now. One of them smiled at Ning Zhu. We'll see about that. She maintained her composure while gesturing with her sword. Lu Yushang didn't want her to get hurt by the renowned masters. He stepped forward and shouted, "Count me in." He looked back and told Li Qia, "Li, we will save your life today so you'll have to write off the bet later." He still didn't forget about trying to save the princess. Ha ha ha, how interesting. The duo exchanged glances after seeing this. Li Qie waved his hand and pulled Ning Zhu back before answering, "Does it look like I need to be saved?" Yu Shang became frozen. How could Li Qie face these two monsters alone? Li Qie turned his focus towards the duo and smiled. "Do you know the true origin of your progenitor?" No one expected Li Qie to suddenly bring this up. The duo was indeed from the blood race, but they didn't have anything to do with the progenitor. "What does that have to do with anything?" "Brat, accept your fate." One of them retorted. "Very well, it's time for you to see what is called the blood progenitor." He smiled. "You think you can become the blood progenitor given your meager cultivation? Are you hearing this?" The duo burst out in laughter as if this was the most hilarious thing ever. "Watch." Li Qie smiled before slightly cutting his finger, just enough to draw a little blood. Buzz. His vitality and blood suddenly turned into evil energy. He seemed to have succumbed to the evil path and a rune appeared on his forehead. Devil Mantra. Lu Yushang recognized this right away. Ning Zhu heard him and became startled. The 7 mantras were the easiest to cultivate. This also made them the least popular for cultivators. Why did Li Qie pick something like this? Lu Yushang recognized it right away because he came from a small sect. They didn't have top merit laws, so they collected common ones from all over the world. As for Ning Zhu, she most likely had never seen any of the 7 before. Ha ha ha. This brat thinks he's the blood progenitor just by using the devil mantra. We'll teach you a lesson for overestimating yourself. The duo laughed again. Yushang shouted, "Your devil mantra can't take them on. They'll suck you dry right away." He wasn't trying to belittle Li Qie. The weak merit law was one thing, but Li Qie's cultivation wasn't on the same level as the duo. "I'll take care of this ignorant brat." One of them stepped forward. He activated his vitality and a pair of blood wings manifested behind him. His eyes became bat-like, looking quite intimidating. "Let's see the taste of your blood." He revealed his fangs again and licked his lips. Spectators would feel a chill by their neck as if they had been bitten. "Idiot." Li Qie chuckled and became serious. In the next second, he suddenly turned into someone else. His eyes became filled with blood. The evil energy around him turned into layers of blood mists. His appearance also changed into that of a supreme devil, red from top to bottom. His body seemed to be made from congealed blood. Chapter 4067. A man made of blood was terrifying enough. However, the fear instilled by him into others was primal and instinctive. He resembled the blood progenitor from the ancient era. Even his soul seemed to be made of blood, a creature born from this affinity. Everything else in the world was nothing more than food in his eyes. He also had 4 fangs now. They weren't particularly long, but nothing could be sharper or more intimidating. This was in spite of Li Qie not activating his divinity and aura. There were other evil creatures and villains in the vast world. Just their name or title alone would frighten grown men. However, to personally witness Li Qie was an entirely different experience. Spectators would tremble and quiver uncontrollably, realizing that the evil cultivators they had seen before were nothing in comparison. He became the ruler of the darkness and the embodiment of malice. Thus, the vampiric dyad felt the same fear from the depth of their heart. He was their worst nightmare. Ning Zhu gasped in response while Lu Yushang's jaw dropped to the ground in disbelief. He thought that Li Qie was a weak cultivator who got lucky. But now, this state of his was horrifying. He himself was an experienced cultivator who had traveled the world, yet his legs were still shaking. "Brat, this act doesn't fool anyone. You're displaying your slight skills before real experts." One of the two shouted, "Your blood is mine." He was trembling inside but didn't think that this was anything more than a physical transformation. It was impossible for the youth to turn into a supreme devil king. Screech. He let out a roar and turned into a blood bat, wanting to bite Li Qie's neck. "Fool. Li Qie scowled and released his divinity. His eyes became bright red like two suns. The force coming from them rushed towards the assailant. The progenitor of the race had total control over his descendants. Blood took over the spatial fabrics and time came to a halt. The assailant found his soul to be under someone else's control, akin to a servant in front of the king. After immobilizing his prey, Li Qie opened his mouth and aimed for the neck. No! The victim bellowed in horror while looking at Li Qie's sharp fangs. They have always been the ones doing the blood sucking, never the opposite. Sucking and swallowing noises ensued. It was as if Li Qie had inserted a straw into the victim's bloodstream. No. The victim struggled and twitched, but it was too late. With the last drop of blood drained, his legs kicked out one last time before being summoned by death. Shit! The other was scared out of his mind and immediately fled. Where do you think you're going? Li Qie appeared in front of him, raising one hand to immobilize the next victim. No, the latter could only speak, unable to move anything else. Li Qie revealed his fangs again for another bite. Please. No. The last of the dyad begged for mercy, albeit a little too late. He became a dried corpse as well. The duo's eyes were still open as they lay on the ground. They had done the same to countless victims in the past, never expecting karma to strike back. What the hell? Yushang turned pale and crouched down while feeling awfully nauseous. The idiots know nothing about the origin of the blood race, yet they dare to act like their progenitors. This is their just deserts. Li Qie licked his lips, looking quite dreadful. You're a devil king. Yushang calmed down and pointed at Li Qie. His finger was trembling. The harmless rich guy turned out to be a terrible monster with enough power to instantly kill the vampiric dyad. No one would believe this story. Says who? Li Qie smiled and became normal again. The thick blood around him flowed to the ground and disappeared from sight. The aghast Yushang found this process akin to Li Qie just taking off his clothes. The whole thing was surreal, like a dream. However, the dried corpses of the dyad were still there. What sorcery did you employ? Yushang asked. There was no evil aura left on Li Qie. Sorcery? No, this is a transformation with a single thought. Tell me, what do you respect or fear the most? Li Qie smiled at the youth. Chapter 4068, Don't come over here. Lu Yushang became startled and staggered backward just from Li Qie's gaze. He was certainly not a coward and deserved his spot as one of the 4 armament heroes. It took numerous battles and near-death experiences. He had confidence that as long as he wielded his saber, he would be able to beat everyone eventually. Alas, Li Qie's blood progenitor transformation traumatized him. That form looked like the embodiment of an ancient evil who feasted on blood. All living beings were nothing more than food, powerful ancestors included. I'm not interested in you, I won't bite. Li Qie smiled. His normal appearance was a stark contrast to the devil form earlier. One would never make a connection between the two. Alas, Lu Yushang still slowly walked backward, feeling that Li Qie's fangs were inches away from his neck. A dangerous premonition still loomed. I have something to do, goodbye now. Yushang didn't want to linger around, so he cupped his fist towards Ningzhu. Your Highness, please take care of yourself. I hope we'll meet again later. Having said that, he left in a hurry lest Li Qie want to keep him around. Fortunately, Li Qie didn't stop him at all. He heaved a sigh of relief and increased his speed. He felt so much better after making it out of the plane. It was as if he was given a second life. He looked back and didn't know what to think. Alas, he realized that he and Ning Zhu would have no chances together in the future. She wanted to stay with someone as monstrous as Li Qie while he wished to be as far away as possible. He naturally wanted to stay close and please her, but the image of Li Qie's devil form kept on haunting him. Not long ago, he viewed Li Qie with disdain, an unknown junior not worthy of being noticed. Now, it seemed that this fella was a monster in disguise. Perhaps him winning the legacy had nothing to do with luck. Curiosity beckoned him, but ultimately, fear won. He didn't return to the plane and decided to never come anywhere close to Li Qia again. Your transformation earlier scared the hell out of Lu Yushang. Ning Zhu chuckled and shook her head. That swift transformation earlier, what is it? At first, Li Qia used the devil mantra. However, the latter part had nothing to do with it. So there's something supreme in everyone's heart, he said. Could you elaborate? She asked. For example, someone you worship the most, an idol or an ancestor, perhaps an invincible Tao Lord. He replied. She pondered a bit before asking, is it bad to have something like that? Both good and bad. Li Qia smiled, the good is obvious. To have an idol means having a clear pursuit and motivation. She nodded in agreement. What about the bad side? It will limit you and become your shackles. If you have a Tao Lord as your supreme, that will be the ceiling. You'll find it difficult to surpass this Tao Lord. His images, tales, and life will affect and model you. You'll find the ridiculous things about him perfectly acceptable. He responded. How do we surpass it then? She inquired. It requires maturing, not one of age, but rather, the Tao heart. He paused and stared at her. In order to mature, one has to surpass their limit and kill their father. Kill their father? She became confused. He chuckled and shook his head, not literally. Once reaching the right level, you should start thinking about the flaws and deficiency of the Supreme in your mind, then replacing it with your own radiance. In other words, escape this being's shadow, that's maturing. As for the father metaphor, it's because this Supreme has accompanied and motivated you your entire life. But in order to become stronger, you must crush it, hence the father-killing part. Thank you for your guidance. She took her time digesting this information before bowing deeply towards Li Qia. This was a beneficial perspective, perhaps even better than a top merit law. He chuckled and didn't say anything. As for the blood progenitor earlier, she remained curious about the devil transformation. He smiled and said, those fools obtained an evil art somewhere and thought that they knew the principles and truths of the blood race. They wanted to become gods who devour blood. Unfortunately, they knew nothing of their race's true origin. I merely transformed into their supreme. So is the progenitor of the blood race a blood-sucking fiend? She asked. There were plenty of rumors about this race being blood-suckers at the start. However, the blood race vehemently denied this. 1. Trying not to bring vampires into this since it has Western ties. But in a modern setting on Earth, vampires would be the most accurate translation. Chapter 4069, Time erased everything. The world doesn't remember and neither do I. Li Qia didn't answer the question. She nodded and restrained her curiosity after hearing his non-answer. But of course, maybe he was telling the truth. The blood race has existed for a long time. No one in the present day might have an answer. Only rumors and legends remained, one of them being the blood-sucker's belief. In spite of the blood race's denial, future generations still brought this up. This was because of some unfortunate occurrences popping up here or there. For example, the vampiric dyad in this generation. Everyone knew that they cultivated an evil art of the blood race. Nonetheless, their actions made people think of this race's origin, that the forefathers of this race were monsters who hid in the shadows and survived by sucking blood. Fate played a part later on. One of their kings copulated with a female human. The latter gave birth to an entirely new race. The monsters eventually died out and were replaced by their offspring. This was the origin of the blood race that most people believed in. Things have disappeared with time, the truths no longer matter to regular people. Only a few would benefit from knowing the origin. He saw that she was ruminating on this topic. Which group would that be? She looked up and asked. The origin of the blood race was nothing more than a conversational topic in the present. However, only a few would find this significant. Those who want to surpass. Li Qie gazed at the horizon and said, they want to exceed the limit of their race. Of course, only peak existences are allowed to search for this. Then there's another small group, another small group? She asked since Li Qie paused. This only added to her curiosity. The first group was understandable, but what about the second? Searching for the origin is not a good thing. It can cause devastating disasters. He gazed at her and said. Though she didn't know what he was referring to, it must be a big deal coming from him. We'll stop here regarding the blood race. Let's talk about your cultivation instead. He smiled. She bowed towards him right away and said, young noble, my meager cultivation isn't worth bringing up in your presence. It's fine, no need to hide anything. What do you think is your current ranking among the 10 sword prodigies? He asked. She pondered for a bit before answering honestly, we rarely competed and have our own strong and weak points. I do not dare to carelessly comment. Top 3. He said flatly. I will not let you down, young noble. She replied. What about first place? He lazily stretched. She looked at him and earnestly said, this assessment is not easy. Abyss Scion has one of the 9. It is the defining technique of Sea Emperor, virtually unstoppable. But when we're just talking about Tao comprehension, Goldflow young noble of virtuous school makes everyone feel inferior, the previous generation included. She only mentioned Abyss Scion and Goldflow young noble out of the other 9. It's not difficult to overcome them. He smiled. Young noble, I am not being unduly humble, but I don't think it will be that simple. She smiled wryly. The sword breaker Tao from Wooden Sword Holy Devil is not the only thing you have. He explained, imagine your potential when you also cultivate the sword Tao of Jade Bamboo Tao Lord due to your bloodline. She thought that he knew everything about her sword Tao and secrets after a single glance. Those two are excellent in their own way, my bloodline is special as well, but it's not omnipotent. She said. That's a good mentality you have, wise beyond your years. He praised. No one should be considered wise in your presence, young noble. She bowed. What you lack is neither bloodline nor a sword Tao. It is a lack of realization and focus. He explained. Young noble, listening to the guidance of a supreme being such as yourself will benefit me for a lifetime. She bowed again. Flattering me again? He chuckled. She kept her head down, looking obedient and lovable. I won't mistreat you for serving me. This is a type of fate anyway. He said, agreeing to help her. She became ecstatic and said, thank you, young noble. I will do everything in my power to repay this debt. She knew that despite his meager cultivation, a piece of advice from him was worth more than anything. On this long path ahead, I will not be teaching you a supreme sword law or any grand Tao. You'll come to understand them in due time. But, I have something else immensely suitable for you. Now, it is yours, take your time learning it. He said and took out an item. She accepted it and took a look. She found it surprising since the gift was an old root. It didn't look like a peerless treasure, but there was something inscrutable about it. She felt harmonization the moment she touched it, something originating from her source. She assumed that he would give her a mantra for comprehension, not a piece of root. She was aware that a gift from Li Qie would be extraordinary. It's just that she didn't have a clue right now. It doesn't belong to this world. Li Qie looked up at the sky and said, but the unexpected will always happen. His expression perplexed her. He seemed to be lost in remembrance. Of course, this root was none other than the one given to Li Qie by Tai Jian back in the antique shop. After a while, Li Qie stopped looking and told Ningzhu, Jade Bamboo Tao Lord, your ancestor, was a bamboo demon. This means that he was deeply related to the wood affinity. This root has the same origin and its mystery is beyond your imagination. Take your time learning and you won't be disappointed. I will not stop trying in order to live up to your expectations, young noble. Ning Zhu bowed and said. Chapter 4070. With Li Qia's guidance and time, Ning Zhu and the servants finally cleaned up the plain. The place didn't return to its golden age, but its buried foundation could finally be seen. It resembled an ancient diagram with numerous intersecting lines and fortresses. This was the work of a godly creator. One could say that this appeared to be a universe being engraved onto the ground. The lines were too confusing and obscured, enough to make spectators dizzy. With this task finished, Li Qia entered a hidden cellar inside the mansion. The descendants of the Tang didn't have a clue about this cellar. Perhaps the early generations had an idea about this cellar. As time passed, the method to open the cellar became lost. To be exact, this cellar wasn't a part of the mansion but rather, it was a part of the entire plain. Its very existence was created by a supreme power, not from physical digging. From an architectural viewpoint, this cellar was the central hub, the very nucleus of the plain. All the lines and fortresses were built around and from this cellar. Crack. When Li Qia activated the door, the bricks on the ground started shifting into different spots, a process looking like a paper fan spreading. What is this place? Ning Zhu didn't notice the existence of this cellar at all. Given her cultivation, her divine intents could have scanned the mansion countless times. A secret cellar wouldn't have been able to escape her scout. This meant that the creator must have used a powerful shielding method to hide the cellar. Their power far exceeded Ning Zhu. It's a secret purposely guarded even from the descendants. Li Qia smiled and entered the cellar with Ning Zhu right behind him. She was surprised to see the content, or rather, the lack of anything. The entire cellar was empty. Since someone put in the effort to hide it, it should have contained a wondrous treasury of manuals and artifacts. This was not the case and she didn't even spot a single coin on the ground. There's nothing here, she said. Of course, she wasn't dumb enough to actually believe this and continued scouting the area. She eventually noticed thousands of tiny holes on the walls, ceiling, and floor. They all had the same size and a square shape, clearly purposely added. The only thing disorderly were their positions. It was tough to pinpoint a pattern. What are they for? She asked, unable to see the meaning behind the numerous holes. The creator must have hid a great secret here. It's just that she couldn't see it right now. To store money. Li Qia smiled. She didn't get it right away. Li Qia took out a square-shaped refined jade that was rather small in size. Chaos energy erupted right away. It exuded rays of light as if the jade contained a galaxy. The power greeting her was of the Dao Lord level. Dao Lord refined jades. Ning Zhu had seen it before but was still surprised every time. Not to mention regular cultivators, these jades were special and expensive even for her and her kingdom. Click. Li Qia inserted the square jade into a hole on the wall, a perfect match. I see, they're used to store refined jades. Ning Zhu understood right away. Li Qia then took out a bunch of square-shaped refined jades and told her, insert all of them. She followed his order and couldn't wait to see the secret hidden in the cellar. By the time she nearly finished, she found that there were more than 10,000 holes. It became obvious why the Tang eventually lost access to this cellar. They stopped viewing it with importance because ultimately, they didn't have enough jades to fulfill this requirement. Many cultivators tried their entire life and still wouldn't be able to touch one Dao Lord refined jade, let alone 10,000. Only someone like Li Qia would carry so many with him at a time. As for wooden sword, this sum would be guarded in their safest treasury. Buzz. Once the last one was inserted, the refined jades in the holes became resplendent. The rays actually looked tangibly substantive and filled up the cellar from different angles. They began crossing and intertwining. Chapter 4071, Buzz. The thousands of lights combined and resulted in the phenomenon of a photon exploding. This destructive phenomenon was contained by the rays. Nevertheless, ripples and waves appeared in the cellar. An entirely new world seemed to be emerging in the center. Smaller rays of light manifested, looking like spirits playing and dancing around. This process was ephemeral but still magnificent. Runes also materialized in this world and came together to form laws. The strands of laws were then assembled into characters describing a supreme grand Tao. Pop. The final culmination was a sphere of light. All the other rays disappeared afterward. The refined jades were drained of their chaos energy as well. The jades lost their luster and became worthless rocks. Spectators would gasp audibly after seeing this. 10,000 Tao Lord refined jades could support a sect for an entire generation or a great formation for a long period. However, they were spent in the blink of an eye in this cellar. Few sects could afford to spend so much. The light sphere flashed brightly and brimmed with spirit energy. There was enough to gestate 3,000 worlds. The strands of laws within the sphere flew around like true dragons. Ningzhu thought that if one were to smash this sphere down on the ground, all of 8 desolaces would be reduced to ashes. Even the top masters would die without a grave. What is this thing? She was both amazed and horrified by its power. A key to open the secret. Li Qie smiled and reached forward. Buzz. His hand became resplendent with an oscillating Tao light. Once he got closer to the sphere, a pressure suddenly weighed down in the cellar. This weight was immeasurable. Ningzhu felt as if the entire continent was sinking. However, the light in Li Qie's hand managed to prop up the weight of the sphere and began infiltrating. This process resembled snow melting into the earth. His hand eventually reached the core of the sphere. Boom! Thus, he was immediately viewed as an invader. The living beings in the sphere looked up and saw a gigantic palm reaching for their world. In reality, this wasn't far from the case. The laws from his hand began permeating throughout the sphere, prompting retaliation. The light of the sphere became blindingly bright and pulsed uncontrollably. Ningzhu was scared out of her mind, thinking that the sphere was about to explode. This would instantly wipe out all lifeforms on 8 desolaces. Fortunately, Li Qie tightened his grip and captured all of the sphere's Tao laws. They struggled but couldn't get free. His own light pulsed and initiated a refinement process. The chaotic light of the sphere gradually shrank. Its light and laws fused with his palm, seemingly wanting to imprint themselves. Buzz. Finally, everything entered his palm and disappeared from sight. What did you gain? She asked. When you wield the Earth's loop, you'll also wield the world's power. He smiled. Earth's loop? I've never heard of this before. She said. It's nothing, just an ace card left behind by someone. He elaborated, then raised his bright hand. Rumble. Violent earthquakes ensued and the world started spinning. The startled princess felt something digging up from the ground. She immediately left the cellar to take a look. Sure enough, towers made out of golden stones drilled out of the ground. They were covered in mysterious runes as well. If the lines and the fortresses resembled a mesh, then the towers would be in the center of each section. The servants and Ningzhu couldn't believe it while watching the rising towers. What are they? She asked. Good stuff, of course. Li Qie smiled and used the Earth's loop again. The fortresses sent out rays through the embedded lines into the towers. All of this power eventually gathered at the top of the towers. Rumble. Beams of light then shot upward and illuminated all of Armament Mountain. I see, Ningzhu started seeing a few clues. The fortresses served as grand Tao sources capable of empowerment. The lines were used to channel this power into the top of the towers. As for the Earth's loop, it was the tool to control the entire plane. Nonetheless, she didn't know the reason why the plane was set up in this manner. Chapter 4072. Others naturally noticed this phenomenon unraveling at the plane. Numerous sects sent experts there to scout. The beams were as bright as countless suns and startled everyone. This was doubly true for those in Armament Mountain. What is going on? The disciples didn't know whether this was auspicious or ominous. Recently, only bad things have been happening to their sect, the mysterious disappearances and the quaking at the ancestral peak. Thus, another big commotion left them nervous. Outsiders had no idea, but they had a tough time recently. What is this a sign of? Another murmured. Looks like it's coming from the Tang's plain. Isn't that an abandoned area? A powerful disciple activated his vision. Maybe a treasure is appearing? A friend speculated. This excited the crowd. Really? That desolate land actually has treasures? Those from Armament thought nothing of the plain. Who knows? Someone versed in history said, that clan had big shots before. What do you mean by big shots? Like a Dao Lord? I haven't heard of any Dao Lord with this last name. Others hurriedly asked. No, their ancestor was a tycoon, extremely wealthy, the first disciple responded. Still just a country bumpkin then. The others said. Members of the cultivation world didn't hold a high opinion of money. Most only cared about power and the fists. Not quite. He explained, he was special and created a method called money fall, it's magical. Plus, he was rich enough to stand out in all of 8 desolaces. In that case, maybe he really did leave behind a treasury. Someone else speculated. Then what the hell are we waiting for? Let's go check it out. The group wanted to travel to the plain. However, one guy hesitated and said, I don't think we can go outside right now. The elders aren't letting us leave our post. I don't get it, we didn't even panic this much during the disappearances. His friend said. They started talking about the issue privately. The disappearance scared them at first, but all the victims returned after losing their belongings. This wasn't a big deal and it didn't kill the spirit of the sect. However, something else happened recently. The rules became strict and numerous defensive lines were put up. Disciples weren't allowed to travel freely. Since the order came from above, they didn't dare to question it. The chief elder, one of the strongest elders here, also gazed at the plain. What is going on there? He found this astonishing. We haven't heard of any peculiarities recently. A disciple next to him reported. Go ask the Tang, see what's happening. He ordered. Armament Mountain allowed sects within its jurisdiction to deal with their own internal problems. The elder also followed this rule. The disciple went to gather information and came back to report, Elder, the plain has a new master now. The members of the Tang are leaving as well. New master? Who bought it? He slightly frowned, wondering who would buy the crappy piece of land. A guy named Li Chia, everyone says that he's the richest in the world. The disciple had a strange expression. Li Chia, the brat that won the preeminent legacy? He frowned again. Yes. The disciple answered. Which sect is he from? He asked. I'm not sure, he's definitely not one of us though. The disciple answered. He came to buy land under our jurisdiction? He said. The sect never cared who the Tang sold the plain to before. However, they thought that since it was so close to their sect, no outsiders would purchase it. Thus, he had a bad feeling about this unknown brat. I heard that first brother tried to stop it but Clan Master Tang insisted. That Li Chia guy paid 100 million, he couldn't keep up. This disciple had access to new information. Trying to act tough with dirty money here? He snorted. It seemed that Li Chia, a new rich, was trying to provoke their sect by flaunting his wealth. Tell your first brother to be in charge and get to the bottom of this. He ordered with a serious tone. I understand. But, Li Chia is not under our jurisdiction, the disciple bowed and hesitated. He's in our territory right now and will have to obey. He paused for a bit before continuing, it doesn't matter how rich he is. If he's a dragon, he'll coil for me, a tiger? He better crouch down. Otherwise, I'll teach him a lesson. Affirmative. The disciple said before pondering for a bit, should we report this to the sect master? No need, she has something more important to take care of, so she's in isolated cultivation. Just report back to me. He waved his hand. The disciple obeyed. However, he found it quite strange because their sect master hasn't shown up for administrative duties for a while now. Their sect master had always worked hard and never slacked off before. He wasn't the only one thinking this either. Other sect members shared the same sentiment. Chapter 4073. The repeated occurrences in this region didn't go unnoticed by its inhabitants. Thus, it didn't take long before numerous experts appeared by the Tang's plain. Some who were familiar with it became startled to see the changes. In the past, this barren plain was abandoned. Now, they saw fortresses and lofty towers along with runic lines. The fortresses flashed brightly and sent their energy through the lines to reach the towers. This wondrous project couldn't have been done in a day or two. However, it really appeared overnight. The land itself was still sad and desolate with withered grass. Nonetheless, a new sign of life could be seen as if it had awakened. This is unprecedented. Where did all of these towers come from? An old local became startled. What is the Tang doing? A disciple from a nearby sect asked. The plain is not theirs anymore. The man is known as the richest in the world, Wuxia, had bought it. A well-informed spectator revealed. Everyone knew the world's richest at this point and found this surprising. What does that guy want to do? He's going all out? Someone wondered about Wuxia's ambitious plan. I think there is a treasure coming out. A member of the crowd informed everyone, whether it be on purpose or otherwise. A treasure here? Others haven't heard of this at first due to the condition of the plain. I heard it from Armament Mountain. Don't you know about the history of the Tang's progenitor? He's just like Wuxia, extremely rich. But the most important thing is that he's the creator of the moneyfall method. The first cultivator responded. People exchanged glances and found this reasonable. This progenitor was famous once and had miraculous tales about him. There could be incredible treasures hidden here. We have to go take a look right now. Initially, most only wanted to observe, but now, they have all lost their patience. After all, who would want to miss a supreme treasure coming out? Unfortunately, someone stopped them before they could make it in. The plain is personal property. No trespassing is allowed. This person declared. Princess Ningzhu. Most didn't expect this at all, but a few knew that she had become Wuxia's maid. Thus, the latter began spreading the message quietly. Gentlemen, please leave. She said. These cultivators came for a treasure and didn't want to give up so easily. Princess, I heard that there is a treasure here, is that true? Someone tested the water. I've never heard of such a thing. She denied. This wasn't enough. Another asked. Armament Mountain said that the progenitor of the Tang left behind a treasury deep in this land. Untrue. She interrupted him. Princess, don't be so unreasonable. If there's no treasure, then it's fine for us to take a look. Another demanded. As I've said, this is personal property, so no trespassing. She asserted. I disagreed. The cultivator retorted. The plain is still under Armament Mountain's jurisdiction and they never said anything about not allowing entry. I don't think what you're doing is proper. Money was tempting enough, let alone a potential treasury. Though no one had seen it, the rumors have gotten out of control. They would rather believe it than otherwise. Our young noble is not under the jurisdiction of Armament Mountain. Ningzhu showed no sign of backing off. Your Highness, everyone in this region is under the jurisdiction of Armament Mountain, no exception. Are you trying to rebel? Someone loudly shouted. And if I am? I don't mind another enemy. A calm voice answered instead of Ningzhu. That's Li Chia. Many followed the direction of the voice and recognized him. The richest in the world. Others murmured while feeling jealousy. In their eyes, he was nothing more than someone who got lucky and obtained the preeminent legacy. Life wasn't fair at all. Li Chia, watch your words. A member of Armament Mountain stepped forward. Are you challenging us? We might not be the strongest but have never been afraid of anyone, the same for me. Li Chia interrupted this disciple. Why should I give Armament Mountain face? A few smiled wryly and shook their head. They had seen Li Chia's haughtiness before when he didn't give a damn about Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom. Armament Mountain was no exception. In fact, he even made the kingdom's future queen his maid. He definitely didn't mind having another enemy. The plains treasury once belonged to the Tang, they're no longer here, so it is up for grabs. Are you trying to monopolize it? An expert shouted. He spoke with absolute confidence as if there was indeed a treasury here. No, the entire plain belongs to me, the same with a random rock or a treasury. Li Chia chuckled. See, he wants to monopolize the treasury. Another crowd member fanned the flames. You already got the preeminent legacy, now you want this treasury too. Your greed knows no bounds, you're taking up too many resources. One more joined in. Yes, I've heard all of this before. Scram if you don't have anything else to say, stop bothering me. Li Chia said. Li Chia, don't even think about monopolizing it, it belongs to the worthy. This didn't stop one more from yelling. Yes, we need to look for it right now. Eventually, the crowd became heated and tempted. They teamed up and tried to enter. Chapter 4074. Li Chia smiled while watching the intruders trying to rush in. I've said my part, so if you all insist on trespassing, don't blame me for being merciless. The rushers suddenly stopped with a changed expression, clearly showing hesitation. Who is he trying to scare? We're just here to observe the changes in the plain in order to avoid a potential disaster for everyone else in the region. A crowd member shouted. Damn right, this is also Armament Mountain's territory. I am responsible for observing any peculiarity. Do you have something to hide? A member of Armament shouted. Who knows if he was being egged on by the crowd or if it was his own thought. Thus, the intruders became emboldened after listening to them. Yes, this is about the safety of the region. Nearby sects have the responsibility to do something. An expert roared. Feel free to come up with whatever reason you want because I certainly have no qualms in killing any trespasser. Li Chia chuckled again. We live on the edge of the blade, you're not scaring anyone. Plus, we have the number advantage here while you're all alone. Come, let's go. Another instigated. Just like that, several powerful cultivators continued moving forward. Look at how many of us are here. There has to be a reason why he won't let us go inside. This is about the well-being of everyone in Armament Mountain. An expert declared. This is our responsibility and duty. One more shouted. Most thought that a great treasury must have appeared. Li Chia's refusal to let them enter only confirmed this. He can't stop us. A dozen experts formed an alliance in order to break through. Clank. 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 They unsheathed their weapons, swords, pagodas, bows. We won't show mercy to those standing in our way. One of them declared murderously and released their energy. Their intent was clear, killing Li Chia for trying to stop them. Very well, don't think about leaving this place then. Li Chia smirked and raised his hand. It became bright due to the earth's loop appearing in his grasp. The fortresses and towers resonated with the loop and activated. Attack. The experts didn't waste any time and also braced themselves for battle. You're courting death. Li Chia said. Boom. The lights from the towers gathered behind Li Chia, looking like a peacock spreading its tail. His hand became even brighter as he unleashed a mighty pulse towards the enemies. What? The attackers saw this, but it was too late to turn back. They raised their weapons, resulting in a colorful spectacle. Swords and pagodas flew through the air. Alas, their effort was futile. The pulse's destruction couldn't be stopped and crushed through all the defenses. Ah! They screamed in pain as their body was reduced to pieces first before being pulverized completely. The scene became silent right away. The hesitated intruders were horrified. God damn! Some reacted quickly and ran out of the plane right away, paled. No one expected Wuxia to stick to his words so closely. After all, he was alone against the mass. Chills and sweat coursed down their back. They thought that they were lucky for not rushing like the first group. There's a grand momentum built on the plane. Someone from the last generation immediately recognized what was going on. Wuxia has control over this momentum as long as he is in there. A peer looked around and said, "What is his goal?" Someone else wondered. "Maybe the treasury is real. He's using the momentum to stop others from coming." An old cultivator speculated. "Li, how dare you?" A member of armament calmed down and shouted, "You dare to kill members of armament, we will not let this go." Boom! Wuxia sent another pulse and reduced him to a pile of flesh before he could finish speaking. "I'll spare your life." He pointed at a survivor and said, "Go tell armament that only a massacre awaits for those who dare to act haughty in front of me." I will." The frightened survivor instantly fled back to Armament Mountain. "Anyone else?" He then smiled at the crowd. They all had awkward expressions. Though they thought that there was a treasury, no one wanted to be the first to come in and die. Chapter 4075, Command horns echoed like the roars of dragons and tigers. A flood of steel hurriedly gathered by Armament Mountain, accompanied by an awe-inspiring battle intent. Armament Mountain's horns. The sects in the vicinity became startled. Armament Mountain seemed to be summoning its disciples. Is war starting? Sect masters and elders wondered because the horns wouldn't stop. Regardless of the reason, they all knew that a big event was happening. Nonetheless, there were no external enemies, at least to their knowledge. "I heard Wuxia killed some of their members." It didn't take long before this message reached the majority. The richest guy? A sect master became surprised after receiving this news. Aren't they going overboard with this response? A different sect master murmured. Conflicts happened regularly and deaths weren't uncommon. Armament Mountain had plenty of disciples, so losing a few didn't warrant blowing the horns of war. "No, Wuxia bought the Tang's plane and I think there's a treasury there. He messed with the wrong beehive." Someone gathered information quickly and found out the reason. "Does he want to start a sect?" A big shot wondered. The richest man in the world could certainly buy influence and manpower. This could negatively affect Armament Mountain and lessen its authority. Thus, Armament Mountain couldn't just sit idly and watch. This was before mentioning the potential treasury. Meanwhile, those right outside the plane were just as alarmed as anyone else after hearing the horns. "Are they coming to fight Wuxia?" Someone took a deep breath. They might be coming to take the plane back, can't let someone else sleep in their bed. A big shot saw things clearly. Others agreed with this. First, the plane was just too close to Armament Mountain. They didn't appreciate having an outsider in charge so near to their land. Moreover, this outsider killed their members as well. Rumble. A mini dust storm formed on the horizon, the result of a horde of cavalries and carriages. Banners fluttered in the air and made spectacles tremble. "Looks like Armament Mountain isn't holding back against Wuxia. This is going to be serious." A spectator standing outside the plane commented. On top of the carriages were disciples of armament. They possessed impressive chaos energy and vitality. All had a stern expression. Moreover, they didn't contain their aura at all. Thus, this flood-like wave looked eager to drown out the plane. 8-armed prince personally led this cavalry. He wore a crest and full armor. Each of his hands held a different awe-inspiring treasure, pagoda, cauldron. The energy ring stemming from him could prop up the sky itself. Spectators couldn't help but be impressed by his awe-inspiring presence. The prince is here in person? Others found this surprising. Not just that, he's bringing all 8 treasures for the famous merit law. A great battle is inevitable. An older expert took a closer look and said, 8 treasures splitting the heaven was a top technique created by God Ape Dao Lord. The prince already had them ready before the start of the fight. He seemed hellbent on taking down the opponent. Li Chia, come out here and surrender. The prince shouted in a domineering fashion. That's why he's one of the 4 weapon heroes. Armament Mountain will prosper once he takes over. Someone else said. No youth can compete with him right now. He'll definitely become the next sect master. Another said. The surrounding sects approved of 8-armed prince, wanting him to be the next leader of Armament Mountain. Why is there a fly buzzing so early in the morning? Li Chia lazily answered the challenge. He walked out of the courtyard, seemingly having just woken up. His eyes were still drowsy as he gazed at the situation ahead. He didn't look like he was giving a damn about the elite army led by 8-armed prince in the slightest. The members of the army were furious. They had never experienced this level of contempt within their territory before. I demand an explanation for your murders. The prince was furious just like the rest. He expected Li Chia to be trembling with fear, but the opposite occurred. Such contempt was a clear challenge to Armament Mountain's authority, something unforgivable. As I've said, trespassers will be killed. Why act so surprised? Li Chia responded. You. The entire army glared at Li Chia, wanting to cut him to pieces. Chapter 4076. The members of the army found Li Chia's arrogant attitude unforgivable. This was nearly the same as him declaring war on Armament Mountain. However, those who had seen him before didn't think much of it. He had acted in this manner towards Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom before. The prince took a deep breath to calm down before glaring at Li Chia. Do you know the consequences of your crime? Don't know and don't care. Li Chia waved his hand and smiled. But, I'll kindly remind you of the consequences for trespassing here. Spectators thought that Li Chia had no intention of de-escalating the situation. Does he not mind going to war against Armament Mountain? Someone from another sect murmured. Whatever, it'll be a fun show for us, the richest in the world versus Armament Mountain. Another couldn't wait. Well, this is Armament Mountain's territory, is money that useful? One more uttered coldly. The excited crowd made it difficult for the prince. He led this army here in order to demand an answer for their dead disciples on top of re-seizing their prestige. Now, Li Chia refused to give them face in public, leaving him with tough choices. If he didn't teach Li Chia a lesson, it would ruin both his and his sect's reputation. How could he lead Armament Mountain if he failed to take care of one man? Your Highness, no need to waste breath on someone like him, let's teach him a lesson. A member of Armament shouted. Yes, Your Highness, just say the word and we'll capture him. The majority of Armament Mountain's members here were from God Ape Kingdom. They didn't appreciate Li Chia's attitude towards their prince. The livid prince glared at Li Chia and threatened, this plane might be yours, but it is still under our jurisdiction. Therefore, we have the authority to regulate it. Your insistence on being stubborn is nothing but suicidal. The plane has nothing to do with Armament Mountain, it is mine now. Alright, go back since I'll be nice and won't hold your ignorance against you. Stop disturbing my peace or I'll kill you all. Li Chia replied. Li, stop being an idiot. Hand over the plane and apologize right now before it's too late. The prince furiously shouted. The prince would rather believe in the existence of the treasury than otherwise. Taking it back was playing it safe due to the sudden changes here. If they were to find something, that would be a great contribution to the sect. You're finally revealing your tale. Li Chia smiled, all of this only to take the plane back. That's fine, I'm a generous man. Pay me 10 billion and you can have it back. The crowd exchanged glances after hearing the demand. You might as well rob us. The prince trembled with anger. Li Chia bought it for 100 million and now, he wanted 10 billion for it. It's just business. Li Chia nonchalantly said, plus, I'm not asking for Dao Lord Jades either, this is just a tiny sum. Sigh, it sucks dealing with poor plebs. Stop daydreaming and wasting my time. Know your place. The members of Armament nearly vomited blood and gritted their teeth after hearing this. Their sect was famous for its power and resources. They took pride in having all the advantages from being a part of this sect. Thus, they didn't appreciate being called poor plebs. Some of the neutral spectators were left speechless. Only Li Chia would consider 10 billion, albeit not Dao Lord level, a small amount. Alas, he had the wealth to back it up. Li, I guess you want it the hard way. Don't blame us for cutting you to pieces. The prince uttered coldly. No, that's showing too much mercy towards a scum like him. A calm voice interjected. People turned around and saw two youths walking together. Both had an impressive aura. One was a familiar character, Starshooter Prince, who was taught a lesson by Li Chia not long ago. The other was also a member of Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom. He wore an expensive robe and looked quite spirited. Sword energies surrounded him even though there were no physical swords in sight. Just these sharp rays alone could take down his enemies. 100-Blade Noble. Someone shouted his title. He was actually from Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom while Starshooter Prince was only a member of a tributary. Nonetheless, Starshooter Prince was still considered as part of the main branch just like 100-Blade Noble. It's just that the noble had more advantages and a higher status than the prince. For example, he was a direct disciple of an elder there on top of cultivating a Dao Lord merit law, reversion sword art. Another sword prodigy. Someone else said. There were 3 members of the 10 sword prodigies and 1 weapon hero present. This was an impressive and rare gathering at the plane. Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom can't let go either. Another murmured. Everyone knew about the feud between Li Chia and Sea Emperor. Starshooter Prince causing trouble was one thing. However, 100-Blade Noble's presence had a great significance. The former couldn't represent Sea Emperor while the young noble could due to his background. Everyone has the responsibility to get rid of villains. Starshooter Prince glared at Li Chia and declared. Chapter 4077. Ever since Starshooter Prince got here, he never hid his murderous intention against Li Chia. Their feud had reached an irreconcilable level. Oh, forgetting the pain after the scar is gone? Li Chia said, looks like the previous beating wasn't enough. Your kingdom must have some really good ointments to heal you so fast, but that's okay, I'll beat you again and see if the ointments will work a second time. Li Chia poured salt on the prince's wounds again in public. He obviously hasn't forgotten the humiliation last time, so this only added to his rage. Li, today will be your last day. He exclaimed while gritting his teeth, not even an immortal can save you from me. Who's gonna kill me? You? Li Chia seemed amused. You'll find out soon enough. He blew on a war horn. Rumble. Another cavalry suddenly emerged on the horizon and soared over like a steel dragon. Their march issued loud explosions that intimidate the crowd. The members covered in steel were ready for blood. Starshooter Kingdom's royal cavalry. Many took a deep breath after seeing this. Starshooter Prince clearly came prepared this time around. He cupped his fist towards 8-armed Prince and said, I am here to aid you, brother. We shall get rid of this villain together. It was actually improper for another army to appear without notice in another sect's territory. However, Starshooter Prince stated his intention, which made it acceptable. Thank you for your help. 8-armed Prince accepted. 2 separate armies waited outside the plane, a truly magnificent scene. They surrounded the area and trapped Li Qie like a turtle in a jar. Li Qie is probably not getting away this time. Many weren't optimistic about Li Qie's chances since he was facing 3 geniuses and 2 armies. Li, your offenses are unforgivable. Hundred-Blade Noble said, hand over the plane and surrender yourself to Sea Emperor and armament right now and we might think about sparing your life. Hundred-Blade Noble, who had the highest status here, spoke with confidence and conviction. Others shuddered after hearing him and were certain that he was the strongest out of the 3. Wow, how cool. Someone clapped and laughed loudly. That's a disciple of Sea Emperor for you, so inspiring and intimidating. The sarcasm was rather obvious. The crowd wondered who was bold enough to provoke the kingdom. They saw a youth wearing a slightly dirty robe with a wine gourd hanging by the waist, clearly a lover of alcohol. Nonetheless, his sharp and bright features were similar to his unrestrained temperament. Dong Ling. Many recognized him despite his lack of fame compared to Hundred-Blade Noble's group. Another sword prodigy? They were surprised to see him here. What's the date? Why are there so many of them here? Another commented. Normally, it wasn't easy seeing these prodigies around, but one appeared after another today. Brother Dong Ling, you want to wade through this muddled water? Hundred-Blade Noble scowled. I'm just a little annoyed at what I'm seeing, that's all. Plus, young Noble Li doesn't need my help, but if you want to fight, I'll entertain you. Dong Ling smiled. His direct response prompted the crowd to think. This guy is audacious, I can't believe he called out Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom. A cultivator whispered. He's one of the 10 for a reason. Another responded, he's qualified to fight Hundred-Blade Noble. Another day. Hundred-Blade Noble coldly responded. Dong Ling then smiled at Li Qie and asked, young noble, do you require my assistance? I heard that you made a fortune recently, so I don't mind being rewarded with a few coins to buy more wine. I can be your errand boy. No rush, you'll have a chance later. Li Qie replied. Dong Ling shrugged, then told the trio, looks like I don't have a spot here. That's fine, continue on, I'll just enjoy the show. He then moved to the side, looking quite entertained. The spotlight returned to Li Qie and the trio. Li Qie, this is your last warning. Hundred-Blade Noble glared at Li Qie. Enough, leave now and keep your lives. Otherwise, come faster because my afternoon nap is coming. Li Qie yawned and said. The trio was furious since they have never been treated in this manner before. No one can tolerate such disrespect outside of cowardly turtles hiding in their shells. Dong Ling laughed and shouted. This served to further infuriate the trio, but they didn't have time to deal with him right now. Li, come out and fight us. Starshooter Prince shouted. It wouldn't be a fight. Li Qie swatted his hand as if he was trying to chase away a fly. I'm getting tired of this. Come with your armies or just leave already. Young lord, we will cut him to pieces. Both cavalries were furious and begged to fight. Since you're so confident, I'm sure you won't mind taking all of us on then. Hundred-Blade Noble calmly stated. Yes, yes, however many you want. Li Qie gestured provocatively. The trio exchanged glances before nodding. Men, get ready, we are taking back the plane. Eight-Armed Prince commanded. We're starting. It's time to obliterate the enemy. Starshooter Prince shouted. Metallic clanks echoed across the region right away as members of the armies unsheathed their weapons. Chapter 4078. The atmosphere became tense and spectators watched with bated breath. Hundred-Blade Noble's eyes flashed menacingly as he spoke. We can't be considered taking advantage of you since you are a willing participant against all of us, young Noble Li. Let's see what you can do. Having said that, he patted behind his back. Clank. A box opened and countless divine swords soared upward. They posed behind him just like a forest. He raised both hands and they moved towards his front. Terrible sword energies rampaged the area, causing the crowd to tremble. They felt a sharp pain after being brushed by the rays. Reversion sword art. Spectators trembled at the sheer number of swords. Saber-learned Dao Lord is supreme indeed. A previous gen cultivator praised. Such unstoppable keenness, the unique Dao Lord stood out indeed. An ancestor added. Hundred-Blade Noble was performing a sword Dao named Reversion. Its creator was the second Dao Lord of Sea Emperor, Saber-learned. He was a golem who had a great Dao debut with the saber, virtually unmatched throughout the land. For some unknown reason later, he swapped from the saber to the sword. His sword Dao became the focus instead for his ascension. His decision solidified the sword as the main weapon of Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom for the future. This feat was rather unique in history and could only be described as miraculous. Thus, this particular technique was a big deal when used by Hundred-Blade Noble. The majestic and ferocious energies seen here had the style of the Dao Lord. He proved himself worthy of being a member of the 10 prodigies. Activate. 8-armed prince didn't want to fall behind and roared. He grew to the size of a giant in the blink of an eye. Just one stomp of his could take down a mountain, or in this case, the plain. He spread his hands and showed how massive they were, capable of raising the sky and suppressing the earth. The 8 treasures became resplendent, making it hard for the spectators to keep their eyes open. The cauldron released an inferno, the pagoda had a light brighter than the sun. The sky was blotted out by his treasures. They looked like 8 rising suns that were creating a new world. 8 treasures splitting the heaven. An expert shouted in astonishment. This was a technique from the second Dao Lord of Armament, using 8 treasures at the same time to their maximum potential. Since Hundred-Blade and 8-armed have used their top technique, Starshooter didn't want to fall behind. He pointed his sword at the air and summoned a galaxy. The stars then turned into swords as he channeled more energy into it. You're dead. 8-armed prince was the first to enter the plain. Each of his steps caused a violent quake and damaged the ground. The army of armament also rushed forward with the force of a tsunami. Die. Hundred-Blade Noble's countless swords flew towards Li Chia like a torrent. Starshooter Prince did the same and released a rain of swords down on the plain. His royal cavalry marched right behind them. Rumble. The armies and the powerful techniques seemed hellbent on destroying the plain and Li Chia. Spectators trembled at this horrifying sight. They're so strong. One spectator roared. This group could actually destroy an entire sect, let alone one man. Can Li Chia stop them? Another wondered. I don't think so, he's all alone against several great powers. One expert took a deep breath. This wasn't the extent of the sect's true power either. Nonetheless, it was enough to destroy the average sect. He asked for it. One youth sneered in response. He thought that he could challenge these ancient lineages just because he's rich. He never stood a chance. Battle cries echoed from the other side while all eyes were on Li Chia. No one else wanted to help him, not even Ningzhu. This eventually astounded the spectators. Does he really want to face these armies alone? One of them asked. No one had confidence in his victory. You've made your choice, so be it. Li Chia smiled and raised his hand. The earth's loop became radiant once more. Rays and thick fog suddenly appeared all over the plain. Careful, this might be a maze formation. Hundred-Blade Noble shouted. Chapter 4079, Hundred-Blade Noble's warning came too late. All of them have entered the plain at this point and saw the flashes and fog. They immediately knew that something was wrong and became cautious. On guard. 8-armed prince commanded and assumed a defensive measure. He pulled back all 8 hands around him. The various treasures poured down their affinities to form a fiery armor wrapping around him. Something's amiss. Starshooter Prince felt the same way and returned to the command position of his army. The royal cavalry roared affirmatively and the vanguard raised their shields. Not even a breeze could get through this impregnable fort. He also added an outer secondary wall consisting of divine swords. Hundred-Blade Noble roared and did the same thing. His celestial swords hovered around him as if he was the center of the cosmos. Poof! The plain became brighter with denser fog that enveloped both armies. They disappeared from sight, not even the glints of their weapons could be seen. Spectators became confused right away. A bewildering technique? One spectator wondered after losing clear visibility on the plain. I don't think it's that simple. This seems to be a grand formation with a maze-like property. It's prepared beneath and would activate against all intruders. A big shot from the last generation carefully observed the fog before answering. Well, if it's just a maze formation, it shouldn't be able to stop those experts. They have the manpower to break it too. A youth remarked. Careful. They suddenly heard Hundred-Blade Nobles shout. Shit! Eight-Armed Prince's voice resounded afterward. Splash. 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 Next was splashing noises as if people had fallen into the water. It was strange because the sounds happened in rapid succession. The entire armies seemed to have fallen into a body of water without the chance to scream and shout. The plain became silent again. What is happening there? Cultivators standing outside clamored. However, the fog still obscured their vision despite activating their heavenly gaze. Eventually, the fog slowly dispersed and they could finally see again. It's going away. Someone shouted. Alas, what they saw next made them rub their eyes in disbelief. Am I seeing things? One of them shouted. There's no one left, everyone saw the same thing. The plain was the same as before, down to a single blade of grass. Unfortunately, the trio and their armies have vanished. How can this be? Where did that army go? An expert bellowed. Even ancestors had no clue what was going on. There were more than 100,000 men in those cavalries. There should be corpses, at least. They might not be the strongest legions in Sword Continent but were still quite impressive and intimidating. Moreover, 3 geniuses led them as well. Worst of all, there were no fighting noises or screams. This made the whole thing creepier. Damn, am I drunk? Dong Ling was frightened and decided to drink another mouthful. Ning Zhu didn't expect this either. She thought that Li Qia would use the power of the Earth's loop to kill them all. Instead, he simply made them disappear via that fog. Because of this, she felt as if there was something monstrous slumbering underground. Are there any active illusory effects? One expert questioned. Ancestors and kings began using their heavenly gaze. Alas, their careful observation yielded nothing. One king shook his head, nothing, no illusion nor concealment. This plain is the real thing. Then where did they go? A weak cultivator shuddered in fear. No one had an answer to his question. Only magic and sorcery could explain this phenomenon. Chapter 4080. It seemed as if the trio and their men had evaporated into thin air. This would make sense if this place was a forbidden zone or they were mere mortals. In this case, the group consisted of powerful cultivators while the barren plain had no danger to speak of. Now, the latter appeared to be an ominous ground. There's something bizarre going on. An ancestor got chills and decided to move back. The crowd didn't need this reminder and felt the same way. In their eyes, the place seemed to be cursed now. Spectators exchanged glances and kept on thinking about this issue. If the group had died, then there should at least be some traces such as blood or ashes. Alas, not a single strand of hair could be spotted. Their rumination was suddenly interrupted by boiling noises in the plain. The ground itself seemed to be turning into water. However, the fog returned and stopped them from seeing what's happening next. It sounded like something was climbing out of a marsh along with some strange roars. All in all, they thought that things were being spat out. It's just that no vision technique could get through the fog. Do not get close to the fog. A high elder warned those standing outside. This was unnecessary because people exercised caution and didn't want to be touched by this fog. Fortunately, it never expanded beyond the border of the Tang's plain. This didn't last long, just like before. It eventually dispersed fully and no one saw a monster or anything either. Look! Over there! Someone shouted and astonishment struck the crowd again. They saw the three geniuses and the members of the armies laying chaotically on the ground. The weirdest thing was that they had been stripped completely naked. They were far from being helpless and should have been able to resist. Alas, they looked to be fish on the chopping board for whoever or whatever did this. Even the experienced big shots have never seen anything like this before. They scratched their head but couldn't come up with an explanation. Are they still alive? Someone asked. An ancestor used his heavenly gaze and nodded. Yes, all of them are alive, they're just sleeping. So what caused this? An extremely powerful hypnotic drug? An expert asked. No, such a drug would need to be at the immortal level or something to work on those cultivators. A national teacher disagreed. Poisons popular in the mortal world no longer worked on cultivators. They were impervious and could even rebuild destroyed body parts. For a poison to actually inflict damage, it would need to reach their true fate. The fog being a hypnotic drug doesn't explain their disappearance earlier. Someone else brought this up. The crowd had no response since they did see an empty plane earlier. Why did the disappeared victims come back? Tie all of them up. Li Chia ordered Dong Ling. The latter calmed down and put on a bright smile. I got this, young noble. He then entered the plane while no one else dared to do so without Li Chia's permission. He took out a rope of seemingly infinite length. It moved with incredible speed and coiled around the three geniuses first, then gradually across the entire field. He then tied them around the towers nearby, still maintaining impressive agility. The victims looked like countless meat skewers swaying to the winds. Remember, they were all naked as well. This prompted some spectators to giggle despite the seriousness of the event. Isn't this too much? Someone asked because honor was more important than life to some. Even if they were to survive this, they would no longer have the face to see anyone. That's how the world is. Li Chia's fate might have been worse if he had been captured by them. A last-gen cultivator said. This was indeed the case. Li Chia's wealth was coveted and his previous transgressions have not been forgiven. The other party would have done anything necessary in order to force Li Chia to hand over his wealth. Chapter 4081. 100,000 men or so were being tied up on the towers. This was an unforgettable spectacle for the crowd. This is really happening. Someone commented. Everyone observed from a distance instead of setting one foot in the plane. They didn't want to share the same fate. 100-Blade Noble and the others gradually awakened. Confusion struck first, then rage once they realized their current predicament. They all came from famous clans, yet they were being tied up naked right now before everyone. This was an unprecedented level of humiliation. They struggled in order to break free. Alas, a seal restricted their vitality and energy, so it was futile. Li, death before dishonor. Just kill me. 100-Blade roared furiously. No rush, you might want to die, but I still need to make some money first. Li Chia smiled. Li Chia, how dare you abduct and humiliate us? This is a crime deserving of 9-clan extermination. 8-Armed Prince was livid and red. This was his territory, the place where he enjoyed love and respect. Today, he no longer wanted to show his face to anyone. Armament Mountain will cut you to pieces and spare no one from your clan. A few members of Armament roared as well. Keep going, I have plenty of time to stick around. Li Chia smiled and said. They continued to yell while he relaxed on his chair, letting them go hoarse from screaming. Li, I dare you to fight me one-on-one. Starshooter Prince eventually shouted. Li Chia shook his head. A loser shouldn't run his mouth pompously. Was the previous beating not enough? Must I break your arms and legs too? You! Starshooter trembled with rage. What about me, Li Chia? If I lose, you can do whatever. If I win, you must release them, Hundred Blade interjected. Fish on the chopping board don't get to negotiate. Li Chia interrupted. Your sex can't negotiate with me either. I will get what I want. Hundred Blade was furious as well, but the guy was indeed telling the truth. I will have my revenge one day, he gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, the mass continued to curse and scream at Li Chia. Some started losing their voice. Li Chia didn't pay it any mind and continued to relax. Eventually, the screaming stopped as they lost their strength and motivation. Their energy and vitality had been sealed, so they were no different than mortals. The sun was high, and if this continued, they would be dead soon enough. What is he doing? A spectator asked. Just humiliating them, maybe? Someone responded. No, he wants to extort Sea Emperor and armament. An expert familiar with Li Chia answered. What? Is he tired of living? Another blurted out. These two were behemoths, especially Sea Emperor, the #1 sect in Sword Continent. Extorting them was awfully unwise. It's true, he did something similar to Soaring Hawk Monarch back in Hallowed. The expert was confident. The feud is already there, this doesn't really matter. An ancestor added. Those who heard the story regarding Ning Zhu knew that there was no going back between Li Chia and Sea Emperor. How long has it been since someone dared to challenge Sea Emperor? An old cultivator said softly. The big shots exchanged glances, thinking that the odds were against Li Chia. Wealth and schemes don't matter against Sea Emperor. Its resources and foundation are unfathomable, a new rich like him has no chance. One youth snorted. The older experts refrained from commenting. If someone were to take down Sea Emperor, a fat piece of meat would suddenly become available for the taking. They actually wanted this to happen. Wow, so obedient now. Li Chia smiled after seeing the silence from the prisoners. He then raised his finger and released 2 disciples, one from each sect. Bam! Bam! They fell to the ground, confused. He released their seal and said, Go back and give them this message. If they want the hostages back, I'm not asking for much, only 2/3 of their treasury. They have 5 days before these guys are roasted. The 2 released disciples regained their wits and immediately ran away. It was impossible for them to save their allies. It was better to stay alive and just report to their seniors. Li, our armament mountain will never concede to your demand. 8-armed Prince coldly uttered. No big deal, I'll just roast all of you then. Li Chia shrugged. The prisoners trembled with rage but realized their helpless situation at this point. 2/3 of their treasury? That's pretty much 2/3 of their wealth. A listener took a deep breath. Maybe not that much, but it's still a ridiculous demand. A big shot smiled wryly. Chapter 4082, The news of Li Chia's extortion astounded all listeners. Is this brat crazy and suicidal? He wants 2/3 as the ransom. One expert said. He's just different, always overbearing and haughty. Another big shot became surprised. He thinks he can do whatever he wants now that he's rich, even daring to go against armament and Sea Emperor. He won't last long. One more snorted. Why is he doing this? Isn't it better just to tuck his tail between his legs and enjoy his wealth? An elder said. All in all, everyone thought that it was unwise of him to create enemies everywhere. He was already set forever, never having to worry about money ever again. His best option right now should be to lay low and not garner attention from others. On the other hand, he chose to offend the worst potential enemies. How will they retaliate? Someone murmured. What else? They'll have to kill him. There's no way they'll accept his demand. Another answered. This was also an issue of pride and reputation. Acquiescing here would ruin these sections. Moreover, spending 2/3 to save these men would weaken them considerably. Buzz. While everyone was having these conversations, an arrow could be seen exploding in the sky. Sparks scattered and resembled illuminating stars. A vast Tao diagram emerged and an ancient voice could be heard. Li Chia, release everyone now or nothing will be left of you in 3 days. The voice left no room for negotiation as it echoed. That's Starshooter King. Everyone recognized him, the father of Starshooter Prince. Starshooter Kingdom had maintained a strong stance against Li Chia. See, they will not let him extort them. An expert said. Most shared this view due to Li Chia's outrageous demand. Brat, release us now or when our real legion comes, you'll be crushed. Starshooter Prince took advantage of this opportunity to threaten Li Chia. That's fine, I'm bored anyway, I'll kill whoever dares to come. Li Chia answered with a smile. Listeners outside exchanged glances after hearing his confidence. Your death will be ugly, Starshooter Prince uttered coldly since his threat didn't work. Worry about yourselves first because if I get in a bad mood, I'll light up a torch and turn you all into roast meat. Li Chia interrupted. The prince had an ugly expression but decided to stop speaking. Li Chia might actually go crazy and do so. That type of death would be too agonizing. Would Li Chia be able to stop the incoming legions? One spectator asked. Both Armament and Starshooter had mighty legions consisting of elite disciples. Boom! A pillar of light from Armament Mountain tore apart the sky. Waves of light rippled from the top, looking holy and making others want to prostrate. Rumble. The ground suddenly shook violently as a massive figure emerged. This was an old man with a human body and an ape head, adorned in full armor. His eyes were as bright as 2 suns, no one dared to look straight at him. His aura alone made their knees buckle. Celestial Ape Demon King, the first elder of Armament. Someone took a deep breath after seeing him. 8-armed Prince was ecstatic to see him. The Demon King is doing this himself? Even the ancestors were wary of this character. The first elder of Armament was once the national teacher of Starshooter for 3 generations. This was a testament to his ability and power. Let them go right now or face death. His voice echoed and had more oomph compared to Starshooter King. A pressure descended on the plane, making it hard for the crowd to breathe. It's starting soon. The spectators gasped because Armament was right next to the plane. The king didn't need to arrive in person, the plane was already in range of his techniques. Make your move, I'm ready. Li Chia nonchalantly responded. Brat, die. The Demon King raised his hand and a massive, hairy palm manifested above the plane. Terrifying energies ravaged the sky and Tao laws poured down like waterfalls. Spectators immediately rushed away from the border in order to avoid being crushed to mincemeat by the palm. Last chance. The king threatened. Chapter 4083, Boom. The palm continued exerting tremendous pressure on the plane. He's damn strong. One expert remarked. Yes, the Demon King is only second to the sect master at Armament. His friend replied. Though he was still 10,000 miles or so away, this palm strike was still insanely strong, enough to crush the average sect masters and ancestors. Final warning, release them or die. Each of his words left no room for question and fully displayed his power. Of course, the palm strike by itself was more than enough. Enough, scram. Li Chia smiled and raised his hand. The Earth's loop became resplendent and the plane resonated with it. The fortresses released energy waves that travel through the lines to reach the towers. The towers released flames akin to erupting volcanoes. Their lights then gathered on Wuxia, looking similar to a peacock spreading its tail. Each light had a different color. Boom! The loop then shot out a pulsing beam with unparalleled power. The spatial fabrics were instantly torn apart. This scar could last forever. The spectators became aghast right away, the same case with the Demon King. He immediately channeled his energy and grand Dao power. True chaos energy poured down like a flood and could flatten the entire area. Nonetheless, the beam didn't relent at all against this mighty defense. It looked like a true dragon climbing up a waterfall, ready for its ascension. The spectators took a deep breath or gasped after seeing this. Such impudence! The Demon King was furious. Though he wasn't here in person, he still expressed the will of Armament Mountain, yet Wuxia dared to resist? Moreover, he felt danger coming from that beam. Thus, he added Dao laws and celestial power to that palm strike, increasing its potency to the limit. Boom! The palm strike became as grand as the 9 firmaments and pressed downward. By now, Wuxia said, and the pulse turned bright enough to illuminate heaven and earth, becoming several times wider. The Dao laws and celestial power were useless. The Demon King screamed in pain as blood rained down. Everyone saw the beam piercing through the palm and leaving a gaping wound. One could see the sky on the other side. The palm suddenly pulled back and disappeared from sight. The Demon King clearly lost this exchange and had to return to the sect. Winds and clouds returned. The blood on the ground was the only thing left of the exchange earlier. The crowd was speechless. Most thought that he was crazy for challenging Armament Mountain and Starshooter Kingdom. This was akin to throwing an egg at a rock. Now, he easily won the first round. Albeit, the king didn't actually come in person. What kind of grand formation is this? A clan member stared at the resplendent fortresses and towers. The crowd knew that this formation allowed Wuxia to repel the Demon King. Its power was truly astonishing. I have no idea. A formation master from that clan replied after a careful observation. I don't think it has anything to do with Armament Mountain. I don't see a connection between the two. It seemed to be a part of the plane as well, not recently created. This means that the plane had access to it for a long time now. The progenitor of the Tang, maybe he created this too. Another brought this up. No wonder why Wuxia spent so much for it. There are secrets here. One cultivator who saw the purchase in person said. Putting the treasury aside, this wondrous formation alone might be worth 100 million. The formation master responded. The big shots from the region were going crazy with regrets. I should have bought it. That clan master only asked for 3 million back then. A clan master remarked. The plane was on sale for a long time now, but no one wanted to purchase it. Alas, they saw its true potential now and blamed themselves for missing out. Should stop thinking about being saved by your seniors. Wuxia drank a cup offered by Dongling and smiled. Gotta beg them to come up with the ransom amount or you'll die here. The hostages didn't bother responding. They initially thought that the seniors would have no problem saving them. Unfortunately, Wuxia had the upper hand, at least while fighting at the plane. If we die here, you won't have good times ahead anyway. Emperor will not let this go, so you'll have to stay at the plane forever. Hundred Blade Noble uttered coldly. I'm afraid you're mistaken. Wuxia said, I don't give a damn about your sect even when I leave the plane. By this point, Hundred Blade was smart enough to know that Wuxia was telling the truth. If he were afraid of their sects, he wouldn't have done any of this in the first place. Your ancestors should calm down and be smarter. I don't really want to roast all of you since we're from the same generation. Dongling shook his head before taking another gulp. The prisoners felt the same way and lamented their helpless situation. They could only pray that their seniors can come up with an incredible plan to save them. Chapter 4084, The Demon King's setback caught everyone by surprise. It became obvious that Li Qia had a considerable home court advantage despite top formation masters being unable to see through the mysteries of the plane. He seemed capable of defeating heavenly sovereigns while staying at the plane. The stage is going to get bigger. An older expert commented. Both Armament Mountain and Starshooter Kingdom couldn't concede to Li Qia. However, he seemed capable enough to stand up for himself. Thus, a fierce battle was inevitable. Yes, this show will be brilliant. Many couldn't wait to watch. Some ancestors would prefer a bloodbath so that these two powers would be weakened. They would have more chances for the formation and the treasury in that case. Buzz, millions of arrows suddenly appeared on the horizon, looking just like meteors. What the hell? Many spectators ran away, not wanting to be turned into beehives. The river of arrows left behind long trails, looking like multicolored rays. It was actually quite beautiful to watch if people weren't too busy running away. Once they were pinned on the ground, their light became denser. This culminated in a loud explosion. Once the light dispersed, people saw a bridge connecting the plane to another area. That's in the direction of Starshooter. An ancestor gazed at the other end of the bridge and saw Starshooter Kingdom. Their legion is coming. Another expert had an easy prediction. Boom! Sure enough, loud rumbles and bright lights came from the other side just like the opening of a treasury. Of course, this was not the case. A great legion was crossing the bridge in order to arrive at the plane in a short time. It consisted of 100,000 troops or so. Each wore resplendent armors that illuminate the sky above. Most importantly, this upper radiance gathered together to form two defensive wings. It seemed as if while under their protection, the Legion could handle any offense and defeat any enemy. Sky Spirit Legion, the royal troops of the kingdom. It's their strongest. One cultivator was surprised. The progenitor of this kingdom was Starshooter Dao Lord who had a Sky Spirit bloodline. Thus, some descendants in this kingdom also shared this bloodline to a certain extent. This legion specifically picked members with this bloodline. Not all of them were from the royal branches but still had some connections. Bright spectacles accompanied this legion, making it seem like they came from above. Others couldn't help wanting to prostrate. Creak. An ancient chariot could be seen. It was embedded with treasures and Dao protections, looking impressive in both defense and offense. On top of the chariot was an old man sitting in the meditating pose. He wore a dragon robe and an imperial crest. A bow was placed above his knees. Its aura could surpass the 9 firmaments. It possessed enough force to pull the power of the world. The master of this bow should be able to slaughter all of his foes. Starshooter King. Many recognized him right away, and that Sky Spirit Starshooter, a Dao Lord Bao. This Bao was one of the defining treasures of their kingdom. Though Starshooter Dao Lord was also a sword user, this didn't lessen his versatility. For example, this Bao was also a top weapon of his. Both the Legion and the Bao. The kingdom isn't playing around, this is almost all of their elites. An expert murmured. The king himself led their top legion to battle. He seemed hellbent on taking down Li Qia. Father. Starshooter Prince shouted with joy after seeing his father. At the very least, his father didn't abandon him. The king and the legion stopped outside the plane and saw the current state of the hostages. This was a public humiliation, a disgrace to their kingdom. These elites could only wash it away with Li Qia's blood. Spectators were smart enough to move to the best spots for observing while maintaining safety. They also needed to be close enough to take advantage of the situation. Who will win? Someone asked. Hard to say, Li Qia has no chance alone, but we don't know how strong this grand formation is. An old cultivator replied. This grand formation was unknown to the world, so it was tough to evaluate this battle. Do you know the consequence of insulting our people? The king glared at Li Qia. No idea. Li Qia nonchalantly said. Death. To which the king responded. Wow, come then, all of you, I'm itching for a warm-up. Li Qia smiled. The crowd exchanged glances, wondering about the source of Li Qia's confidence. The king glared at him. The atmosphere became awfully tense. Suddenly, the former's expression relaxed and became friendly. He said, "Youths are always impetuous and headstrong, this is inevitable. If you let them go, I'll drop everything else." His sudden shift in attitude caught everyone off guard. Chapter 4085. In fact, even the members of his legion didn't expect the king to act in this manner. They came with aggression in mind, ready to flatten the plain. Plus, the king was also imperious at the start. No one had a clue why he decided to change his mind. "What is going on?" one expert murmured. "Yes, what an abrupt change." A young cultivator became frustrated. Most wanted to see a real battle, not a negotiation. "It's about winning without having to fight," a clan master said. Others agreed with this notion. The king personally led his legion in order to show the power of his kingdom. This was to let Li Qia and everyone else know about their destructive potential, that they could unleash retribution upon anyone daring to hurt their members. Thus, the king's change in attitude allowed Li Qia a way to give up after seeing the potential future ahead. Starshooter using everything it has to defeat a junior, this type of victory wouldn't be considered glorious at all. One ancestor analyzed, but they have no other choice due to this grand formation, easy for the defense and hard for the invaders. Failing here would ruin their reputation that has taken generations to build, so this is an easier way to deal with the situation. Others agreed with him and waited for Li Qia's response. "You're smart but still not smart enough, unable to grasp the situation. I won't let go of the hostages because of this. Your best choice is to listen and hand over 2/3 of your treasury. Otherwise, be ready to smell some roasted meat." Li Qia chuckled before answering. The members of the army were furious since they considered this as arrogance and ignorance, a blatant insult. "Show some respect." A general roared. The king gestured for the generals to stop. Otherwise, they might have rushed into the plain. "Your demand is unreasonable. No one in the world would agree to this, let alone our prestigious kingdom," Starshooter King said. The generals, soldiers, and even the spectators nodded in agreement. No one would acquiesce to Li Qia's demand. Doing so would throw their reputation in Sword Continent away. They wouldn't be able to look at anyone with their head held high. "That's your business." Li Qia smiled, "Feel free to refuse, just get ready to smell some roasted meat." "Li, do whatever you want with us, but just know that there will be no place for you to go. See, Emperor will make sure of it." Hundred-Blade Noble roared. Starshooter King agreed with him and said, "You need to reconsider. You might have the upper hand today, but this will not last forever. I'm afraid disasters are coming for you." This wasn't an exaggeration since the Emperor Sword Kingdom would join the fray eventually. Hundred-Blade Noble's master was an elder there. The latter would certainly try to avenge him. This was before taking Armament Mountain into account as well. Who cares about the future? I live for today. Li Qia laughed, "Everyone dies eventually, whether it be tomorrow or another day. It is inevitable, so I shall enjoy life whilst I can and make it interesting by taking 2 armies down with me." Though the crowd was left speechless by his mentality, they thought that there was a sliver of logic in this. He was trading himself versus all the hostages. That seemed like a great trade. Take one step back and everyone wins, especially you. The king uttered coldly. "You seem to be misunderstanding something. I have all the cards right now and all you can do is say yes." Li Qia said, "Go back from whence you came if the negotiation is over, lest you want to smell some meaty aroma." The king's expression became unsightly. Li Qia seemed hellbent on keeping this up. "Brat, don't ask for a foot when giving an inch or you're dead," another general shouted. "What are you waiting for if you don't wish to pay the ransom? Come get them, I don't mind killing some more." Li Qia smiled. I have shown all the mercy I can, but you chose the gates of hell instead of heaven's door. The king glared at him. I got it, come, let's see how long you can last. Li Qie interrupted him. Fury spewed out of the king's eyes. His legion roared and readied their weapons and shields. Boom! This heated atmosphere was certainly interrupted by the creaking of a heavy gate opening. Rumble. Next came violent quakes and dust storms everywhere. Everyone saw the legion of Armament Mountain rushing forward with the force of a tsunami. Its momentum assaulted the plain first. It consisted of various demons, large serpents with a human upper half. Another was a great centipede demon with golden legs, then a tiger king as large as a mountain with fangs as sharp as blades. Rah! They let out intimidating roars while crushing the terrains in their way. So many demons, is this Armament Mountain's legion? Many experts turned pale. The Sky Spirit Legion of Starshooter was quite powerful. However, it lacked ferocity in comparison. 80,000 beast demons, this is a great legion in Armament Mountain. It is under the control of their first elder. A high elder from another clan revealed. Armament Mountain recruited from many races with humans and demons primarily in charge. This didn't used to be the case until God Ape Dao Lord. They started recruiting more demons and God Ape Kingdom became a top branch, not inferior to the main branch in the slightest. Chapter 4086, The Beast Legion instilled fear into the spectators. However, this was only the strongest legion under the first elder. It wasn't the strongest in Armament Mountain. This was a testament to this sect's power. Though Armament Mountain only had 2 Dao Lords, it still withstood the test of time. There must be reasons for this and they couldn't be underestimated. Boom! The sky turned dark and people saw the bottom of a foot first. It stomped the border of the plain in a shocking fashion. This great demon appeared before everyone. Sure, the plain was right next to Armament Mountain. However, it was still thousands and thousands of miles away. Nonetheless, this demon only needed one step to reach this place. His head touched the sky and couldn't be seen by the naked eyes. He was an ape with furs as long as waterfalls. Dao halos circled around him. It was as if his body was a power source capable of creating new Dao and worlds. Just one wave of his hand could annihilate a region. Celestial Ape Demon King. People shuddered while staring at him. He was currently serving as the first elder of Armament and used to be the national teacher of God Ape Kingdom for 3 consecutive generations. There was a chance that he could be as strong as Starshooter King, or at least extremely close. Nonetheless, his appearance struck the crowd harder. Starshooter King was obviously mighty and had a regal aura, looking like a crane among a flock of chickens. On the other hand, the demon simply had a monstrous body. His breathing alone let out gales and tornadoes. Because of this, weaker cultivators falsely assumed that he was stronger than the king. All in all, this alliance against Li Qie became quite impressive. Not to mention a single cultivator, even a sect would be terrified. 2 legions and 2 powerful sovereigns. Can Li Qie's grand formation handle this? A cultivator asked. We'll see soon enough. If the formation fails, it'll be over for Li Qie. More people will go for him. A high elder replied. At the present, no one dared to invade the plain because of the grand formation. However, when Li Qie fell into a disadvantage, they would certainly want a piece of the pie. No, Li Qie is insane. Maybe he'll be able to rout both legions. Just watch, everything will end quickly. One ancestor said. Only a few hoped for Li Qie's victory. The majority wanted to see him lose so that the legacy would be available again. Just a little bit from it would be enough to last a lifetime. Hurry up and fight already. Another gloated, ready to see a bloodbath. The 2 legions remained outside the plain. Their commanders' eyes were fixated on the fortresses and towers. This was especially true for Celestial Ape Demon King. He was quite frustrated due to the lack of information on the plane. They never realized its value in the past. These fortresses and towers seemingly appeared overnight. He and the king exchanged glances, unable to fathom the formation and its source. Thus, they certainly lacked confidence in a direct attack. "Junior, it's not too late to give up, or there will be no place for you to go in this world," the Demon King uttered. "The world is where I am." Li Qie interrupted him. "This is quite simple, fight or pay the ransom. Just pick one and start already, stop wasting time." The Demon King turned red, but no one saw it to his large stature and hairy face. Being disrespected by a junior was both new and unacceptable to him. "We'll see how long you can last, brat," he roared, then swung his hand forward. "Start." 2 battalions of the demon army started marching. However, they didn't directly enter the plain but rather moved around its border. At first, spectators thought that this was a surrounding maneuver to trap Li Qie. However, this wasn't the case since they only stood still. This no longer became a surprise pincer. The king's command seemed to be weakening his formation, making it easier for Li Qie to win. People couldn't understand his choice. Buzz. Suddenly, roots came out of the members from the 2 battalions and started drilling into the ground. They're plant and tree-based demons. The spectators gradually got a good idea of their goal. Things seemed to be moving rapidly beneath the plain, evident by the trails on top of the soil. Eventually, these roots dug out of the ground and started growing bigger, looking like serpents. This phenomenon happened as far as the eye can see. Tentacle-like roots have taken over. That looks so gross. One spectator felt his scalp tingling. They began coiling around the coordinate lines, fortresses, and towers, looking like pythons killing their prey. The Demon King wants to stop or destroy this formation from underground. The spectators knew his true intent. Is it actually possible? One expert wondered while staring at the countless roots and vines surrounding the buildings. Chapter 4087, Activate. The plant demons scattered around the border released their vitality and grand Dao power in order to destroy the supreme formation. Unfortunately, they found that their effort was useless, unable to shake or damage the buildings in the slightest. "They're immovable, are they a part of the plane now?" One expert was surprised to see the roots failing. "Yes, it's a perfect fusion. They will not be separated unless something is strong enough to obliterate the entire plane. However, destruction is impossible without taking care of the formation first." A formation master shook his head. "So there's no way?" A cultivator nearby didn't buy it. "Of course there's a way, you just need someone far stronger than this formation and use absolute strength to beat it," the ancestor replied. Listeners exchanged glances, aware that very few in Sword Continent could be stronger than this supreme formation. The impending failure infuriated and frightened Celestial Ape Demon King. He didn't expect them to fail utterly. "Stop wasting energy." Li Qie smiled and flipped his hand. The earth's loop became bright and the buildings resonated with it. Rays of light came out of them and acted like divine swords. The disciples on the border didn't feel anything at first. Alas, it was too late once they noticed. Boom! The roots and plants suddenly exploded. This sent the original users flying and vomiting blood. With this, the spectators had a better idea of how hard it was to beat this formation. "This is gonna be bloody. Li Qie has all the advantages at the moment, they have to pay a heavy price," one older expert said. "If this is all you can do, then just pack up and leave. It's truly suicidal." Li Qie smiled. Starshooter King and Celestial Ape Demon King had an ugly expression. The latter looked worse because he had lost twice so far. This was extremely humiliating for a famous character like himself. They stared at each other and nodded in unison. "To formation!" Both shouted. "To formation!" The members of their legions roared thunderously. It felt as if the world was shaking from the intensity of their voice. Clank. Clank. The glints of weapons illuminated the region. Both legions gave off the impression that they could break anything. Spectators trembled, thinking that they were mere ants in comparison. Nonetheless, fear didn't diminish their excitement for the battle. They're about to launch the offense. One expert said. There's no other way outside of a direct attack. They don't want to pay the ransom. A clan elder nodded. Everyone knew that Li Qia's asking price was ridiculous and no sects would accept it. Clank. A sword hymn suddenly forced their weapons to resonate back and interrupted the tense atmosphere. A divine sword descended, seemingly piercing their heart deep. Some felt a sharp pain and had to cry out. It pinned onto the ground first, then its master landed subsequently. The two have reached a state of oneness. The landing resulted in a huge pit with mud flying everywhere. This was quite a flashy entrance. The newcomer slowly stood up and revealed himself to be a rather skinny middle-aged man. He wore a black robe with his hair draping down freely. His expression and gaze were cold and devoid of any ripple. He was exactly like the blade in his hand, a tool for murder, black as ink from top to bottom. Its cold gleam inflicted pain to the spectators. The legendary state of oneness with the sword was in full display in this case. 8th. An ancestor bellowed after seeing him. Even the imperious celestial ape demon king and starshooter king became alarmed. 8th of sword god, sacred ground. This title struck fear into the listeners regardless of whether they had met him before. 9th. The middle-aged man uttered emotionlessly. 9th? He has finished the 9th sword then. The big shots understood the significance of this title. 9th. Why is he here? People stopped calling him 8th right away. I thought he had disappeared, a youth shuddered. Yes, after slaying 7 sect masters in a row. An older cultivator said. I thought he died from injuries from that last battle. Here he is now, with the 9th sword finished. One ancestor said. So this is a member of Sword God, Sacred Ground. Someone else brought this up. In the contemporary, several sects reign supreme. See Emperor Sword Kingdom as the strongest, Sword Temple with its unfathomable foundation, virtuous school for its popularity. However, anyone from these sects, including their successor, would become afraid after hearing about the Sacred Ground. This sect was rather unique due to its lack of disciples, only 3 or so. This number could even go down to 1. Chapter 4088. The lack of disciples didn't affect the sect's prestige in the slightest. In fact, it was notorious across 8 desolaces. See Emperor Sword Kingdom commanded respect, but the Sacred Ground instilled fear. The most fitting character to describe the Sacred Ground was Kill. This was an ancient lineage that might be older than anything in Sword Continent. It wasn't an assassin guild but operated in a similar manner. Rumor has it that it has been around since the last epoch, but historians couldn't pinpoint a particular era. This was rather impressive given its few members. Some sources talked about its monstrous progenitor, an immortal emperor, that his title was used to stop children from crying at night. Of course, most exploits and tales of this sect have disappeared from the river of time. It also hasn't produced a Dao Lord yet during the new epoch, but this didn't make it less intimidating. Their progenitor created an unstoppable sword art consisting of 13 variations. All members of the sect were eligible to learn it. They didn't use their own name but rather, what stage they were at. For example, those who have learned the first technique would be known as first, the second as second. The strongest ancestor of this sect was 13th, a person who successfully learned all the variations. He fought against the Dao Lord of his generation, Bone Dao Lord. This battle ended in mutual destruction and shocked the world. This played a large part in the Sacred Ground's notoriety. Bone Dao Lord was exceptional and mighty, using bones as the main Dao. However, 13th still managed to kill him. This should be a sign of the sword technique's destructive potential. Later on, some believed that Bone Dao Lord was someone who could come back to life. This remained a mystery, but it didn't affect 13th's fame. The current successor of the sacred ground was the man ahead. He used to be known as 8th and disappeared after killing numerous sect masters. Most thought that he was already dead, either in the last battle or from the grievous injuries. Today, he showed up again and had become 9th, meaning that he had reached the next step. 9th's eyes swept across the field. Some couldn't handle his gaze and staggered backward. They felt an unbearable murderous intent. It was as if he was looking at dead corpses even though they were clearly alive and well. I have come to fight Sect Master Shi. He glared at the Demon King. The Demon King had met stronger cultivators than 9th before. However, there was something truly dreadful about this swordsman. The Sect Master is in isolated cultivation, please pick another time. He took a deep breath and responded. He wants to fight Sect Master Shi. His goals are the 6 kings and 6 sect masters. People understood why he was here. How many will he kill this time? Even the big shots felt fear. The members of the sacred ground had similar characteristics and personalities, merciless and solitary. Their blades must taste blood once unsheathed. This must have something to do with their chosen sword technique. The only thing that mattered to them was to prove their Dao through killing. Of course, this didn't mean that they were mass murderers. They only wanted to kill the right foes, usually powerful cultivators. After picking their targets, they would challenge and kill them in order to hone their sword Dao. The criteria had nothing to do with existing feuds and vendetta. In fact, the targets might even be their friends or benefactors. As long as the targets were deemed as best for Dao improvements, they would be chosen. Some considered them as assassins and even offered sky-high prices. They never agreed since money didn't matter. Today, 9th was here to fight Shi, his chosen target. This wasn't surprising because ordinary masters were no longer worthy. Only top fighters could help him become stronger, such as the 6 kings and 6 sect masters. The next on the list would be the 5 ancestors. Would Sect Master Shi agree? The crowd started talking. She's famous alongside Peace Ocean Sword King. Her power is far above the average ancestor now. Another replied. The 6 kings were far stronger than the 10 prodigies due to the age gap. The crowd wondered about the victor between these two. Not in the sect last time, now in isolated cultivation. 9th glared at Celestial Ape Demon King. The Demon King felt the same fear as everyone else. He hurriedly responded, our sect master is really in one right now, please pick a different date. The Demon King was imperious no longer, feeling quite nervous while being questioned. Nonetheless, the sect master was indeed in isolated cultivation. She wasn't around when 9th came last time. Now, the moment she returned, the sect told her to do so. First, it might be an excuse to dodge the challenge. Second, this might improve her cultivation enough to fight him when all else failed. This was a well-thought-out plan. 1. Yi Ti. Chapter 4089. Everyone knew that 9th's sword would need to taste blood. Thus, this battle would end with someone dead. They didn't know whether Shi was hiding from 9th or just buying time to recuperate. Today, 9th ignored the Demon King's suggestion. Though there was no hint of emotion in his voice, he clearly left no room for negotiation. He was the embodiment of the sword, always ready to pierce someone's heart. Thus, it was difficult to refuse him. The listeners took a deep breath after hearing his determination to fight. This is a chaotic period and our sect is busy dealing with a scourge. The Demon King could hold back no longer and barked back, Sir, leave and return another day. Starshooter King joined in as well, no need to be in such a hurry, Armament Mountain won't go anywhere so your fight will happen eventually. We are occupied right now. 9th didn't need to be told and still understood the situation. Buddha will come out once I kill a few monks. He uttered coldly. What is your intention? The Demon King's expression darkened. He felt something ominous incoming. Make your move. Ninth glared at the Legion of Armament Mountain, then bluntly stated. Not to mention the Demon King, even the neutral spectators knew what was about to happen. Alas, no one dared to stand up to this monster. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed if you want to fight us. Our official business is not finished, so we won't fight you just because of face. The Demon King said. We have to save our disciples first, please stand aside. Starshooter King interjected. So be it. Ninth replied, then raised his sword. Clank. Everyone became afraid of this cultivator gathering energy. They thought that he was about to attack the legions. Both Celestial Ape Demon King and Starshooter King grabbed their weapon and were ready to fight this mighty enemy. Whoosh. However, Ninth's targets weren't the duo. His slash swept through the plane, seemingly flattening it. The ropes tying up the three geniuses and their allies were severed from this single slash. Its precision astounded the crowd. Strangely enough, Wuxia didn't bother trying to stop it and only watched. Bam! 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 The captives fell to the ground from the towers. No one expected Ninth to save them. This swordsman was always alone and only cared about the sword. Saving people was not part of his modus operandi. Meanwhile, people were still surprised at Wuxia's inaction. Run! The captives were ecstatic and didn't expect a stranger to save them instead of the seniors. They immediately got up and started running away from the plane. Thank you, sir, for this kind favor. Both Celestial Ape Demon King and Starshooter King expressed their gratitude. I'm not saving them. Ninth turned around to look at the fleeing captives and said, be ready to block my slash. The runners, the kings, and even the spectators were caught off guard by this. Clank. A sword hymn and a sharp aura engulfed the area. Shit. Both the kings bellowed, on guard now. The incoming aura horrified the fleeing captives. They immediately gathered energy and vitality, resulting in loud explosions. Ninth finally made his move and raised his sword, leaving afterimages along the way. Thousands of ethereal swords appeared around him. People sensed something formless and emotionless. Murder was the only thing driving this technique. First variation, compassionless. An ancestor recognized the first move. The swords then flew out with the speed of light, ready to unleash fatalities. Ah! Ah! Waves of screams resounded. The majority of the captives couldn't block or dodge in time, so the ethereal swords pierced their chest. The three geniuses also felt death coming for them. Hundredblade raised his hand and swords rained down to create a barrier. Starshooter Prince relied on his movement technique, becoming as fast as a shooting star in order to dodge the flying swords. Eight-armed Prince roared and decided to meet the swords head-on with 8 palm strikes. Stop! Both kings roared thunderously and made their move as well, choosing to attack Ninth. The members of the legions also summoned their weapons and did the same. However, the attack was just too fast. Both dodging and blocking simply didn't work. Ah! The three geniuses suffered the same fate as their men. Their eyes remained wide open and were filled with unwillingness and despair, not expecting to die after seeing a glimpse of hope. Chapter 4090. They finally got away from Wuxia, but their supposed savior killed them. As colors started leaving their face, blood also gushed out of their chest. Struggling was useless. The weaker captives didn't even have time to react and had no idea that death had come for them. Nonetheless, some fish still escaped the net and was drenched in cold sweat. That was a trip to hell and back. Boom! At the same time, treasures and weapons assaulted Ninth. The two kings went mad after seeing their dead disciples and unleashed their strongest attacks. Boom! The world shook violently with sparks flying akin to numerous volcanoes erupting. Alas, one could still hear the hymn of a sword through the cacophony. Ninth's sword could pierce through the myriad realms. Spectators saw a majestic grand Dao as Ninth turned around with incredible speed and easily stopped everything with one move. 2 legions have launched their offense. This was devastating enough to destroy the region. However, Ninth's horizontal slash served as an unbreakable barrier. Clank. He shifted from defense into offense. One sword became thousands and thousands again. An overwhelming net of swords engulfed the battlefield and massacred both legions. Tens of thousands died right away with gaping holes on their body. Second variation, emotionless. The previous ancestor gasped. Ninth had only used 2 variations so far, yet he still frightened the crowd with his brutality. The 2 legions were here to invade the plain. They didn't expect to lose more than half of their men in this manner. Retreat, maintain the lines. Both kings ordered a regroup. Blood dripped down the tip of Ninth's sword as he stood and glanced at the corpses like a god of death. This didn't affect his mental state. Spectators thought that few in Sword Continent could be as merciless as him. The air became tense. Both the combatants and the spectators held their breath. They had heard of Ninth before, but seeing him in action was a different story. The 2 kings had an ugly expression due to this unfavorable deviation from their initial plan. This was an unacceptable loss to both sects, and Wuxia was no longer the primary target. You have no regard for lives. Celestial Ape Demon King stated, still feeling fear. Swords are meant to kill. Ninth didn't think much of it. Everyone else besides him was no different than a corpse in his eyes. Normally, people would chastise a mass murderer and brand him as a devil or monster. Such descriptions didn't describe here. Ninth came to kill. Whether it be 1 or 1,000,000 didn't matter to him. There was a certain purity to his conduct. Your turn, he told the survivors. The Demon King staggered backward and said, why must you kill the innocent? Just wait for a duel between you and the sect master. He clearly didn't want to fight Ninth. Is he afraid? A youth asked after seeing the imperious Demon King act so cowardly. Not necessarily, he just doesn't want to die for no reason. After all, Ninth is looking for Shuringshui. An older expert said. Is there a difference? Shouldn't he be helping her? The youth whispered. Most sects would never let anyone get close to their sect master without putting up a fight. Such a scenario would invoke solidarity and teamwork. As for the Demon King, he insisted on letting Shuringshui fight Ninth. Armament Mountain has 2 main factors. The ancestor simply responded. Sure enough, Shuringshui represented the branch belonging to Armament Dao Lord. Humans were in control of this branch. As for the Demon King, he belonged to the God Ape Kingdom's branch where demons had control. Thus, Ninth's challenge was actually good news. If Shuringshui were to die in battle, they would be able to take over. This was especially true for him, considering his post as the first elder. Therefore, it would be idiotic for him to fight Ninth right now. There was a serious risk of dying. All of his effort to get to his current position would be in vain. Once again, Buddha will show up after I kill enough monks. Ninth coldly said. Since Shuringshui was in an isolated training session, he just needed to kill enough people to force her out. Chapter 4091, Ninth could only be stopped with death. Once becoming his target, they would be hunted till the very end. He didn't mind killing their fellow sect members and families in order to force a fight. Criticisms and chastises didn't faze him. This has been the way of the sword god, sacred ground. Thus, their members were viewed as death incarnates despite not being assassins. Shuringshui was his current target. If she were to refuse, Ninth would kill his way through Armament Mountain. Thus, Celestial Ape Demon King and the others were quite unlucky. They wanted to deal with Wuxia, yet Ninth came out of nowhere. Most of the captives have been killed as well. How about this, we will meet you this time tomorrow. The Demon King wanted to retreat to Armament Mountain first. He knew he couldn't take Ninth on. Otherwise, he might have been the target instead of their sect master. Moreover, he didn't wish to fight in her place despite being from the same sect. There was a high probability of her death in battle. In that case, the armament branch would decline as a result of having no one truly strong as their representative. As the current First Elder, he could even become the next sect master or at least gain more authority. Because of this, he didn't want to catch the hot potato. He didn't think about avenging the fallen disciples either nor worry about Li Chia. Staying alive was the top priority. Why not now? I will kill you all first before coming to Armament Mountain. Ninth uttered coldly. People could smell the stench of blood and the scene of carnage already after listening to him. So this is a member of Sword God's sacred ground, someone murmured, having realized how frightening they were. No wonder why people whispered their titles with fear. The Demon King dreaded this development and turned pale. Ninth's insistence left him in a difficult position. He had already conceded just now, but Ninth didn't let up. Ultimately, the First Elder should still uphold the sect's prestige and authority. He couldn't fully surrender and had to maintain an air of dignity. A battle seemed inevitable now. Enough, our Armament Mountain isn't that easily bullied. If you insist on being the aggressor, we'll show you what we can do. He roared. His allies were gazing at him, wanting to see his choice after Ninth had killed so many of their peers. His prior concession teetered on a dangerous line. Being too subservient would destroy his reputation even if he were to return to the sect alive. That's why keeping up a strong act was still crucial. Perfect. Ninth said while raising his sword again. The Demon King had no response. This seemed to be the end of their conversation. Demon King, let's kill him. Starshooter King bellowed, eager to fight Ninth despite not being a target. The difference between the two kings was that Starshooter had lost his son. Vengeance was powerful motivation. On the other hand, Eight-Armed Prince was only a member of his kingdom. Losing one prince wasn't a big deal. Starshooter King was aware of this and decided to drag a potential ally into the fray. This made it even more difficult for the Demon King to back off. He pondered without responding. Starshooter didn't wait and commanded, to formation, we will slay our enemy even if it's the last thing we do. Slay the enemy even if it's the last thing we do. Both legions roared and returned to their formation. Ninth caught them off guard earlier, so they were ready to give it a shot. Brothers, lend me your strength. Starshooter returned to his post and would fight regardless of the Demon King's choice. Good, all come together. Ninth pointed his sword forward. As for the Demon King, his Beast Legion had already started moving to battle. If he were to escape alone, he would absolutely lose his position as the First Elder. He regretted coming here to save Eight-Armed Prince, having thought that this would be an easy way to gain recognition. A fight to the death. A spectator in the distance became excited. Ninth frightened them, but since they weren't involved in this mess, they were more than happy to watch a fun show. They would also learn many things after seeing his swordsmanship. Do they have a chance? An expert asked. One ancestor shook his head and gauged the situation. No, Ninth has taken the next step. I'm afraid it's looking bad for the 6 kings and 6 sect masters, let alone these 2. We get to see some of the famous 13 variations today. One swordsman said. Maybe even the 9th? His friend was overwhelmed with anticipation. The 13/ allowed 13th to kill a Dao Lord. Though the 9th variation was far from being comparable, it was still a rare spectacle. I've never seen it before. A High Elder responded. Elder. Meanwhile, a general in the Beast Legion shouted at the Demon King after seeing his hesitation. Till death then. The Demon King stomped the ground and returned to his post. His hands were tied due to the circumstances. Start. He commanded. The members of the Beast Legion released their vitality and became resplendent. They roared and transformed back into their true form. Chapter 4092, It's finally starting. Spectators watched with bated breath since the battle was starting. Ninth was all alone against 2 legions, but his cold and distant expression remained. No one liked being gazed at in this manner. They felt as if they were dead men walking. Boom! The Beast Legion had finished channeling their formation. Runes appeared on the ground and created a massive diagram. It released boundless light just like the opening of an immortal gate. Each member became a part of this formation. Celestial Ape Demon King's vitality was as vast as an ocean, ready to drown everything. Rumble. Tao runes, chaos energy, and vitality mixed together to form a maelstrom. This monstrous accumulation of energy entered the Demon King. He became larger than ever before with a layer of armor added. He became an ape, tall enough to grasp the celestials. The armor was made from Tao laws, looking like thick chains coiling around him. He became brimming with energy and destruction. Various images of ancient and primal beasts appeared behind him. He looked like the ruler of them all. Myriad Beast Formation. Someone with a deep knowledge of Armament Mountain shouted. This formation was found by God Ape Tao Lord during his youth. He came across a hidden treasury by chance in a valley. It included this grand formation. The Demon King and his legion were doing a commendable job using it. At the same time, Starshooter King's legion also exuded a starry glow. The lights rushed to the sky and turned into an engulfing inferno. Similar to the Demon King's formation, this inferno illuminated Starshooter King. He accepted its power and the refinement process. He turned into a pulsing celestial being. The seal on his forehead became clearer and more defined. He gained a pair of light wings. Once they spread, he appeared to be a holy and supreme being, like an angel from above possessing incredible power. The bow named Sky Spirit Starshooter in his hand trembled once and the world trembled with it. When he pulled the string back, people felt as if he was controlling the mysteries of the world. They also felt their soul being affected by it, a truly frightening sensation. A Tao Lord weapon is peerless indeed. They were intimidated already from a slight movement of the bow. Even the strongest weapon at the sovereign level had a hard time competing with Tao Lord weapons. Ra. The ape-form Demon King summoned a rod as large as a mountain range, spanning for thousands of miles. His roar destroyed peaks and forests, rupturing weaker cultivators' eardrums. He smashed downward and crushed space along the way. Minor spatial holes appeared along the way. Damn! Spectators bellowed in astonishment since this was just a physical smash without merit law augmentation. That's the first elder of armament for you. Another ancestor praised. Regardless of the Demon King's personality and character, this smash embodied absolute power. Die. Starshooter King pulled the string all the way back and swords manifested. That's right, the bow used swords instead of arrows. Thousands of swords hovered in the air. The aura of a Tao Lord oozed down like a flood to the horror of the spectators. Everyone became suffocated by the immense pressure. Some fell on their knees, unable to stand up again. Clank. The flying swords pierced through the spatiotemporal fabrics while launching at ninth. The rod of the Demon King could crush the world while these flying swords seemed unstoppable in the same manner. Spectators thought that not even an immortal could survive. As for ninth, he had zero reaction while looking at the incoming attack and retaliating. He raised his sword and everyone felt as if their chest had been penetrated. Sharp was the focus of this technique. Resisting was futile. Third variation, heartless. The experts shouted right away. Rumble. Fiery sparks scattered, resulting in a cataclysm. Cultivators nearby were sent flying by the shock waves. Some vomited blood, unable to withstand the impact. So strong. They turned pale after witnessing this. Chapter 4093, Many unfortunate souls were just too close to the battle. They learned their lesson after losing some blood, having underestimated the large-scale effects from a battle of this magnitude. They then saw the colossal ape staggering backward repeatedly. Starshooter King was trembling uncontrollably as well. He would have been pushed back without the help of the legion behind him. Alas, his expression darkened since he noted a shallow sword mark on his bow. Earlier, he used the bow to block Ninth's slash. The guy actually managed to damage a Dao Lord bow made from divine metals. Thus, his sword was most likely something incredible as well, not inferior to the bow in the slightest. Ninth finally changed his stance. He floated up in the air and gazed at his foe without exuding any aura. Just his emotionless expression alone intimidated people. This god of death could reap any life, including the two kings. Ninth is so strong. It became apparent that this swordsman was far stronger than the two kings together. No wonder why he dares to challenge the 6 kings, he is qualified to do so. An expert murmured. Yes, I think he might be stronger than those 6 too. An ancestor said, we've only seen the 3rd slash, the 9th slash will be something else. Others took a deep breath and felt their scalp tingling. He seemed unstoppable after showing just 3 slashes. There were still 6 to go. The two kings exchanged glances, both had a stoic look. The round earlier told them plenty about the future. They didn't even think they could make it till the 9th slash. Alas, escaping was not an option. First, there was a high probability of the opponent being faster and killing them anyway. Second, in the case of success, they might be able to stay alive but would lose everything else. Their rumination didn't last long since Ninth attacked again. It became too late for them to flee. 6th variation. He roared. Swords appeared sequentially behind him, seemingly imprinting themselves into all 3,000 worlds. Size and distance no longer served as constraints. His voice echoed and a holy presence took over. It seemed as if he had reached the next level and became transcendent. All living beings were nothing more than tributes to him. Holy is the name of this variation. An ancestor revealed. Ninth decided to skip several variations and used the 6th. Clank. The 6th variation consisted of 6 slashes in unison. It would annihilate emotions and desires, the mortal realm and saints, and all else in existence. This was akin to an ascension process, tearing away the mortal coils and the associated factors in order to become a higher being. The spectators suddenly found life to be meaningless and dull. They were willing to die to the slashes so that they could be freed. Die. The two kings knew that they had no choice but to fight. Rumble. The demon king raised his rod and chased away the clouds and winds. He started waving it in a circular motion to build momentum. It released immense shockwaves while creating chaotic spaces. Dimensions began stacking on top of each other in front of him, serving as an impregnable wall. Clank. As for Starshooter King, he somehow transformed the bow into a sword. The crowd was astounded to see this. The terrible aura of a Dao Lord manifested into reality. The resplendent sword created numerous worlds as a result. After loud explosions, planets materialized in front of Starshooter King. He then unleashed a forward slash containing planetary powers. Boom! Terrible rays shot out from the impact point and destroyed several mountain ranges. Ugh! During the loud blasts, people suddenly heard the noise of someone being unable to speak. Nonetheless, they focused on the bright spectacles. The world was being torn asunder by the attacks and they were being blinded. Once the light dispersed, they finally saw the aftermath. Chapter 4094. The battlefield remained a mess, but the various powers have dispersed. This allowed the crowd to rest with the pressure gone. Weaker cultivators have been forced to the ground earlier. They saw Ninth standing there, still wielding his sword. Blood slowly flowed down the edge and gathered at the tip. On the other hand, the gigantic ape and Starshooter King had a gaping wound on their neck. They've lost. An expert whispered. The duo's eyes were wide open. Their throat moved slightly as if they wanted to speak. Alas, the words were stuck in there. Clank. Rampage sword waves erupted even though Ninth didn't do anything. They actually came from inside the duo's body, especially the wound by the neck. Ugh, their groan could be heard again. Boom. The maelstrom empowering the Demon King cracked and the Beast Legion appeared again. This was the case for Starshooter Legion as well. Heads started rolling. Thousands and thousands of cultivators have been decapitated. Blood gushed out of the duo's neck first, then the same thing happened to the rest. As their head was falling down, they could see their body standing there. They tried to scream to no avail. Their body eventually fell as well. The Demon King's massive frame smashed onto the ground, issuing a deafening blast. Blood gathered on the ground and became small streams, flowing towards lower elevation. Only corpses remained of these once famous cultivators. An utter defeat. A last-gen cultivator remained shocked. Who knows how many survivors were actually left on this battlefield after Ninth was done with them. The other main player didn't even get to play, Wuxia. Ninth came out and stole the show. Damn, he killed so many with one slash. One expert turned pale. Even the experienced warriors felt dread. Another added, a reaper indeed. They have heard of his notoriety and brutality before, that his sword needed to taste blood once unsheathed. Alas, seeing it in person was too much to take. The actual Ninth was far more horrifying than the tales. The stench of blood and the visual carnage made their legs tremble. That was only the sixth variation. A powerful ancestor took a deep breath. Imagine the Ninth. The high elders and ancestors nearby narrowed their eyes in contemplation. They thought that both Celestial Ape Demon King and Starshooter King were quite capable. They would have a hard time beating either. The two were definitely big shots in Sword Continent. Unfortunately, they only made it to the sixth variation. How many people can actually survive the ninth variation? This became the next question. No wonder why he dares to challenge Shuringshui. Someone else replied, if he finishes the 6 kings and 6 sect masters, the next targets would be the 5 overlords. Which variation will that take? A youth became curious. The seniors pondered the interesting question. If ninth can kill the 12 right now, another youth said before stopping. The 6 kings and 6 sect masters represented the top masters of Sword Continent, consisting of members from Sea Emperor, Nine Wheel, Virtuous School. Saying something like this could offend all of these behemoths. Legend has it that 13th died in battle with Bones Dao Lord. An ancestor said, how do the 5 overlords compare to a Dao Lord? Are they at the immortal sovereign realm? One cultivator asked. No way. I know that only immortal sovereign right now is Dao Sanqian. An ancestor shook his head. Dao Sanqian. Everyone became emotional after hearing this name. The 5 overlords should be above Golden Sovereign. Myriad or Supreme Sovereign then? Of course, a few here knew their true power but refrained from divulging this sensitive information. An immortal sovereign can fight against a Dao Lord but can't kill one. An ancient ancestor analyzed, since the 13th can kill a Dao Lord, the 12th should be able to kill an immortal sovereign. The 11th can deal with anything below. He's only 2 variations away. Another gasped. That's slightly misleading. The ancient ancestor explained, each variation doesn't mean possessing another technique. It requires cultivation improvement too. For example, for a 9th and 10th user, they will have a drastic difference in results while performing the 3rd/. That's why it's easier said than done when talking about the 13/. The sacred ground only had 1/13th in history. Others nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, 9th ignored the conversations, still looking as indifferent as ever. 3,000 Dao. Could be a name or a title. Chapter 4095, spectators didn't dare to breathe loudly while staring at Ninth. As for him, he only gave a passing glance at the fallen combatants. His eyes remained the same as they were in the opening. The opponents were no different than dead men. He turned his focus towards Armament Mountain next, seemingly wanting to see through the entire sect. Is he about to attack? An expert wondered. It seems reckless attacking Armament alone. Another blurted. Though Ninth had massacred 2 legions, this didn't mean that he could take down Armament. This is something unique to Sword God Sacred Ground. A knowledgeable cultivator explained, they only care about the targets, nothing else. The difficulties and backers of their targets didn't matter. Many nodded in agreement. The members of the Sacred Ground wouldn't give up for any reason. Fear was not part of them. He alone won't win. A big shot shook his head. In reality, Armament still had 2 Dao Lords. The entire sect has been blessed and augmented repeatedly. They are under the protection of a grand momentum created by the Dao Lords. Ninth wouldn't be able to break it. Yes, it'll be difficult for him to break down their defenses. Another expert nodded. One ancestor came up with a different perspective. Ninth isn't trying to take down Armament. His goal is to shake the tree and scare the monkeys. He can do many other things, such as killing disciples until they no longer dare to kill outside. Their sect master will have to come out eventually. True, this wouldn't be his first time doing this. A big shot who had seen this in person agreed. What a headache for Armament. Others exchanged glances. Ninth might not be able to assault Firmament, but he could kill its disciples caught outside. Most importantly, he wasn't part of the righteous faction and could resort to ambushes and assassinations. For example, opposing Ninewell City Lord and Peace Ocean Sword King was easier. They would not resort to despicable means instead of a fair fight. Normally, the successors of the Sacred Ground also preferred to fight a fair battle against their targets. This would only become an issue if the targets were to dodge the challenge. Ninth remained fixated on Armament. The spectators realized that an aggressive plan was imminent. This is not Armament's year. Someone gloated. Ninth started walking towards the mountain, hell-bent on getting a fight against Shering Shue. Leaving just like that? A lazy voice sounded. People looked back and saw Li Qie laying on a long chair, seemingly sunbathing and sleeping. Ning Zhu brought it out for him. They nearly forgot about him because of Ninth's appearance. Someone else is shouldering the burden for him, shouldn't he be celebrating? A cultivator was confused. Why would Li Qie provoke Ninth right now? Ninth had killed Celestial Ape Demon King and Starshooter King. Sea Emperor and Armament would definitely focus on taking him down before Li Qie. This was absolutely a great development. Ninth stopped and looked back at Li Qie. It was the same gaze of indifference. What? He coldly uttered. Is he tired of living? Why would he pick a fight with Ninth out of all people? One listener wondered. Most would rather pick a fight with Armament Mountain instead of agitating this god of death. Li Qie still lazily lay there. Ninth's murderous temperament didn't affect him at all. It wasn't easy gathering all those fish for some money. He said, and here you go killing all of them so I won't get to see a single coin. Tell me, what should you do? We got a show to watch now. A big shot knew that the play wasn't over yet. Ninth might not be the strongest right now, but only a fool would provoke him. Li Qie seemed to be a rare exception. I will spare your life. Ninth coldly uttered. He spoke without any trace of arrogance and aggression, only stating it in a matter-of-fact manner. Others would love to hear this coming from Ninth. It would make them less nervous in the future because he was a man of his word. My life is right here, you can't take it anyway. Li Qie retorted. This was as blatant of a challenge as could be. Ninth had no love sure enough. Ninth's gaze became piercing just like a blade wanting to penetrate Li Qie's chest. Chapter 4096. Ninth then scouted the entire plain and became slightly serious. Refine jades as the fuel. He then concluded. Since you're so insightful, you should know that your best choice is to pay for my losses. Li Qie smiled. Listeners thought that this might be the first time Ninth had heard such a demand. I've changed my mind, I will take your life. Ninth paused for a moment before declaring. The atmosphere immediately became colder. Those nearby felt a chill cold enough to reach their bones. So suicidal. One of them said after seeing Li Qie's mistake. You're only at the 9th sword, can't reach the apex. But I suppose the same thing can be said about the 13th. Li Qie shook his head. Others became slack-jawed after hearing this. They have experienced his arrogance and contempt before. However, he didn't care for the 13 slashes. It became an issue of ignorance. If Ninth could have all 13 slashes, it meant that he would be able to fight a Dao Lord. Not even the 5 overlords could make this statement. In fact, Ninth would be able to kill all 5 without a problem. This was the reason why the sacred ground was so feared. All eyes were on Ninth. They knew that he wouldn't let this comment go unpunished. However, Ninth remained the same without any emotional fluctuation. He simply held his sword and entered the plane. Here we go. Everyone became more lively, wanting to see the show. Will Li Qie follow the footsteps of Celestial Ape Demon King and Starshooter King? One youth asked. Very likely, can't you see how strong Ninth is? He massacred 100,000 men with one single slash. Li Qie has no chance. Another youth responded. Don't forget about Li Qie's supreme formation. The 2 kings couldn't do a thing to him. An older expert said. Well, the 2 kings just got slaughtered despite working together. The second youth retorted. It depends on how strong the 9th slash is. One ancestor joined in. If it's strong enough to break the formation, Li Qie will be finished. How strong do you think it is? His friend asked. I don't know. The ancestor replied, I haven't seen it before. The sacred ground has few successors and not all of them can reach the 9th slash. Other sects' merit laws and techniques were well known to the public. This wasn't the case for the sacred ground due to its few members. These successors were either unknown or would shock the world. 9th was a case of the latter. Plus, not all of their fights were in public. Those who got to see the later slashes were most likely victims and dead men tell no tales. After entering the plane, 9th stopped and stared at Li Qie. He pointed his sword straight at his foe and declared, You're dead. Very well, let's see your mastery with the 9th slash. This will be a good learning experience for you. Li Qie smiled. The crowd smiled wryly as well. Li Qie was treating this famous sword technique as if it could be found in any random market. Buzz. He raised his hand and the earth's loop became bright. The lines, fortresses, and towers resonated and became resplendent as well. Everyone could feel a majestic power moving beneath the plane. It seemed to be endless. He's controlling the formation again. One expert stated. All the spectators were eager to see the true extent of this formation's power. This time around, the power didn't gather around Li Qie to become a pulse. He was still lying lazily on his chair. It created countless swords instead. Every inch of the plane was taken up by energy swords ravaging the air. Incredible energies. The crowd was impressed because from an energy purity perspective, it wasn't inferior to 9th's. Is Li Qie a sword master too? Someone thought. No, it's just the power of the formation. It's magical and profound enough to manifest into different forms. A big shot from the last generation replied. 9th slowly floated upward and released his own energies. They cut into space and left behind long scars. 5th slash, worldless. 9th uttered. The 5th already? People were astonished because 9th didn't start with the 5th variation during the battle against the 2 kings. Chapter 4097, the fifth / signaled the end of the world. Ninth seemed to be taking Li Qia and his formation quite seriously. Fifth variation right away, not many can have this treatment in our continent. One ancestor was shaken. Will he end with the ninth / then? A big shot thought that ninth might be saving the final / for the finishing blow. Clank. Ninth's sword started releasing hymns and sharp rays capable of piercing anything. The spectators became frozen with chills all over. They instinctively touched their throat since they had the illusion of being penetrated by the rays. Ninth wore a black robe, but due to the glow coming from his sword, he looked transcending like a single lotus flower growing on a mud pond. He seemed unstained by the flaws of the mortal realm. This presence of his commanded gasps of awe and fear from the crowd. Since he had separated himself from the mortal coil, all living beings still trapped inside appeared to be insignificant insects or ephemeral smoke. Emotions and relationships didn't exist for him. Thus, he could easily abandon or kill anyone without qualms. This was a key fundamental of the 13 slashes. I sense zero emotion in him, only a will to slash. One expert murmured while feeling intimidated. His coldness seemed more thorough than that of a hardened assassin. A little interesting. Li Qia smiled and raised his hand. Clank. The divine swords pointed at ninth. He became a magnet attracting the attention of the swords. As they flew closer, it became a ball of swords fully surrounding ninth, intending on reducing him to mincemeat. The area around him turned dark because the swords didn't leave a single spot unoccupied. On top of being omnipresent, the swords were cutting through space as well, a testament to their destruction. As the ball closed in on him, ninth finally slashed his sword, separating the myriad realms and severing the affinities of life. Everything became split into two halves. Bam! Cracks could be heard as the slash broke through the incoming divine swords. The fifth slash didn't let the crowd down. Clank. In this split second, ninth readied another attack. It consisted of murderous energies gathering together. The lack of a true form made it far harder to stop or dodge. Even gods and devils would be decapitated by this move. Seventh variation, godless. A big shot shouted in horror. The spectators felt a sharp pain in their chest and shriek even though the move was only aimed towards Li Qia. The weaker cultivators actually started bleeding in that area because the invisible murderous energies had a wide area of effect. Rumble. Li Qia waved his hand in this crucial moment and a wall of swords separated him from everything else. Not a single attack could ever get through. However, ninth was impressive enough with his seventh variation. The formless attack pierced through space and time. Even the thick wall couldn't stop it. Alas, this was still the plane of the Tang. Li Qia waved his hand again and erected multiple walls the next time around. Ninth's attack continuously pierced through them, but more and more showed up in an endless number. Thus, even if it broke through 1 billion walls, it still wouldn't be able to reach Li Qia. Eventually, ninth's energy withered and so did the power of the attack. Clank. He pulled back his sword and stabilized his stance, realizing the futility of the attempt. The seventh slash's speed and power couldn't take down this formation. He needed absolute power to break it down at the very start. What the hell is this formation? It's so formidable. Everyone was astounded to see this. Li Qia didn't put in that much effort outside of waving his hand. However, the big shots knew that creating the sword walls required an absurd amount of Tao and chaos energy. If Li Qia was the sole source, his vitality and energy would wither right away after creating a few walls. It also meant that the formation's endurance was above ninth's. I think it is at the Tao Lord level. A big shot became startled. Experts knew that Tao Lord formations were normally used to protect their sections. These were the strongest defenses available. However, the plane didn't belong to a sect right now, yet it still had such an unyielding defense. This truly shocked many spectators. The plane is worth more than 100 million jades just because of this formation alone. Another sect master said with a tinge of regret. Chapter 4098. No one expected the seventh variation to be rendered ineffective. Earlier, ninth just needed to use the sixth variation to kill 2 legions. Some richer cultivators wished they could make a different choice regarding purchasing the plane. The Tang clan master came to some of them before and advertised his land for only several million jades. However, they didn't like the barren area and thought that it was useless. Now, several 100 million jades would have still been worth it because it would propel their sect to the next level. As for ninth, his cold expression finally showed a hint of murderous intent. This made the spectators feel more discomfort than before. When his Tao power and vitality engulfed the area, the chills moved from the bones all the way to the heart. People felt as if their heart was being sliced by an icy knife, their lips quivered uncontrollably. Interestingly enough, as ninth gathered his vitality, his aura became red as if he was ablaze or being washed by lava. Crack. Crack. Cracks appeared on the ground as if the earth was being pulverized by an unknown power. Lava oozed out of the crack as a result, hot enough to burn even cultivators. What's going on? A youth asked. This is Earthless, the 8th variation. What you're seeing is a sword domain, not the actual ground. An ancestor explained. The youth nodded but still didn't quite get it. After the lava came sword energies from the gaps and cracks. This resembled the start of an apocalypse. The 8th slash was quite frightening because it created a peerless sword domain. Divine swords eventually appeared from the lava after loud explosions. Earthless? Rumor has it that anyone stuck inside this domain will absolutely die. One expert was amazed. Ninth had resorted to using his emotionless Tao. The base of swords rising from the ground could take down the mightiest foes. All living beings in the myriad realms would be reduced to ashes. People could smell the stench of death already. Try this. Li Chia chuckled and closed his fingers to make a fist. He used ample strength and speed in this process. Clank. A sword him hurt everyone's eardrums. They felt their body and minds suddenly sinking. This appeared to be a supreme power exerting pressure on them. What's happening? Once they calmed down and looked around, their jaw dropped to the ground. They saw a sword hovering above, large enough to cover the entire plain. Just one decoration rune on it was as big as a river. However, the size of the sword wasn't the thing that shocked people. After all, many ancestors could become gigantic or increase the size of their treasures. Its weight was the most notable part. Space couldn't bear this burden and started cracking into pieces. The plain seemed to be caving down due to spatial instability. If this continued, nothing would be left of the region. Moreover, it became harder and harder to breathe. This sword was damaging their Tao foundation, something they had spent their entire life building. Weaker cultivators were paralyzed on the ground, just waiting to become meat paste. Ancestors gasped while looking at this incredible sword. Alas, no one knew what it was, only that nothing could ever support its weight. A heavy sword doesn't need to be sharp, absolute force trumps all. Many swordsmen started pondering this famous concept. Whoosh! The sword whirled for a slash and interrupted their rumination. It crushed the laws of reality. The 5 elements and the yin and yang ceased to exist. Even the karmic and reincarnation system stopped. It had nothing to do with the grand Tao and its mysteries. The sheer force of the heavy sword crushed all else. Its physical attribute made the sword unbeatable. Hold on tight. Cultivators started screaming, feeling themselves becoming trapped fish in a jar. The sky turned dark since light ceased to exist. Space and time disappeared along the trajectory of the sword. Ninth's expression became serious. His sword domain shifted into a defensive stance and surrounded him. It exuded endless sword energy in the form of a lava dragon. The creature rushed towards the sky vault, wanting to stop the incoming slash. Chapter 4099, Earthless Base of Swords stacked up to the sky, unyielding and razor-sharp. Boom! The lava dragon destroyed the sky vault and contested the incoming slash. The world couldn't endure the weight of Wuxia's sword. The stars nearby were reduced to ashes just from the gales. Unfortunately for Ninth, his sword domain instantly crumbled as well. The sky is falling. Numerous spectators screamed. Hold on tight, the ground is breaking too. Another expert shrieked. Even those not anywhere close to the plane felt the ground sinking, that they were falling down a bottomless abyss. Activate. One ancestor shouted and performed the strongest merit law from his sect. Alas, he still couldn't withstand the absolute pressure from the insane sword. This was the case for everyone else. Their Dao laws and techniques crumbled instantly. We're gonna die. One big shot cried out in fear, realizing how helpless she was. Not a single soul in the world could stop the slash. Bam! As Ninth's sword domain was crumbling, blood and bright flashes appeared everywhere. One particular sword ray flew through the detonations into the horizon, leaving a long trail before disappearing altogether. A while later, the darkness subsided and sunlight returned to the region. People looked up and saw the sun and the stars again. Everything became normal with the exception of the fear looming in their heart. The whole thing felt like a dream. That immense slash could have annihilated everything and left an abyss on the ground. However, the destructive scene was nowhere to be found. Was I dreaming? One cultivator asked. No, that was just the remnant pressure from the slash. It didn't hit us, we were only suppressed mentally. An ancestor calmed down and shook his head. The crowd couldn't believe it. Did they become paralyzed and helpless just from sheer pressure? They then turned their attention towards the actual target of the slash. They saw blood pools, fleshy bits, and even limbs. Is Ninth dead? Someone shuddered and asked. Many felt the same way after seeing the aftermath. No, he got away. One big shot said, at the very last second, he used a special technique to run, but nonetheless, he'll be bedridden for a long, long time. These injuries are serious. Still alive, I see, others heaved a sigh of relief. Logically, the death of a monster like him should please the crowd. Alas, they were strangely glad to see him alive. I can't believe it, Ninth lost before he got the chance to use the ninth slash. An expert said. Ninth didn't even last 3 moves against Wuxia despite being so dominant in the previous fight. Everyone saw Wuxia still relaxing on his long chair and basking in the sun. This left them speechless. Not long ago, 2 legions and their commanders tried their best against Ninth only to die. As for Wuxia, he simply waved his hand a couple of times before crippling Ninth, forcing him to flee. This stark contrast truly astounded them. Maybe Ninth was nothing more than an insect in Wuxia's eyes. Yes, this ancient formation is not inferior to any Dao Lord formation. Someone spoke with certainty. Right, even 1 billion is a fair price for it. It can become the defining treasure of any sect. One sect master said, fantasizing about moving it back to his sect. Why did the Tang decline despite having it? They had to sell their land in the end. Another asked. In the present day, the Tang became completely trivial in the grand scheme of things. This didn't make sense when this formation existed. Maybe the Tang had no idea about it before. That's why they sold it at such a cheap price. What a shame to have unworthy descendants. One ancestor mused. Many agreed with him. They would have asked for an insane price and introduced the formation to others. In reality, this was a common occurrence. Powerful sects, even those who had total hegemony once, eventually declined and disappeared on the river of time due to not having capable successors. Nowadays, there were sects no longer having possession of their ancestral merit laws and invincible treasures. Goddamn, Dong Ling stuck his tongue out, thinking that he was smart for standing close enough to Wuxia. Otherwise, the remnant shockwaves could have obliterated him. Chapter 4100. Everyone started fearing Li Qie despite being aware of the formation doing the bulk of the work. Nonetheless, no one could touch him while he resided in the plain with control over the ancient formation. The top dogs knew that as long as Li Qie was here, no one had a chance of hurting him. Otherwise, they might suffer a worse outcome than ninths, not being lucky and strong enough to get away. Not even a smidgen would be left of them. The whole thing doesn't make any sense. I feel like Li Qie just bumps into all the best stuff around, finding such a great treasure in this dead land. A jealous spectator glared at Li Qie. Who would have thought that the plain would thrive right after his purchase? Its ancient formation could take down any foe. He got such a great deal, so everyone was jealous of him. Once is luck, maybe twice, but for a third time? I'm afraid not. There's something else going on. A big shot disagreed. His peers found this logical, recalling the preeminent legacy and the purchase of the plain. Was it all coincidental? Why did this billionaire run to the plain instead of just enjoying his money? What is Li Qie's goal? This became the question because they were curious about his presence in Armament Mountain. This was a long way from omniscient home, yet Li Qie still came running. I think he's scheming against Armament Mountain. Someone boldly speculated. In this remote region, Li Qie offended several behemoths. Another full-scale conflict seemed inevitable. Does anyone still want to find the treasury? Li Qie interrupted their conversations and stared at them. Many felt their scalp tingling and staggered backward while avoiding his gaze. Though he spoke normally without any hint of arrogance and imperiousness, they still didn't dare to face him. Is there really a treasury? One youth whispered. The majority believed in the existence of a treasury left behind by the Tang's progenitor. However, his incapable descendants eventually lost it. This ancient formation should be one part of it. The Tang never used it in the last millions of years. They probably had no idea about its existence and decided to sell the plain to Li Qie. Unfortunately, none dared to invade the plain right now after seeing the previous results. Ninth himself nearly died in the formation. Others would need to reevaluate their strength first before trying. Of course not. Some stammered in response, feeling fully intimidated. If that's the case, why are you still here? Li Qie yawned and waved as if he was trying to chase some annoying flies. Those who wanted to stick around to watch the fun show changed their mind. Some cupped their fist towards Li Qie and turned to leave. Everyone else started leaving in order to keep Li Qie happy. Meanwhile, he yawned repeatedly, seemingly bored and sleepy by this point. Boom! A loud explosion erupted out of nowhere and caused the ground to shake. Dong Ling, who was hanging around, became frightened. Young noble, what are you doing? Did someone offend you? He assumed that it was Li Qie causing the detonation. However, Li Qie opened his eyes and finally got up out of the chair, looking more spirited than before. It's Armament Mountain. Ning Zhu gazed towards the distance. Sure enough, the source of the explosions was Armament Mountain, not the Tang's plain. They looked over and saw layers of thick black clouds looming over Armament. They appeared rather heavy, on the verge of falling down. The sect's ancestral peak became bright and sent out rays to tear apart the clouds. Alas, the layers only increased in number, rendering the rays ineffective. Eventually, the clouds started spinning and a maelstrom was formed. What the hell? The members of Armament became startled. This isn't good, an ominous visual phenomenon. An expert immediately reported this to the elders. This was the ancestral ground of a two Dao Lord sect. It was protected and blessed by these Dao Lords before. Normally, such an ominous phenomenon could never happen because the Dao Lord's powers would suppress them. Clank. Warning gongs sounded throughout the entire sect. Disciples, return to your post. The elders commanded despite being unaware of the event. The atmosphere inside the sect became extremely tense as disciples manned their posts. This seemed like the winds before the storm. We need to run now, this is looking bad. Dong Ling became afraid after seeing this and immediately ran away. Chapter 4101. The maelstrom made from black clouds appeared creepy and frightening, just like a primal monster wanting to devour Armament Mountain. The sect was under a state of alert, its members became nervous. Call the sect master. One elder panicked since the maelstrom was moving downward. Currently, their sect master was in isolated cultivation while their first elder has died in battle. Their ancestors were slumbering, so there was no one in charge. But the sect master is still. The disciple hesitated. What's more important than dealing with this potential disaster? Call her. The elder was decisive. The sect desperately needed Shingshue's leadership right now. The disciples on guard continued staring at the maelstrom. Alarm gongs still echoed. They wondered if enemies were attacking. Nearly sects were notified of this phenomenon as well and became startled. Enemies are at the gate? One expert wondered. No, not enemies. I do not see any cultivators in hiding. This is most likely an ominous sign. An ancestor activated his heavenly gaze. Where is it coming from? What the hell is it? Others were frightened. If this maelstrom were to devour Armament Mountain, other tributaries nearby might succumb to the same fate as well. Numerous ancestors have used their heavenly gaze at this point but only saw black clouds, nothing more. Of course, none of them thought that it was so simple. Can Armament handle this? They hoped that Armament could stop this disaster. Nonetheless, there were a few powers hoping for Armament's fall, thinking that they could take advantage of it. What is it? Seems like an invasion. Ning Zhu was surprised as well. The show is starting. Li Chia, on the other hand, showed no sign of curiosity or shock. This was within expectation. Meanwhile, the rays from the ancestral peak continued trying to stop the maelstrom from descending. They were bright enough to stop spectators from watching closely. Rumble. Alas, its wide-reaching intensity still couldn't stop the descent. By this point, the maelstrom was right above and ready to crush the peak. Armament Mountain is in danger. External cultivators shouted while watching from a distance. Activate the formation. A dignified command sounded. It was none other than Armament Sect Master, Shuringshua. Clank. The weapons in the sect hymned and clanked in response. Even weapons outside of the main branch resonated with her command as well. This development frightened their masters. Rumble. Rays from all over the sect shot towards the sky. They came from the various peaks situated around the mountain range. Next, they turned into divine weapons. One looked like a sword pointing at the sky, another resembled a massive hammer, then an earth-splitting saber. This resembled a dam breaking down due to an unstoppable flood. These weapons had the aura of a Tao Lord and could suppress the firmaments. The calamitous attack ravaged the region. Cultivators were forced down on their knees, unable to get up. A Grand Tao Lord formation. Pale spectators bellowed after seeing the attack. Shuringshua personally took charge of controlling the Grand Formation. This was the final defensive line of Armament Mountain. Boom! Once the blast struck the maelstrom, the remnant shockwaves sent people flying and vomiting blood. Unfortunately, the maelstrom only quaked once and didn't break down. The ancestral peak didn't give up and sent out more rays. The other peaks also did the same. Their rays coiled together to form a pulsing beam. Its target was the center of the maelstrom. Alas, this still wasn't enough to take down the dark maelstrom. What the hell is this thing? A direct attack from a Grand Tao Lord formation still can't take it down? Spectators gasped after seeing this. Switch to defense. Shuringshua shuddered and realized how frightening the maelstrom was. She decided to change the strategy. Tao laws from the peaks connected them together. All the peaks became one as a result. The weapons then pinned themselves into the ground and formed an indomitable domain. Chapter 4102, The domain assumed the form of a radiant fortress. Each ray represented the luster of a unique weapon created by the peaks, sword, saber, hammer. This culminated into a colorful barrier to protect all of Armament Mountain. Thick Tao laws then manifested and coiled around the peaks and the ground. Furthermore, each disciple became shrouded by a layer of light. This added armor to them, each had a unique rune as well corresponding to a certain weapon type. They felt themselves being blessed by a god. The endless power of their ancestors poured into them. Thus, their cultivation became 1 or 2 levels higher than before, akin to being added several hundred years of training. Till death. They became excited and morale soared after gaining the ancestral blessings. They were ready to fight to the death against any enemy since they weren't alone. Their ancestors were here as well in spirit. Armament's grand defensive formation lives up to its fame. That's 2 Tao lords and numerous paragons for you. An ancestor from another sect praised. Boom! The dark maelstrom smashed against the grand formation in the next second. Violent earthquakes ensued. Everyone felt as if the ground was being pierced through. The grand formation released a constant stream of Tao Lord energy, hoping to turn the tides. Alas, the maelstrom didn't waver. While being under pressure from the Tao Lord beam, it actually grew in size. After reaching a certain size, it was large enough to swallow all of Armament Mountain now. Cracks finally appeared on the external barriers and eventually, the entire thing crumbled into little particles. Rumble. This gave a clear path for the maelstrom to crash down on Armament. Spectators have been watching in horror because the maelstrom was unreasonably strong. The grand formation was created by Armament Tao Lord and strengthened by God Ape Tao Lord. However, it still faltered today. Once Armament Mountain fell, the surrounding sects might become the next victims. What the hell is this thing? Even the experienced ancestors gasped. They had seen many things before, but this battle was different. The other party was still unknown at this point. This amplified the danger of the situation due to a lack of information. If it was a big shot attacking, Armament Mountain would still know who they were facing and prepare accordingly. Unfortunately, they couldn't come up with a strategy in this case. Could this just be a natural disaster? One expert regained his wits and asked. No, a disaster of this level doesn't come out of nowhere. Moreover, it's clear what it is targeting. A big shot shook his head. Others agreed with this. A disaster had other signs such as lightning and thunder. However, these were black clouds coming together to form a maelstrom. This didn't look like a natural disaster. Wait, can this be an omen in the legends? One disciple shuddered. Those nearby staggered backward after hearing the word omen. The ones in the myth were extremely dangerous. Even Tao lords have died to them before. Impossible. An ancient big shot disagreed while comparing the two. An omen isn't like this. Most importantly, after the myriad Tao era, they would only appear during the ascension trial of a Tao lord. The probability of one happening is minuscule as well. Armament Mountain doesn't have an invincible character appearing, so this can't be an omen. Others exchanged glances after hearing this. The big shot was right about the omens. Then what is this thing? Conversations popped up everywhere. I heard some ominous events have been happening here, maybe it's related? A knowledgeable cultivator speculated. All in all, none could come up with an acceptable answer. Rumble. The grand formation couldn't keep up with the continuous pressure from the black maelstrom and was on the verge of collapsing. What do we do? The disciples of Armament were no longer as confident as before. Boom! Suddenly, a radiance took over the sect with the force of 1,000,000 stars exploding. The source was from the sect's deepest location. 2 supreme figures appeared. One had weapons floating around him, looking like the ruler of worlds. The other was a massive divine ape with majestic golden fur. Armament and God Ape Tao Lord. The crowd shouted. The ancestors will protect us. The emotional members of Armament were moved to tears after seeing their Tao lords. Chapter 4103. Their impressive auras made people want to prostrate. Of course, these were only intents left behind by them, not the actual Tao lords. Nonetheless, they were mighty enough to stop the maelstrom from pressing down. Boom! Nothing in the world could withstand the onslaught of the black maelstrom. However, the two figures of the Tao Lord have surpassed the test of time. They raised their hands and stopped the maelstrom from destroying Armament Mountain. Tao Lords are invincible indeed. Spectators were amazed to see this. Can you imagine if they were here in person? Just these images were impressive enough, let alone a Tao Lord in person. Their divinity and aura would be unstoppable. Many never had the fortune of seeing one in person. Nonetheless, seeing the two images was enough to stir them to the core. The members of Armament were crying. Some prostrated and prayed for protection. Alas, this moment of joy was short-lived. With poofing noises, disciples started disappearing one by one. It was as if the ground beneath them was covered in trap pits. They were sucked into the dirt and disappeared from sight. Shit, the disappearance crap is happening again. Those still around saw this and became frightened. It didn't take long before thousands and thousands were gone. Even their treasuries and palaces also vanished. Someone's robbing us. Regular disciples and ancestors alike turned pale. What should we do? Even the top cultivators felt helpless since they had never seen anything like it before. Can we run? Is it too late to run? One ancestor wondered. Things were still disappearing despite being under the protection of Tao Lord's blessings. The entire sect seemed to be cursed right now. Unfortunately, there was no good option for them. Staying might result in suddenly vanishing. Eventually, not a single soul would be left. As for escaping, Armament would eventually collapse and they would become orphans without a home. What is happening in there? Spectators outside were confused. Due to the images of the two Tao Lords, heavenly gazes became considerably less effective. Nonetheless, the flickering barrier was obviously weakening. Sect Master, what should we do? An ancestor asked Shuringshui. Keep it together, I will go seek reinforcement. She gritted her teeth and left. Shuringshui flew out of Armament and entered the Tang's plain. She saw Li Qie and prostrated, young noble, please save Armament Mountain. You're putting me in a rather difficult position. I'm not one to hold a grudge, but Armament is my enemy right now, more or less. If I were to become your savior out of nowhere, that might be too big of a change for me to get used to. Li Qie was still relaxing on his chair. Our members had eyes but couldn't see Mount Tai. I will bear all the consequences and punishment without uttering a single word of grievance as long as you show benevolence by saving us. She begged. Of course, she had nothing to do with the invasion of the plain. She initially wanted him to help Armament Mountain. However, the moment she got back, she was forced to go under isolated cultivation. The sect was then left to Celestial Ape Demon King. To a certain extent, with her gone, the God Ape branch took over Armament. Alas, she still wanted to be responsible for the sect despite a lack of fault in the matter. How can I refuse when you are being so insincere? It's not difficult for me to save your sect, but I wonder if you can pay the price. Li Qie smiled. Everything in Armament can be yours as long as you can save us. She kept her head near the ground. There was no point in bartering because destruction was imminent. How generous. I still want that peak though. Li Qie rubbed his chin and said. I will take charge in this matter and accept. It is yours, young noble. She gritted her teeth and said, aware of which peak he was referring to. The ancestral peak was extremely important to Armament for many reasons. No ancestors dared to use it as a negotiating tool. Alas, this existential crisis forced Shui to agree without any hesitation. She knew the potential consequences even in the case of success. She would become the sinner of the sect for disrespecting the forefathers. In the worst scenario, she would be forfeiting her life. In the best scenario, she would lose the sect master position. Nonetheless, she needed to be decisive right now in order to save armament. What was the point of keeping the ancestral peak when the rest of armament was gone? Smart, and I like smart people. I will make an exception this time and help you out. Li Qie said. Thank you, young noble, I will dedicate the rest of my life to serving you. She was moved to tears after hearing this. Rise, I can't handle tears from a beauty. He waved his hand. She stood up and knew that her sect was saved. Others thought that Li Qie was only a newly rich, not a supreme character like the 5 overlords. However, intuition told her that he was the only one who could save Armament Mountain. Let's go then. Li Qie smiled and activated the Earth's loop again. The loop became resplendent, not with the frightening beam but rather tiny rays. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.